From the tribe of the trolls to the empire of the elves, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, on the construction site and in the base, give me some monthly tickets. Isa was born in a medium-sized tribe in the east. Although his tribe only signed a second-class covenant with the Yap, the treatment they received in the alliance was not as good as those tribes that were almost in house of the Yap. But even so, in the years since the signing of the covenant, the living conditions of the tribe have really improved greatly. Although the food they hunted had to be handed over to the Yap for Safa keeping every time in exchange for some meal coins, and the meal coins exchanged for these foods would be deducted by more than half of the exchange amount by the Yap under various names. But Isa didn't understand the twists and turns here. He only knew that, because the Yap established a material exchange point near the tribe, he had much better weapons than before. And every time he went out hunting, he could always harvest more food. He hadn't felt hungry for a long time, and his life was quite comfortable. This time, he was selected by the witch doctor and chief of the tribe to become one of the 100 trolls supporting the western construction. Although the witch doctor looked sad when he sent them away and kept emphasizing, "Don't provoke the Ya tribe," Isa was actually happy and looking forward to this trip. As for why, it was because the Ya tribe had become the most powerful tribe in the Black Forest, and it was heard that their warriors were also extremely powerful. As a traditional troll, Isa had a strong curiosity about the Ya tribe, and was eager to know what this tribe was like. The facts did not disappoint him. On the way from the tribe to the Ya tribe, there were too many things that puzzled him, whether it was the huge ship he took along the way, or the several places that he thought were the Ya tribe at first, but later found out that they were just a stronghold outside. They all made him dazzled and incredible. After arriving at the headquarters they called the huge city, the towering city walls, and the guy who seemed to be called a cavalry who whistled past him once, all gave him more reverie. After eating a meal at the headquarters and resting on the so-called bed for a night, the guide brought them to the river, then led them across the majestic bridge and arrived at the other side of the river. On the way to the final destination, the wolves that continuously delivered various kinds of food made Isa puzzled. He didn't understand how the Ya tribe managed to get these cunning guys to help hunt. Sub-base number 1, sub-base number 2, and even the final cave base seemed to be newly established bases by the Ya tribe. There were large tracts of land that were not covered by forests, and there was a new city that was even larger than his own tribe. All of these, time and again, impacted Isa's stupid brain, making him once again clearly realize that his tribe was a scumbag. After arriving at the base of the cave, a tall and strange troll spoke in front of them incomprehensible words. Although Isa only understood half of the sentence "plenty of food," he also clapped his hands like the trolls of the Tooth tribe, and then was led to a large house that was particularly exquisite and had an independent courtyard. The local who was responsible for leading him pointed to the house and said to him, "Big house, you live in it, and when the work is completed, it will truly belong to you." The words of this local were too complicated, and Isa could not fully understand them, but he understood that this house seemed to be his in the future, although he was not sure. In Isa's eyes, whether the house was exquisite or not was not important at all. He only cared about whether it was big enough, and this place was obviously much larger than his residence in the original tribe. Even the place where the witch doctor and the chief lived seemed like a simple cave compared to this place. He was very happy about this, and moved in happily. He knew that he was here to work. Although he didn't quite understand what he was supposed to do, it must be the same as what he had to do in the tribe, right? At first, he thought so, but when he saw those big guys, Isa was confused for the first time about what he had to do here. Logging? He had done it in the tribe, but it shouldn't be like this. Before the material exchange station in the Ya department was established, logging was a very annoying job, which could be said to be troublesome and boring. He had to use those broken bone and stone tools to hollow out the tree trunks bit by bit. He couldn't use all his strength at all, for fear that he would accidentally break the precious tools. It wasn't that he cared about the resources of the tribe, but every time he broke something, the chief would let him starve for a day, and sometimes he would beat him severely. Of course, Isa would resist, and all the trolls who were beaten would resist, but he couldn't beat him. Well, maybe the one who beat him was the old witch doctor, then he might hesitate whether to fight back. Although the old guy looked weak, he was generally quite respectable. The topic was a bit off topic. When Isa saw these big guys that looked like monsters but were carrying 2 or 3 trolls from the Fang tribe, they made a buzzing noise and broke several trees in one go. Then, another big guy that looked similar but a little different came up and dug out the tree stumps and roots that were quite difficult for his tribe to deal with in a few moves, and also filled the soil back. Although he didn't understand the word efficiency, this speed shocked him more directly, and then he doubted the purpose of his coming here. What else could he do? The answer came quickly. The troll from the Fang tribe seemed to be a guy called Captain, who gave him a big bucket, a giant hammer, a shovel and other tools. Although this guy had a weird name, he was pretty good and patiently took Isa to familiarize himself with the future work. Isa adapted quickly and followed the trolls around him, who didn't know any of them, to start the task in the area they were assigned. He looked for stones, smashed them, and ground them into powder. He dug deep into the ground, separating the soil from small stones and other debris. He gathered the soil separately and piled it into several concave mountain-like shapes. He carried a large wooden barrel to fetch water from the stream, and then, under the guidance of the captain, poured a certain amount of water into the depression above the soil pile and added the stones that had been ground into powder before. Then the captain would carefully take out a wooden bottle from his arms and pour it into the mixed pile with great care. Isa's next task was to keep stirring with a shovel. He thought it was boring, but as long as he could complete the workload specified by the captain within the specified time every day, he could eat his fill, and if he could complete more, he could also eat delicious food he had never eaten before, such as barbecue, cheese, and milk. Isa was quite capable, and he could complete extra tasks and receive a delicious food almost every day. Although the amount he received was small, it greatly stimulated Isa's taste buds and made him more enthusiastic about his work. After 6 or 7 days of such pleasant days, Isa encountered an accident. A guy who looked as smart as the witch doctor of the tribe found his team and said he wanted to train them. Isa didn't understand what the troll called apprentice meant by training, but from that day on, he began a nightmare life. He had 2 hours of free time every day and could do anything he liked. Usually, Isa would fight in the ring or find a female he liked to mate with during this period. Whether on the construction site or in the city, you can meet many females from other tribes. Some females like to mate with the males who won the ring, while some females will go to the ring themselves and mate with the males who defeated them. Isa was still strong, so he could always find females who were willing to leave with him or take him away, but unfortunately the beauties of the Tooth tribe were not very willing to pay attention to him. In addition to the 2 happiest hours mentioned above, there are 6 hours of sleep time and the rest of the time, sometimes during the day, sometimes at night. There are also 30 hours of work time, and the work is still the same as before, although it is boring and far less interesting than hunting, fighting, mating, but the rewards are still something he looks forward to, so Isa doesn't hate it. All of the above are nothing, either interesting or boring, but Isa thinks it's generally good. But the next 10 hours of training is a well-deserved nightmare. In the training, he had to learn the damn new troll language and remember some inexplicable weird symbols. Then there were a few guys who would tell him some stories in a long-winded way, which seemed to be called history, and talked about all trolls in the world are one family, but Isa couldn't understand it at all. However, after taking a few classes, he understood some things, such as captain and apprentice were not names, but represented identities similar to chief and witch doctor. Also, the greatest troll in the Black Forest from ancient times to the present is called Nestor. He is a pioneer who led all trolls to have enough food and embark on the road of civilization, and is the natural leader of all tribes. Every day Isa could understand a little more stories than the day before, and gradually he worshipped this powerful troll, and also learned, or was forcibly taught the 2 ways of writing Nestor and the 2 ways of writing all trolls in the world are one family. The apprentice who taught them said that Nesta is a word that every troll must be able to understand and write, and all trolls in the world are one family is a belief that every troll must keep in mind. Isa was a man who listened to advice and followed the instructions. Although his handwriting was like a dog's crawl, it was still a success. In addition to the teaching in the classroom, there was also a part of the training conducted outdoors, that is, engineering vehicle driving. In this class, Isa finally climbed up those big guys that shocked him greatly and realized that they were not magical beasts, but tools made by the fangs, just like the broken spears and broken axes in his own tribe. The various bases were operating normally and orderly, and Nesta was once again engaged in research. Previously, he did get some tissue samples of the cave wolf by recycling the injection needle, but because the injection head was barely squeezed into the surface skin of the cave wolf, the remaining tissue on it could be said to be very little, and Nesta had to perform complicated and repeated operations on multiple injection heads before he could barely get some samples. He stored part of it in the ice storage and took the other part to the ice crystal room where he cultivated it, ready to observe it under a microscope. The observation of the cave wolf organization is not as convenient as the previous one, when the magic power flowed into the giant tree and the mental power was used to perceive it directly. The reasons are as follows. Nesta personally participated in the formation of the giant tree, which can be roughly understood as leaving a back door, so it can be directly used with the foolproof magic power probe to perceive it as if observing one's own body. The cave wolf organization is different. The cave wolf is born naturally and has almost nothing to do with Nesta's magic, so naturally there is no back door, and using perception to explore is not mindless to use magic power recklessly. There must be magic to act as a bridge to extend the observer's perception. At present, only sound wave detection can serve as this bridge, but its observation level cannot be accurate to cells. Therefore, this step must be carried out with the help of external objects such as microscopes. Under the extreme microscope, an unusual cell appeared in front of him. Its internal structure almost overturned Nesta's cognition of organisms. Its cell composition can be said to have a revolutionary change from other wolves. How to say it? Even the Lord Wolf actually has a fairly traditional internal cell structure, with a cell nucleus, energy conversion unit, etc., which is only relatively different from the other wind wolves, giant wind wolves, and even ordinary wolves. But the cave wolf seems to be completely different, especially in terms of energy conversion units. Unlike other creatures, which are numerous and small, this part of its cells seems to be completely non-existent. Moreover, this part of the cell has been out of the body for quite a long time, but it has never shown signs of sluggishness and exhaustion. Although its life activities are incomplete, its internal operation is always maintained. No? Then what does it rely on to support its life activities? And it still has such a strong vitality. Nesta was quite puzzled. He tried to inject magic power into the cell to see if he could observe anything. Indeed, a different change caught his eyes. There was a huge nuclear structure in the center of the cell. Nesta had originally judged its identity as a cell nucleus from the appearance and subconsciously, but now, this cell nucleus, that he had previously thought of, with the support of more and more magic power, showed its unusualness. It seemed to be an organ that could breathe, expanding and shrinking slightly. It seems. It doesn't look like a cell nucleus. Instead, it is more like a large energy conversion unit. Such thoughts appeared in his mind and became stronger and stronger as the observation progressed. Because with the activation of this nucleus, the other surrounding units also became active, as if they were injected with fuel. Even if this is the case, where is its cell nucleus? Didn't this guy think about self-replication when his body was constructed? Immortal species? Question mark? And what kind of energy does such an exaggerated energy conversion unit usually convert? Is there an engine in the body of the cave wolf? Nesta repeatedly observed the inside of the cell and really did not find a replacement for the nuclear structure, and almost all units seemed to be accessories of this huge energy conversion core. At least in the superficial observation, they seemed to be moving around it. Nesta thought of his previous experience. In the energy level transition, the energy conversion units of the cells in the body seemed to show an extremely obvious upward trend overall. For example, The long-acting muscle that used to occupy most of the basic units of the muscle structure had far fewer energy conversion units than the stress muscle, whose proportion is now increasing. But in any case, self-perpetuation is the underlying logic of the organism. At least among all the biological tissues he has seen now, the cell nucleus is the most worthy core. All other structures are serving it, and he has never seen such a strange scene as the one in the cave wolf's body. In this cell, the energy conversion unit not only became the most worthy center of operation, but also occupied the magpie's nest and completely eliminated the cell nucleus. As the biological level rises, and as the body's energy sources become more and more corresponding organizations will be born to respond to this change, and the structure presented in the cave wolf cells may be the epitome of this trend. The powerful energy output ability has replaced the self-continuation instinct and become the most important body function of higher organisms. Where is the genetic information of the cave wolf? Where does the energy for conversion come from? What can the tribe do with its properties? Nestor thought about this idea in his mind. The first two may not make any progress in a short time because of the actual conditions, but in any case, the cave wolf is there, and all its secrets will be excavated one day. He is convinced of this. Therefore, he is now mainly considering the last point, energy. If the cave wolf can indeed use unknown methods to convert endless energy, if we can find a way to make this energy work for us. Nestor's mind instantly became active. The process of improving his energy level at the beginning is not to absorb light energy continuously through a part of the body surface tissue, so that the nearby uncontrolled tissue cells, under the influence of the rich energy environment in the body, passively proliferate energy conversion structures, and then get a higher level of life. In this case, can we use the energy of the cave wolf to objectively create this kind of energy surplus external environment, and then use it to improve the energy level of the tribe members? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a feasible idea. The current problem is how to extract this energy. Giant tree. Plant fruit may be tried. Nestor had some ideas, but to be honest, he was not very confident, so he couldn't do the human experiment directly. I'm sorry for those animals. Putting away his cheap sympathy, he left the temporary house and found an apprentice nearby, asking him to help find a pregnant big animal and a bird egg. The apprentice left after hearing the order and soon came back with the cow and the egg and handed him the objects that Nestor asked for. The reason for choosing these two experimental products is that the fetus and the egg are relatively smaller and it may be easier to operate when they are fruiting. After Nestor thanked him, he didn't waste any more time and immediately took the things back to the giant tree in the center. The coarse-toothed witch doctor was somewhat surprised to see him go back and forth, and slowly expressed his doubts. I have an idea, and I may need your help. Nestor was not going to conduct this research alone, but planned to cooperate with several witch doctors at the base at the moment, so he talked about his ideas openly. I understand. But there are too few witch doctors. It's very difficult. Do your best. It doesn't need to be too much. Just transform a few fruits and see how it goes. The research started again. In addition to Corsefang and Nestor, there were also 5 witch doctors, Ashura, Earthfang, and Gonzalo, who were also here. The trolls first worked together to change part of the structure of the giant tree, mainly to make it have the ability to produce fruits again. Since there were too few witch doctors involved, this work was expected to take a long time. But Nestor didn't care too much about time, just doing the work at hand. During this period, except for him and Sharpfang, the other witch doctors would always leave temporarily for various reasons, mainly busy with various affairs related to track construction, which slowed down the transformation of the giant tree to a considerable extent. When all this was completed, 3 months had passed, and the pregnant beast's belly had grown several times. Obviously the fetus development had reached a certain stage. In addition, the Sharpfang witch doctor finally came back and brought the Wolf King's visit request. Nestor thought about it and thought that this was something that could not be avoided, so he agreed and asked Sharpfang to go again to inform the Wolf King and his wife of the tribe's welcome. The episode brought by Sharpfang did not change anything. The construction of the external track was still going on vigorously and achieved good results. At the cave base, the roadbed had been laid out for nearly 200 kilometers, and the track had never fallen behind, always closely following the extension of the roadbed. Since the number 2 base was constructed in both the east and west directions, the progress of the project in a single direction was only half of that of this side, but it also reached about 100 kilometers. The progress of the project of the other several bases was also similar to that of number 2. According to the calculation of a section of 450 kilometers, there was only about 150 kilometers left between the cave base and the number 3 base. With the current faster and faster progress of the project, it may take about 2 months for the two sides to be truly connected. In addition, the injection head separated from the surface of the cave wolf several months ago also showed its attitude under Nesta's observation. After comparing it with the rest of the parts that had not changed, Nesta finally confirmed one thing: this giant tree not only locked up the cave wolf, but also began to plunder some of its energy as its own nutrition, which was the main reason why it could grow so fast. Chapter 152 Assessment and Construction Site. Give me some monthly tickets. After several months of continuous training and the special environment around him, Isa has memorized many new words. Although he still speaks the new troll language with a lot of fuss, he is no longer the same as he was at the beginning, when he couldn't understand anything. Today he was on the day shift, so he got up early in the morning, when it was still dark, put on the uniform short skirt in the house, and wore something called underwear inside. Isa came to the yard, washed his face with a bucket of water he fetched from the river yesterday, and then brushed his teeth as taught in class. Whether it was the ordinary teeth in the mouth or the fangs exposed outside the mouth, he carefully brushed them with brushes of different sizes. It is said that this was the first behavior of the great pioneers, and Isa, who worshipped them, naturally accepted this request without any resistance. After washing, Isa returned to the bedroom to take the notebook from the desk, picked up the bag next to it, and hung it around his waist, put on the hollow work boots woven with vines, and went out. The direction he was heading to was the 5th canteen, where the group he lived in provided meals every day. There were a total of 6 similar places in the city. The first 2 were in the second ring area, where the trolls working in the factory ate, and the remaining 4 were in the periphery, providing meals to the trolls living in a fan according to the area. On the way to the canteen, Isa was not idle. He kept flipping through his notes and muttering something. A few minutes later, he came to the small square in front of the canteen, where several trolls were already waiting. Isa did not greet any of the workers he knew, or did not know, and was still racing against time to look at the notebook in his hand, and the other trolls who arrived earlier were basically the same at this time, all with a slightly nervous look, holding a small booklet and preparing something. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the small square gradually became lively, and there were about dozens of trolls gathered. At this time, the locked door of the canteen was finally opened, and several trolls walked out of the door. They lined up the cylinders in their hands. The strongest warrior, with a naked upper body and patterns that dazzled the trolls, walked to the front and shouted at the top of the steps, "Everyone, start preparing for the radio gymnastics. This is almost a daily routine. Since all the foreign workers have studied in the training center for a period of time, there are special soldiers who carry out various overall and obedience training for these guys according to Nesta's instructions. Among them, lining up for gymnastics is one of the important projects. Isa has also become accustomed to this. He quickly put the notebook that he had never left his hand into the bag on his waist, and then looked up to find his own team. Team 13. Gather here." The direction from which the captain's voice came was different from yesterday. Isa turned his head reflexively and saw the captain and another troll from the same tooth tribe in his team. In daily interactions, although the boundaries of each other's origins were deliberately blurred, the trolls of the Fang tribe were too prominent. Therefore, when Isa saw them for the first time, his subconscious reaction was the Fang tribe. Only then could he remember the teachings of the great pioneers and add the trolls are one family. After completing this part of the psychological activity as usual, Isa tiptoed and waved over there and then took a step to run over. Unexpectedly, as soon as he started, he bumped into the guy next to him who seemed to want to run in the other direction. Both trolls took a step back, and then their explosive personalities subconsciously wanted to explode. They glared at each other, stepped forward, and raised their fists, as if they were about to greet each other in the morning. This situation was discovered by the soldiers, who were always paying attention to the situation in all directions under the stage, and they immediately blew the whistle in the direction of Isa, and pointed their arms over. The whistle reminded the officer who had spoken earlier. He followed the soldier's arm, and found two troublemakers who were about to fight. The officer's eyes swept over like a hawk and shouted, "Two reckless men over there. Do you want to drag your team down, and make them go hungry for a day?" When Isa heard the whistle, and heard the words team, and no food, that he had remembered, his neck immediately shrank, and he quickly retracted his hand. Although he was always fearless, and dared to fight back, even if the chief hit him, he could not bear the fact that his teammates had no food because of him. Therefore, Isa retracted his raised fist with some embarrassment, and showed a forced smile to the troll opposite, who had almost the same reaction. The two trolls nodded to each other, apologized with the "I'm sorry" they had forced themselves to memorize, and then walked away from each other from a distance of 2 meters, scratching their heads, and heading towards their own queue. This time, Isa didn't dare to run again. "Isa, you are impulsive again." The troll of the Tooth tribe next to the captain was the deputy captain of the team. He stepped forward and patted Isa on the shoulder, saying something that he could only understand half of, and showed a smile that he thought was kind. Isa also felt that the deputy captain was really kind, so even though he didn't know what he was saying specifically, he smiled awkwardly and then stood where he should be under the guidance of the captain's eyes. The episode ended quickly, as the 10 trolls of Isa's team returned to the team one after another. The rest of the teams were almost in place. The square in front of the cafeteria was noisy from the original noise and immediately became so noisy that you could hear a pin drop. The officer nodded, turned around and walked to the cylinder, pulled out 2 forearm-long things from his waist with fist-sized bulges on the front, and hit the cylinder in front of him, making a dang-dang roar. The same sound was almost at the same time, and it was faintly heard from other directions in the city. After beating the wake-up drum, the officer shouted, "Everyone, stand at attention. At ease. Look to the right in line." Tap 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 tap. A dense and relatively neat sound of footsteps when lining up came from below. Raise your arms horizontally to both sides. Disperse. Dang dang dang. Dang 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 dang. With the drum sounding again on the steps, dozens of trolls below began morning exercises. 5 minutes later, the morning exercises ended. The troll teams, led by their captains and vice captains, entered the cafeteria in an orderly manner, and then sat down at the tables in teams. Isa did the same, sitting at one of the long tables with the rest of the team. At this time, he really felt nervous, and quietly took out the notebook from his backpack, wanting to temporarily carry it on his back for a while. Before he started to sharpen his gun, an apprentice walked out from the inner room, and came to the hall where the trolls were. He was holding a thick stack of papers in his hand, and slammed it on the table in the front row with a thud. He said in a voice that was not too loud but quite clear, "The daily test will begin soon. Repeat the rules and today's menu again. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Okay, hand out the papers. The time limit is 30 minutes. The papers were passed from one end to the other, and when the apprentice saw that all the trolls were ready, he lit the oil lamp used for timing. Isa took a look at the test paper and found that it was still the same old rules. There were 50 questions from top to bottom. 1 to 20 were to add words by looking at pictures. 21 to 30 were to look at words and annotate them with pronunciation, or look at pronunciation and annotate words, and 31 to 50 were addition and subtraction within 100. He first looked at the first 20 questions, which were the most intuitive, and found that they were basically what he remembered. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief and took out a feather pen and ink from his bag. The feather pen and ink were all issued by the training class, especially the ink, which was separately placed in a wooden bottle with a bottle stopper. Every time he wrote, he had to pull out the stopper and then dip the feather pen to write. It was quite novel for Isa, if he didn't consider studying. In the sound of writing, all the trolls participating in the exam were writing with their heads down. The witch doctor apprentice and the officer who had organized the morning exercises were also patrolling in front and behind, alert for cheaters. The participants of the exam are all trolls, both inside and outside, but those from the Ya tribe get a relatively more difficult paper, while the outside trolls get a basic paper like Ice's. So, if we calculate the probability of dragging the team, it is possible for either side. The oil lamp that can only burn for 30 minutes quickly went out, and the whistle in the officer's mouth sounded immediately. The candidates threw down their pens as if by reflex, put down their hands, raised their heads, and sat straight ahead. From left to right, collect the papers. The apprentice had been holding the collected papers for a while, and Isa kept rubbing his hands waiting for the result. Another moment passed, and the door of the inner room was finally opened. The eyes of the trolls were all directed to that side, looking at it with hope and trepidation. No one failed. Less than 30. Before all the trolls could breathe a sigh of relief, the apprentice said, "But I found 2 idiots who didn't write their names, so 2 teams may not have food today." The trolls became nervous and began to recall whether they wrote their names. One by one, the trolls received their papers, but 2 of them stretched their necks to look at them eagerly, with shame and uneasiness on their faces. "Tot, Bishop, so it's you? Very good. Team 3, Team 5, your 2 teams will not have food today." Isa didn't have time to gloat. He was looking at his paper at this time and saw the bright red 82 on it. Isa, who had already learned the numbers within 100, knew what this was and felt both fortunate and regretful. Fortunately, he managed to get through it again. In addition to the basic rations, he also got an extra half kilogram of barbecue, half a kilogram of mixed nut milk, and 200 grams of cheese for the team, which greatly enriched today's meals. As for the regret, he failed to get more awards. However, not long ago, he was barely at the level of 30 points, and he relied on the high score awards from the captain and vice captain every day to satisfy his cravings. And his other teammates were similar to Isa. For a long time, they could only eat the crown wheat rice that would not starve the trolls, and the little food shared by the captains. Therefore, today's results have actually improved a lot. Captain, did you do well in the exam? Not bad, 98 points. I'm also okay, 94 points. It looks like we can have a good meal again today. The vice captain said so, and put the test paper in the middle of the table, so that all the team members could see it. After that, he turned around, and cared about the other foreign workers besides Isa. Isa and the other 7 trolls saw the 2 papers on the table, and were shocked by the dense and complex questions, that they could not understand at all. As always, their faces showed admiration and greed. In the daily exams, high grades and high knowledge have been linked with delicious food in their still undeveloped brains. Then, they naturally regarded them as attributes that are equal to strong and able to fight, which are worthy of admiration. Unlike Isa's expectation and relaxation, the situation on the 2 teams that were punished and had no food to eat was a bit complicated. The teammates from outside were blaming them and even wanted to beat them. The captain from the Ya tribe acted as a blocker and a cold-faced but warm-hearted teacher. The vice captain said good things on the side and kept comforting the team members who made mistakes and felt ashamed for dragging down their teammates. The witch doctor apprentice and the combat officer saw all this and felt extremely satisfied. It's quite true. These captains and vice captains are worth training. Putting aside the farce, after the teams received the food distributed according to the test results, it was time to go to work. At this time, the track has extended more than 200 kilometers from the city. If they want to reach the section responsible for each group completely on foot, it will take a long time. Therefore, all the teams came to the temporary station outside the city with the food for the day and gathered. Here, 4 teams pulled 6 carriages and were ready to set off at any time. After these teams entered the carriages under the guidance of the conductor, the driver in front gave a long shout and swung the long side in his hand. The rest of the moose made a snap sound in the air. The moose started to start and dragged the carriages forward. Tap 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 boom boom boom. The speed of the train went from fast to slow. Before it ran 100 meters, it was close to 100 kilometers per hour. Almost all the carriages were open air. The oncoming, increasingly strong wind kept blowing at the reserved trolls. The train quickly left the city behind and headed east. About 1 light hour and 50 minutes later, the train driver began to control the moose to slow down. 1 light hour and 55 minutes later, the brakeman in each carriage also began to pull the brakes little by little. The speed of the train gradually slowed down. When the end was visible to the naked eye, the moose had changed from running to walking, and the carriages behind were also braked by the brake discs, accompanied by an unpleasant noise, gradually getting rid of the control of inertia. The train finally stopped. Outside the temporary terminal was already waiting for another group of trolls on the night shift. They would take the empty train and set off on the road back to the cave base. But these trolls didn't have any sense of relief like finally off work. Instead, they all had bitter faces, because what awaited them after returning was not rest, but 10 hours of study time. It can be said that most of them really would rather continue to work on the construction site than endure that torture. Isa and his fellow workers got off the train together, followed the captain's example, and hugged and greeted another group of teams that were handing over the same section, and then watched them get into the train with their heads down. Although this experience has lasted for several months, he still can't look at this big guy he took when he came here with a normal heart, and he has to stare at it for a long time every time. The driver was untying the traction ropes of the moose at this time, and then pulled them around to the other side of the train, and tied them up again. Then the brakemen in each carriage also got off the train, carrying long boxes or buckets in their hands. Isa knew that it was filled with food prepared for the moose. "Isa, let's go." The deputy captain's voice came from the front, interrupting his gaze. So Isa returned to the team, and walked towards the warehouse beside him. "Want to try driving today?" the deputy captain suddenly asked. Isa turned around in surprise and immediately forgot about the rail train. He asked in disbelief, "Isa, can I?" "Of course, no problem. I'll talk to the captain later. It's time for you to go up and operate it." Isa understood a few key words, and roughly understood the meaning of the deputy captain's words. He immediately nodded repeatedly, and said that he wanted to try it. Not only him, but also several other foreign trolls. Isa's ability to operate means that they will always have a chance. "Haha, you wait." The deputy captain smiled and trotted to the captain who was taking over not far away. About 100 meters away, there is a temporary fenced-off open space where about 20 trailers are parked at this time. There is also a large warehouse next to the open space. The door is not closed, and there are piles of construction materials such as sections of tracks, steel and wood nails, etc. inside. Since the steel and wood forests and machinery factories are all built near or within the city, and as the tracks are extended day by day, in order to seek more convenient material supply, these things will be transported to the forefront of the road construction in batches, and stored in advanced bases one after another. As the project continues to advance, these forward bases are always in the process of abandoning the old, building new, abandoning again, and building new again, gradually moving away from the city. Every time the construction team comes to change shifts, they have to pick up the materials distributed that day and move them to the trailers, then carry the goods, pull their teammates, drive the trucks, walk on the potholes and simple roads, and go to the work area they are responsible for. At this time, the team leader is inspecting the vehicles handed over by the previous team in the parking lot. If he can find signs of damage in time before signing, he will not have to let his team bear the punitive learning task. "What's wrong?" The captain was trying to drive the car, and asked doubtfully when he saw the deputy captain coming over. "Should we let those new outsiders try? I think Isa is almost qualified." The captain forgot to look at Isa from a distance when he heard this, and happened to see him grinning, so he pretended to be serious, and nodded to him. After looking back, he relaxed his expression, and said to the deputy captain, "Okay, it's a task assigned by the witch doctors anyway, so let him try. I hope nothing goes wrong. I don't want to be dragged to recite textbooks." "Haha, it's okay. Isa should be able to do it." "Okay. TSK, I don't know when we can return to the team. I miss the captain and the others a little." "Who said it's not true?" I said. "What's wrong? Will the witch doctors not let us go back just like that?" "Impossible." "Why is it impossible?" "The hunter team will be reorganized into an engineering team. From now on, you are the captain and I'm the deputy captain, and you will be responsible for leading these new team members." "No way." Doesn't that mean I can no longer hunt with the captain and the others? That's not necessarily true. I heard that the dictator wants to build a big farm. Maybe he will reorganize after completing this mission. Maybe we can return. Even if it doesn't work, we can be responsible for the adjacent fields with the captain and others, and everyone can be together happily again. Farming. I went to the experimental field and saw it. It doesn't seem interesting. Just as the two old comrades were chatting, and even forgot about the work in their hands, the factory representative next to them interrupted them helplessly. Hey, I'm still waiting for the results here. Why are you chatting now? Haha. Sorry, the car is fine. I'll drive away now. Get in and take them to transport the goods. The deputy captain jumped into the car, got into the co-pilot seat, and began to work with the captain. Click, click. As the two trolls exerted their strength, the sound of the transmission structure in the car body became louder and louder. The captain sitting in the main seat controlled the steering wheel with one hand, and changed the front and rear gears with the other hand. His feet kept stepping on the power component similar to a bicycle pedal. His upper body was half turned back, paying attention to the situation at the rear end. The truck started slowly, gradually backed out of the parking lot, and retreated all the way to the team members. Do you want to try? The captain jumped off the huge car and asked Isa. Try it. Isa can do it. Isa kept patting his chest and promised. Okay, you come to sit in my seat today. The captain understood that the co-pilot seat was purely a laborer, and only the main driver could experience the joy of driving, so Isa must want to try the seat he had sat in before. Thank you. Isa happily sat in the main driver's seat, and then began to operate under the guidance of the deputy captain. Although he had learned to drive in the training class, due to language problems, he was more of a visit at that time, and had almost no chance to practice. Now that he has finally climbed into the brain of this big guy, Isa is naturally very excited. Just as the deputy captain was about to give instructions and the captain was about to lead the rest of the team to the warehouse to load the goods and the food for the team, a familiar crisp sound came from the distance. It seems that the moose has almost rested, and the previous batch of trolls can finally start to return. Some book friends said that the perspective of this type of text can actually leave the protagonist, so I tried it. Chapter 153 Mechanical Research Institute. As the track project continued, various tool needs appeared on the frontline construction sites. Among them, the application of new machinery was undoubtedly one of the areas that Nestor and other witch doctors focused on. As soon as the logging truck was successful, Nestor ordered the participants in the research to take the lead in establishing a mechanical research institute, hoping to obtain more spiritual ideas and results by gathering interested minds together. Later, the Mechanical Research Institute lived up to his expectations and gradually figured out a series of various machines suitable for trolls. Gia, who had just come of age, was already one of the most popular witch doctor apprentices in the tribe. If you want to know why, it was because the original logging truck design of the engineering machinery was his work. Therefore, Gia took on the important task of director of the Mechanical Research Institute at a young age, and felt honored and responsible because of the dictator and the Rune Council's attention. After that, Gia deeply participated in and presided over the design of many subsequent industrial and agricultural machinery series products, and achieved outstanding results. But such a young troll, who should have been full of confidence and pride, now had a sad face. Gia, who had just come out of the intelligence gathering center, was walking back to the institute with a thick stack of papers full of bad feedback. It's been 6 times. What went wrong? The institute has always been paying attention to the most cutting-edge needs of rail engineering. When it was learned that stone powder production has become the most difficult and labor-intensive work nowadays, it immediately launched relevant research work, wanting to use mechanical power as always to solve this problem. But unlike the previous successful experience, this time their design failed countless times. Stone powder, as the name suggests, is a powder made by grinding hard stones. The tribe has found in years of practice that the product obtained by mixing a large amount of stone powder with a certain proportion of steel sawdust, grease, and tree thickener, after adding water, stirring, and baking, will become an excellent building material. This material is called wood stone concrete. It has very good durability, solidity, and fixing ability. Whether it is the latest city wall construction or the foundation laying in the rail engineering, a large amount of this stuff is needed. Therefore, the grinding and mixing of stone powder has become one of the most time-consuming and labor-intensive tasks on the front line. The solution of the institute is exactly the same as when it designed the logging truck. It still uses the old-fashioned troll power mode and is ready to make a special machine that can go to the front line and is easy to use. Therefore, the first draft that was full of confidence and had preliminary attempts was sent to the frontline factory, but it was rejected because of negative opinions such as impractical and the processing volume is a drop in the bucket. The second draft, the third draft, and until today's sixth draft design are all the same. Either the processing volume is too small, but it wastes more labor, or it is unprecedentedly heavy and cannot run for a long time, or the weight of the working part exceeds the standard and cannot be driven. In short, it has been rejected. He could not rudely shift the blame to the frontline factory responsible for manufacturing, or the workers responsible for actual verification. Out of simple trust and repeated thinking about the feedback, he understood that this time it was really his own design and the design of the research institute that had problems. The reasons for the failure were balance, flexibility, weight, etc. The test machine that focused on flexibility could not take into account the efficiency of the functional end at all, and the test machine that focused on the functional end and magnified the working components could not achieve a balance of driving force. If the steel and wood grinding disc wanted to achieve the effect he wanted, both the weight and volume would greatly exceed the limit that an engineering vehicle could bear, and in terms of labor durability, production efficiency, mechanical composition, etc., it was always impossible to find a balance point that satisfied the front line. Therefore, the 6 designs before and after were determined to have no practical application value. Even in the repeated tossing, the frontline factory responsible for manufacturing became resentful. The assemblers complained that they always had to learn some failed things, and the engineers complained that the normal production line was delayed. As for the frontline production team, the workers complained more, such as it's not as fast as the hammer. Why is this thing more difficult? It takes 5 or 6 team members to use it, so there is no need to do other work. Everything was too smooth before, and Jia's life had not experienced too many twists and turns, so his heart was not as strong as those predecessors who had experienced the baptism of hard times. Just like now, the research was not smooth. The frontline factory complained, the workers complained, and the self-doubts such as will the dictator be disappointed in me? All these things seemed to be a heavy burden on his shoulders, making Jia a little breathless. Of course, the busy Nestor didn't know about these things related to the grinding machine research at this time, and the Rune Council actually never blamed him. In short, the young Jia was a little panicked. Since a large number of trolls were dispatched, the streets of the headquarters seemed a little empty at this time. Jia walked alone on the street. He tried to keep calm and kept repeating in his mind, it's okay, it's okay. At this moment, a small stream of water flowing out of the corner suddenly attracted some of his attention. The source of the water flow is unknown. Maybe it is the sediment after the rain in the morning. It slowly flows out of the alley, and its head is almost reaching Jia's feet. On the path ahead of the water flow, there is a lonely small piece of wood lying. One end of it seems to be padded with a small stone, so it is slightly tilted, and the other end is slightly tilted, with only one of the corners supporting the ground. The water flow gradually approaches, and as it flows, it hits the inclined surface of the wood piece little by little, driving the wood piece to move, and finally falls off the stone, gradually going away along the water flow. Jia looked a little dazed, but his thoughts kept coming and going. All kinds of complicated thoughts were floating around, but they always disappeared at the moment when they were about to be caught. He didn't know what he was expecting, but there was always a feeling in his heart telling Jia, I definitely found something important! Exclamation mark. But he couldn't figure it out. This was like being called in the middle of going to the toilet and having to cut off the uncomfortable feeling, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. But because of the shift in attention, Jia was able to get rid of the sense of failure at this time, even if it was only temporarily. He shook his head temporarily threw away the messy thoughts in his mind, took 2 deep breaths, and started walking again, heading towards the research institute. His companions were still waiting for his news. Along the way, Jia passed through the residential area, where there were few traces of trolls due to the special period, and hurried on his way. The breeze blew by, causing the shadows of the trees on both sides of the road to sway constantly, and the leaves made a rustling sound under the touch of the wind. The door next to the room was suddenly pushed open and hit the wall with a doong sound, and when it rebounded, it made a creaking sound, because the bearing lacked lubricating oil. Damn old thing. You actually climbed into the bed while you were confused. Get out of here. An old man was holding his skirt and was being pushed around with an embarrassed look on his face. Behind him, a female troll who looked very young was chasing him naked at this time, pushing the old man out of the door step by step. The mating of trolls is extremely chaotic, and Jia didn't have the mind to pay attention to these messy things at this time, so he didn't stop at all and kept walking with his head covered. But the scenes of flowing water driving wood, wind driving leaves, doors being knocked open, etc. were actually recorded one by the eyes and ears. The Mechanical Research Institute is located outside the central area of the tribe. The main building is a rare 2-story structure connected by steps. There is also a spacious courtyard outside the main building, which is filled with many test machines. At this time, a troll in the courtyard was fiddling with a machine. Seeing Jia coming back, he began to wave from afar. This troll is called Jia. He is also a witch doctor apprentice, and one of the trolls who received Master's mechanical enlightenment at the White River. He is now a deputy of the institute. He is as young as Jia, but his mentality seems to be better. There is no frustration caused by failure on his face. Come back? What's the feedback from the front? Jia asked, and sat down in front of a machine's operating table, and then stepped on the pedal. Boom boom boom. The idling machine roared, and then the giant hammer in front was driven, hitting the workbench with nothing on it, making a unique dull sound when steel and wood collide with each other. If it were in the past, Jia, who always felt sorry for the machines, would definitely stop his comrade immediately. But when he saw this scene today, he could not care about anything else. He just stood there in the expectant eyes of his comrade. Come and have a fight. His straight, focused eyes scared Jia, thinking that this guy had gone crazy because he could not withstand the blow of failure. With an awkward laugh, Jia stopped his feet and said carefully, "Comrade, don't be like this. It's just a scrapped machine. Can you at least scold it?" His words were automatically filtered by the listener's consciousness. All the pictures and sounds on the road before, and Jia's previous pranks, gathered into something called inspiration at this time, just like a thunderbolt flashing through Jia's mind. Yes. Why bother with magic power? Isn't a greater and more continuous power always around us? He muttered, and walked past the machine tooth as if nothing happened, and went straight into the laboratory building. His comrades greeted him one by one, but the machine tooth seemed to hear nothing, and sat down at his desk. He subconsciously pulled out a huge paper for design, then picked up the feather pen that was always dipped in the ink bottle, and began to draw on the paper according to the ideas in his mind. The paddle structure was denied, the door shaft structure was denied, and the huge rotatable disc was concave from the surface to the outer edge of the body, to become an independent partition bearing gear group transmission. The mechanical body. He became more and more excited as he drew. Ideas emerged from his mind like a spring. Even the design of the complex gear group was achieved in just a moment of thinking. Jia had never felt that research was as easy as it was today. The overall design ideas of a group of gears and mechanical structures seemed to be carved by an invisible hand in his mind. They were constantly presented and reorganized, as if they existed in reality, approaching the design purpose at a very fast speed. His previous abnormal state had been noticed by the other apprentices in the institute. Out of concern for their comrades, all 7 apprentices, including Jia, actually followed him all the way and witnessed everything that happened at this time. What appeared on the paper was so incredible. This kind of precise and complex mechanical structure was obviously not something that an apprentice could deduce from scratch in a short period of time. It has always been the brain speed field unique to the witch doctor. Therefore, there is only one possibility left. He has advanced. A suppressed and excited voice came from the mouth of the machine tooth behind him. 10 days after the machine tooth was hit by inspiration and advanced to the witch doctor due to its own accumulation, the headquarters mobilized 20 apprentices to send a paper and the news of the birth of the new witch doctor to the far west. 3 days later, the paper finally arrived at the cave base after 4 transfers. And then was translated into text by the intelligence center and sent to Nestor. Research and verification results on the use of water power to replace troll power in large machinery. Looking through the paper in his hand and the new design ideas of the grinding machine, Nestor smiled with satisfaction. Since the establishment of the new system, this is the first time that a witch doctor has used non-magic research as his own opening paper. Nestor thought so. Water power, to be honest, Nestor himself has thought about it, but there are too many things to think about and decide every day, and many inspirations and ideas are always delayed for one reason or another. Some of these trivial thoughts would be picked up again after a period of time, and some would be completely forgotten. Even if I have thousands of ideas and thoughts, I can't take care of them all because I'm alone. But, I finally see the growth of the little guys. Come, take a look. This is a good thing. As the voice fell, a vine appeared in front of him and rolled up the pages of paper handed over by Nestor. Coarse Teeth took the paper in front of him and read it silently while maintaining the form of a half-tree troll. After a while, he nodded and said slowly, "I think it's good. It's unique. Well, then pass it on. Let all apprentices and witch doctors see this paper and inspire their brains. Researchers should be good at using all the materials given to us by nature." "I understand. We will do this." The director of the intelligence center of the cave base said so. "Well, then you go first." The visitor bowed and left. Only 2 witch doctors, Koya and Nestor, were left under the giant tree. Nestor watched the visitor leave, then shifted his gaze and looked at the giant tree again. Behind them, the huge cage tree hung down a total of 9 vines. The vines are a variant of branches, with the tail ends directly connected to the trunk and the ends connected to an egg-shaped object, which looks like the giant tree is laying eggs. "I hope there will be a good result," Nestor said as he looked at the 9 eggs of different sizes and colors. Following Nestor's order, the thesis was later sent to almost all witch doctors and witch doctor apprentices. The ideas and practices of the use of hydraulics in it deeply affected the focus of work for the next period of time. In the 4 bases at the forefront, many trolls were filled into factories because of mechanical power. These factories were running wildly every day to produce a steady stream of parts and finished products. But no matter how strong and endurance the trolls have, they are still flesh and blood after all. They will feel tired due to the intensity of work, and will feel boring and tedious due to the constant repetitive work. Moreover, there are only so many trolls in total, and the total number of trolls that can serve as workers is even more limited. In the case of taking into account the construction of the track and the operation of the factory, many workers who could have been used to do more technical things were assigned to the power post because of the lack of labor. Although the original intention was to make them closer to technology, they also consumed their possibilities in repetitive labor. Therefore, these factories are the success or failure of power. Due to the amount of labor and efficiency, they can never increase production unscrupulously. Now, once the idea of applying hydraulic power is put into practice, it can almost free half or even more trolls from the factory, allowing them to do more interesting and challenging things. The first to be built was a large-scale grinding stone factory. Due to the huge demand for stone powder, this work was personally handled by the witch doctors in each base. Due to the indispensability of water resources, the sub-bases were all set up near the river when the site was selected. Although they are not completely adjacent, within 2 or 3 kilometers outside the city, you can always find water with a qualified runoff. Therefore, the witch doctors went out of the city and used the power of magic to build several huge paddle wheels by the river. The paddle wheels rotate continuously under the impact of the river water and then drive the long axis at the center of the back to twist. The end of the power shaft will extend into the factory building standing on the river bank. The side of the factory building facing the river is not a traditional wall, but a series of large hollow steel and wood cubes close to each other. The outside of the cube is connected to the long axis extending from the paddle wheel. The inside of the cube has an extremely complex gear set structure. The power of the river water is adjusted in terms of direction and stability, and then flows out from the inside, driving the large grinders and other machines further inside the factory. The stones collected from the river will be crushed, large hydraulic impact hammer, ground into powder, large hydraulic grinder, mixed with primary auxiliary materials, large hydraulic mixer, and then packed into a standard shaped sealed wooden box, and sent to a large trailer. The trailer carried the goods, and transported them to the train station on the other side of the city through the simple road, and then the train sent them to the forward base. These boxes of semi-finished stone, wood and concrete materials greatly accelerated the construction of the roadbed, and the arrival time of the day when the tracks between the bases were connected was shortened again. Today, my tutor pulled me up to listen to a report, and then forced me to have a dinner. I wrote this chapter very quickly. I drank a little and my head was still dizzy. I barely caught up with it. Chapter 154. Tree embryos in the frontier construction site that will meet soon. As mentioned before, Nestor and Kuaya are now using the giant tree to conduct research related to the development environment, and the tree has grown related results. Egg-shaped objects. Among these egg-shaped objects, 2 are actually real eggs, born by small and medium-sized poultry in the tribe. The remaining 7 are the results of the incubation of moose and wolf embryos. This is a control experiment used to observe the impact of changes in energy content in the gestation environment. Nestor combines eggs, embryos, and fruits of plants, and then uses the intracellular fluid full of energy substances extracted from the cave wolf to incubate the test body, thereby obtaining a series of observation results. And today, just as Nestor and Kuaya were performing ultrasonic observations on the 9 eggs with joy or worry, an egg next to it broke with a snap, and the wet and furry chicken inside fell immediately. The 2 witch doctors seemed to have been prepared. There happened to be a soft carrier under the fruit. Because the vines had almost extended to the surface, the little chicken did not fall to death, but flapped its wings, and looked full of energy. It has almost all the element of a normal chicken, and is even much larger than its ordinary compatriots when they are just born. Nestor bent down and held it in his hands, carefully observing its physical characteristics, and the conclusion drawn was, this is a slightly larger chicken, and there is actually no essential difference between it and its domesticated ancestors in the tribe. It's not a failure. This thing has no potential. The fact that it can grow so much bigger is already a positive reaction. Nestor said to Coarse Teeth. Well, it mainly depends on the changes in the embryos of the moose and wolf. Judging from the current situation, the results should be good, but the conditions seem to be a bit harsh. Since he was not in the form of a half-tree troll at this moment, Coarse Teeth spoke at a normal rhythm. He handed the observation record in his hand to Nestor, and took the chick, and held it in front of him, and also began to observe and explore further. Coarse Teeth started with an ultrasonic detection technique, and looked almost all over the chicken, and then said, the bone density is normal, the muscle density is normal, and the brain area has not changed much. It's just a little bigger. Well, I said, it is estimated that another chicken egg will be born soon. At least from the current observation, it should be similar to this little guy. Nestor flipped through the record book in his hand, and responded to Coarse Teeth. Let's take a look at the results after breeding first. If this large size can be passed on to the next generation, wouldn't it be good? At least the meat production will be more. Coarse Teeth nodded, and then said uncertainly, it's hard to say. If there is no essential change in energy, then the next generation will be the same without the corresponding breeding environment. As for meat production, I guess we can't expect it. Unless we can really make a World of Warcraft chicken later, there will be a possibility of increasing production. That's true. However, if your speculation is true, then the offspring between you and Ashura may be different from ordinary people at birth, right? Iron Sharp Fang may also be possible, but it should not be as stable as you and Ashura. By the way, why haven't you made any movement for so long? Is it because the advancement will affect breeding? When he said the last sentence, Coarse Teeth's face changed slightly. If it is really the reason he guessed, it is not good news for the tribe. Even Coarse Teeth began to feel strong resistance to the research they are currently conducting, because of his speculation. The tribe's population, which is not sufficient, cannot suffer more blows in pursuit of a few elite units. This is the population concept that Course Chief holds at this time. It's not that there might be an impact, but it shouldn't be that thorough. As for the more specific situation, we have to wait for our current research to confirm. In this regard, Nestor really can't make an accurate judgment now. Because of the scarcity of observation targets, this thing can't be studied at all for the time being. But if we only look at the results of him and Ashura, at least it can be confirmed that the fertility should not be completely lost. Although Ashura's ovulation cycle has indeed been extended accordingly, but correspondingly, the egg-sitting cycle has also been increased at the same time. This means that the eggs bred by Ashura can remain active in the abdominal cavity for a longer time. So with this back and forth, whether the fertility has increased or decreased is really a bit hard to say. But at least after hearing this conclusion, Course Teeth's face recovered a little, and then he turned to ask, then why doesn't Ashura seem to be pregnant? Nestor didn't want to talk about this somewhat private issue, but on second thought, considering the current status of himself and Ashura, it's really hard to say that this is privacy. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to tell the truth. Nestor said, we just don't want children for the time being. Whether it is fighting or research, the impact of Ashura's pregnancy is a bit too great. Besides, I haven't thought about what to do after giving birth. Ashura's reason is reasonable. As the tribe's top combat and research force, she does have many concerns about her pregnancy, but Nestor's reason is a bit difficult for Course Teeth to understand. After some thought, he had a vague guess, and opened his mouth to confirm. Are you still considering the issue of family? Do you want to raise children yourself? Alas, I'm quite hesitant. Emotionally, I want to raise them myself, but at the same time I have more concerns. So every time at the last minute I have to pull out the damn thing. Why am I telling you this? Work. Haha. Course Teeth laughed for a while, because of Nestor's half sentence, then shook his head and continued, you have been different from us, since you were a child. You used to look for your mother, but now even the non-existent child, you can inexplicably develop feelings. I really can't figure it out. Nestor laughed and didn't want to continue discussing this issue. Because no matter what, this issue ultimately points to time travel and the influence of previous life concepts. It can be said that this is his biggest secret in this life. Okay, continue working and let other things take their course. Maybe one day I will figure it out. Having said that, he lowered his head and looked through the records carefully. Seeing this, Course Teeth did not continue to ask, and also focused on the matter at hand. In addition to the chicken eggs, the remaining 7 eggs included 3 groups of wolf embryos and 3 groups of moose embryos. When connecting with the giant tree, they were marked according to the 3 gestational age stages of fertilized eggs, early fetuses, and mid-fetuses according to their different initial states. The large animal that Nestor wanted to use as a research target at the beginning had long been removed from the initial key observation target due to reasons such as potential and repeatability. Therefore, now the tree has bared a fruit corresponding to the large animal, and its contribution to the research can be said to be dispensable. The record book contains detailed observation records of each stage, and even estimates of their approximate shell breaking time. Among them, the 2 columns for the chicken eggs clearly stated not much change. This was the conclusion reached long before today. It was also because of this that the 2 witch doctors did not show emotions such as surprise, disappointment, joy and so on when one of them broke its shell. Nestor's voice sounded again at this time, and he concluded, let me see, the second chicken egg is expected to break through the shell within 3 days. It is indeed a stupid choice to keep the original hard egg. The moose eggs are born 10 days later, 1 month later, and 3 months later respectively. The error of the one after 10 days should not be large, but it may be a little underdeveloped. As for the one after 1 month, it is now dying, and may not be able to survive until birth. What about this one after 3 months? This error may be a bit large. The things inside are no longer like ordinary moose. Coarse-toothed witch doctor, let's take it out before moose number 2 dies. Number 3 should be able to bring us some surprises. Agreed. What about the wolf embryo? Number 2 feels a bit reluctant and may not be able to survive. Do we have to take it out too? Wolf number 2 should always pay attention to it. As long as it doesn't really die, keep it. the situation with moose number 2 feels a little different. During this period of experiment, there were obvious differences between oviparous and viviparous. As for the chicken eggs, no matter when Esther combined them with the giant tree, the embryos inside them did not face any difficulties in survival. But when it came to the live moose and wolf, the situation was different. When combined, the two number 1 eggs with the largest gestational age successfully survived, and were even about to be born. However, from the perspective of magic observation, the changes they produced in the high energy environment were the least significant among the many control groups. Even the small conclusion of becoming bigger was defined quite reluctantly. When connected, the two number 2 eggs with the middle gestational age were simply dying at this time, and they might die before the moment of breaking the egg. On the contrary, the two embryos with the smallest gestational age at the time of connection, which could be said to have been transferred into the fruit not long after becoming fertilized eggs, are now the group that seems most likely to obtain a benign result. However, the conclusion of giving birth in 3 months for them is full of uncertainty. The so-called 3 months later is actually just an estimate, based on the gestation time under natural conditions, and if a more accurate calculation is made, based on the embryo's own formation, then the egg breaking time will most likely be pushed back quite a long time. From the observations of the limited observation group, the conclusion that can be drawn is, no matter what time period the oviparous embryo is combined with the tree, the embryo itself can grow intact, while the viviparous embryo can only be transferred in the early fertilized eggs and the middle and late stages, when the fetus is basically mature, and those with a fetal age between the two are likely to die. Nestor estimates that this gap between oviparous and viviparous is caused by the difference in fetal development patterns. Specifically, the oviparous species have all the substances that are sufficient to support the development and maturity of the embryo in its original egg, and the viviparous species, because they are connected to the mother by the umbilical cord and placenta, lose this connection with the mother after the tree transfer. Although the witch doctors have tried their best to simulate the structure of the placenta and the fruit, and turned it into a place for the exchange of substances between the fetus and the tree, however, this placenta, which can even be said to be shoddy, does not seem to be able to completely simulate all the functions of the original placenta. In addition, the nutrients that the giant tree can provide are also different from those of the mother. So it cannot actually fully support the normal development of the fetus, which leads to the lack of vitality of the middle-aged embryo. The early fertilized eggs are somewhat special. I don't know if it is due to the influence of the diluted cave wolf cell fluid provided by the giant tree. From the moment it began to develop, it has embarked on a different path from natural gestation, although they are also facing the same situation as the middle-aged eggs in terms of nutrition, breathing, etc. However, because the environment in which they grow has been changed at the beginning, they have actively developed adaptability and made active choices during development. As a result, while the embryo grows slowly, the biological essence is approaching the direction of high-level individuals in the tribe. For example, the appearance of moose number 3 in the womb can already show the tendency of the secondary leader of the moose population, and the embryo of wolf number 3, although there is no significant change in appearance, has a shadow in the brain area when the ultrasound detection is performed, and its location is exactly the area where the magic crystal is generated, which is obviously developing in the direction of the Warcraft wolf. It is worth mentioning that this suspected magic crystal induction has also been vaguely and uncertainly observed in the embryo of wolf number 2. Although it is not as obvious as wolf number 3, it also makes Nestor suspicious, thinking that this guy may also have the possibility of advancement, so he said before that it should be allowed to grow as much as possible. This is probably the general situation of the tree transformation research. Although it still takes some time to verify all the results, the possibility of the future seems to have ushered in the dawn. Therefore, Nestor, Corseteeth, and the witch doctors such as Ashura who occasionally come to help, have been trying their best to transform the giant tree itself during the following period of time. With their joint efforts, the vines used for embryo combination are growing slowly but quite resolutely, from 9 to 12 to 15. Therefore, more and more samples are also being transferred to trees one after another. The witch doctors headed by Nestor want to find a safe and secure way for future troll body experiments as much as possible. On the other hand, due to the continuous construction of the hydraulic factory, the factories originally built in the city are also moving out of the city little by little like ants moving, especially those basic parts factories that require strong and stable power and need to produce continuously. With the active intervention of the witch doctors, they have completed the overall relocation in just 1 month. After that, because of the trouble of parts transportation, even the assembly plants that do not have a very urgent demand for power have also been transferred. Because of the update of driving force, a large number of trolls who were originally engaged in power posts have been freed from boring work. They work with engineers to prepare for the construction of new factories. These production units that can be added immediately, combined with the current situation that the physical strength of the trolls in the power post is no longer considered, have a tendency to pull up the industrial capacity of each subbase. This change first had a considerable impact on the construction sites on the front line. The supply of various engineering machinery increased a lot. Moreover, with the large-scale supply of semi-finished wood, stone and concrete, the speed of roadbed construction has also been advancing by leaps and bounds, as if it had been injected with hormones, and the track laying, which has always been held back by the roadbed, has naturally accelerated the progress, because there is no delay from the former. It was originally expected that it would take another 2 to 3 months to finally connect the track line from the cave base to the second base. After 1.5 months, it is not far from a successful reunion. At the construction frontier, more than 320 kilometers away from the cave base and more than 170 kilometers away from the second sub-base, the leading production teams of the two bases are busy with their respective work in the assigned sections of the road. Because in the middle of the project, there was feedback from the base that it would be better to carry out the logging operations in a unified manner. So at that time, the cave base gathered most of the production teams and carried out a collective logging operation, clearing a large area of treeless belts at one time. Therefore, logging trucks have basically withdrawn from the front line of the rail project and have begun the mission of opening up agricultural land near the city. At the forefront of the construction site on the cave base side, two concrete mixers are roaring. The drums behind them are loaded with tons of finished concrete, ready to be filled into the foundation at any time. The foundation is about 1 meter deep. After the general shape is dug out with an excavator, the edges and corners will be manually repaired and then smoothed with concrete. After that, steel and wood strips will be used inside to build a 3-dimensional grid structure. Finally, the concrete mixer will pour fluid concrete into the grid to completely fill the entire tunnel. After weathering, these concretes will cooperate with the internal steel and wood strips to form a dense foundation layer, and the sleepers and tracks are laid on this section of the foundation. This method of building tracks was obtained by witch doctors after repeated verification in the first few hundred meters of the road. Although the construction process is quite tedious and time consuming, the subsequent maintenance is relatively easier, and it is not necessary to rework it every once in a while. The frontier construction site that the perspective is looking at now happens to be the one in charge of the production team where Isa is. At this time, Isa was driving the engineering vehicle to the farthest end of the construction site, preparing to extend the excavation work further, while his teammates, some were working in the tunnel, and some were repeatedly stepping on the pedals in the car to prevent the concrete from solidifying in the drum, so that the inside of the drum behind them was always in motion. After driving the engineering vehicle for a distance, Isa left the driver's seat, moved to the operating post on the side, and began to drive the excavation arm in front. Because the tribe's engineering vehicles all use troll power, unlike the Earth in Nestor's previous life, the biggest source of noise for these engineering vehicles is just the sound of various gears biting and bearings rotating in the power box. Coupled with the application of lubricating oil, its impact on the ears is actually not very serious. Among these orderly and special sounds, Isa's sensitive hearing was not seriously disturbed, so he vaguely heard a sound in the front that seemed to be almost the same as the sound in the construction site behind him. "Captain." He stopped operating the machine, turned around and shouted to the back, "What's wrong?" "I seem to hear something special." Sound. Because there were 2 mixer trucks working all the time next to the captain and the other team members, the sound was actually noisier than that in front of Isa. Therefore, the captain and deputy captain here could not hear the sound described by Isa at all. Why don't you go and see? What did that guy hear? In addition to supervising the project, the captain also took on the task of security alert, so he said to the deputy captain. The deputy captain's face also became a little solemn. He nodded steadily, jumped out of the foundation tunnel in 3 or 2 steps, and ran to the far end where Isa was. When the deputy captain arrived next to Isa, he listened carefully and indeed heard something different, because Isa had stopped driving the excavator arm at this time. The sound was even clearer than before. It seems to be a construction site. But we should be at the forefront. Wait, could it be the vanguard of base number 2? The solemn expression on the deputy captain's face disappeared in an instant, and turned into a little excitement and expectation. He ordered Isa, wait a minute, I'll go over and take a look. Then, the deputy captain gestured in the direction of the captain behind him. He conveyed his meaning to the captain, who had always been paying attention to this side, and after getting his promise, he ran over there. While the cave base was working in full swing, the second branch base located in the nearest east was actually not much behind. At the forefront of the construction site, a construction team was also working intensively at this time. This team was also mixed, with its captain and deputy captain both from the headquarters, and the other 8 were outsiders. The captain's name is Quinatsis. Before the reorganization, she was actually the hunting captain of the original hunting team. Due to some special reasons, Quinatsis was not promoted. Instead, the team members under her former hunting captain, due to the reorganization of the production team, basically became the captains and vice captains of their respective teams. I don't know if it was a coincidence or the witch doctor's bad taste. The captain and vice captain of the team, where Isa is at the forefront of the construction site of the cave base, coincidentally, are the team members under Quinatsis' command who have met the standards. I'm really afraid that one day I won't be able to publish before 12 o'clock. If I can't get full attendance, I will really cry. Please give me some monthly tickets. Chapter 155 Old comrades successfully joined forces. Give some votes. Quinatsis is not satisfied with her current life. Her dream is to join the Far Travelers and become a pioneer in the tribe's exploration of the outside world. Unfortunately, she was not able to successfully join the Far Travelers as she had hoped during the recent expansion. This is not because she was rejected, but because she never even had the qualifications to register. As for the lack of registration qualifications, it is not a serious reason such as political review, but because of the tradition. When the Far Travelers were established, they have always selected members directly from the combat soldiers. Therefore, under the habit of becoming a habit, the temporary expansion related office did not pay attention to this, resulting in the public being unaware of its recruitment standards. Therefore, when the combat soldiers were expanding, Quinatsis did not apply for registration because she wanted to wait for the expansion of the Far Travelers. However, she waited and waited, but she did not wait for the expansion notice of the Far Travelers. After asking, she learned about the internal recruitment. The angry Quinatsis grabbed the office apprentice by the neck and beat him up, which attracted the attention of the witch doctors. The result of this incident was that Quinatsis was sentenced to 10 days of hard labor, which was a standard fighting penalty, and the military expansion office was required to write a self-criticism, which was recited in public by the deacon in charge in front of the Parliament Square. Quinatsis was also received by the pioneers. The layout of the pioneer office can be said to be quite simple, with only a table, a chair and a bookcase. Although Quinatsis did not have much detailed knowledge of simple and luxury, she only subconsciously thought at the time, such a great troll. The office is not much different from where I live, that's all. But the cold decoration style formed a sharp contrast with the serious attitude of the dictator, and thus left a deep impression on her, and affected her subsequent style of behavior. It was in such an environment that the pioneer met with her and talked with her for a long time. Quinatsis still remembers what the dictator said at that time. The pioneer stood up to greet her and personally prepared a chair for her, then said with extraordinary patience, "Quinatsis, you are wrong, but this time the executive government is undoubtedly more wrong. Although we do not advocate your use of violence to release the grievances in your heart, we have to admit that courage and straightforwardness have always been one of our best qualities. So, although the parliament is very entangled in the punishment measures for you, since we ourselves have not provided a good channel for opinions, this time we just hold you high and let you go lightly. I hope that you can retain your courage and boldness in the future, and act more cautiously. Especially when you still regard Traveler as your own. Your impulsiveness will not only bring risks to your teammates, but may also directly endanger the safety of the tribe behind you. As for the Far Travelers, first of all, we will reconsider the mechanism of recruiting members, and it is very likely to break the rule of direct screening from combat soldiers, so that all people will have the ability to choose from now on. Secondly, for you as an individual, I now have 2 plans. I hope you can listen to them. Yes, Sir Pioneer, I'm willing to listen to your suggestions. Quinatus replied. First, I'm willing to give you a chance to join the Far Travelers directly, and you can realize your dream immediately. Second, before the next formal recruitment, continue to train in the hunting team for a while, to grind your hot temper. At that time, Quinatus subconsciously wanted to choose the first one, but before she opened her mouth, she thought of her anger in the military expansion office. What she was thinking about at the moment was not just the superficial reason for her anger, that is, because of their mistakes at work, she lost the opportunity to realize her dream. In addition, she also thought of something else. So, Quinatus temporarily shut her mouth, and after careful thinking, she spoke again to confirm. Sir, regarding the first plan, can I understand it as, while the expansion plan has been completed, you just opened the door for me? The pioneer just smiled lightly at the time and answered her, yes, this is the opportunity you deserve. Don't worry too much. After hearing this, Quinatus thought for a long time, took a deep breath, and finally made her own choice. She said, thank you, sir. I hope to choose the second plan. This answer was obviously a struggle, but there was no reluctance in Quinatus's tone, but rather a stubbornness and determination. Can you tell me why? I can see that you actually yearn to become a traveler. When the pioneer asked, the smile on his face became more obvious. I can't express my ideas very well. I just feel that this doesn't seem to be a good idea. I see. I respect your choice. Let's do this. I hope you can realize your wish soon. The pioneer stood up and sent Quinatus out the door. Not long after that, the Far Traveler troops were indeed completely separated from the combat soldiers. In order to better coordinate the two in terms of troops, the tribe reorganized the previously temporarily established military expansion office and set up a permanent institution called Recruiting Department under the Military Committee. It is under the jurisdiction of the Walker Training Department, Infantry Training Department, and Cavalry Training Department, and has posted corresponding notices and promised that in the future, when expanding the army, it will combine the volunteership of the trolls concerned with the actual situation to more reasonably allocate the troops after their enlistment. In addition, whether it was the headquarters or the squares of the various garrisons, a huge public notice wall and a public opinion box were set up next to it soon. The tribe decided that all non-confidential policies that were closely related to the people must have a public notice process of about 5 days before they were officially implemented, and they were willing to listen to the relevant opinions of the people. Although the tribe had not yet produced too obvious class differentiation and status differences, the witch doctors and the deacons of the executive government actually had a faint superiority in the hearts of the trolls. But now, the tribal leaders made such a change because of her opinion. How could it not make Quinatus happy? After that, the tribe ushered in the Western Black Forest expedition and track engineering construction, and the hunting team led by Quinatus was also reorganized into a construction team. Because of the needs of the latter, the original members of the hunting team were reassigned to factories and various construction teams, becoming the backbone of the tribe's engineering. With the help of the only remaining old comrade, she led 8 new members from the allied tribe to the second sub-base. While starting the construction, she was deliberately improving her impulsive character every moment. To be honest, Quinatus is much older than Nestor, a middle-aged troll over 100 years old. Therefore, the education and welfare of the new generation in the tribe are not very relevant to her. For a long time, Quinatus just passively accepted the tribe's literacy policy, until that time, when she had the honor of having a face-to-face conversation with the pioneer. She was just a semi-illiterate and had never thought about learning new knowledge other than reading and writing. During the conversation, the pioneer's indescribable temperament and the orderliness of his words made her feel awe and yearning, and for the first time she had the idea of I also want to be like that. Therefore, during the construction of the track project, facing the learning opportunity of the training class, Konatsis did not muddle through as before. She devoted 100% of her energy to absorbing knowledge during the 10 hours of study and free time every day. Not only that, she also applied for an apprentice-level basic meditation method and would set aside a certain amount of time every day to practice meditation. Konatsis thought about it. Even if she joined the Far Traveler Corps in the future, she would never be willing to become an ordinary team member or a grassroots officer. She must become an apprentice and become a senior officer like Cui Winlitsis. Captain, what are you thinking about? The machines have stopped. A voice came from her ear. It turned out to be her deputy captain. Seeing that he was rarely distracted at work, he spoke out to remind her. Sorry. As her attention turned back, the power assembly under her feet started to operate again, so that the concrete in the mixer would not condense. Then Konatsis answered casually, I was thinking about those guys from Valesta. I wonder how everyone is doing. It should be fine. It seems that Valesta has become the captain, but he is the same as you? Haha. Even if he becomes the squadron leader, he can't beat me. How dare he come to mate with me? Haha. How is that possible? He can't pass this level of mine. The captain's body must be mine. Konatsis slapped the deputy captain on the back of the head and scolded with a smile. You are just a bragging brat. Wait until you can beat me before you say that. Hurry up and finish this work first. When will this boring project be finished, old lady? Look, you are angry again, aren't you? What about from now on? I will be calm and wise. Shut up. Oh, the team led by Konatsis is at the forefront of the project to the west of base number 2. When the line between number 2 and the cave base is officially connected, they will undoubtedly become the first team to join forces. Today's work went very smoothly, digging the ground, building the foundation, grouting, laying sleepers and tracks, and then nailing the steel and wooden nails for connection. The speed of progress is probably affected by 2 factors. First, the supply of old construction machinery is sufficient due to the increase in productivity. If there were not so few workers in total, each factory would be eager to give each team a dozen machines. On the other hand, as more and more feedback from the front line, the apprentices have tinkered with several special machines, which have gradually replaced some of the work that had to be done purely by hand before. If it continues at this speed, Konatsis estimates that it will only take 2 days for them and the night shift team to complete the construction of this section of track together and then move forward again. Just as the team she led was working hard, there seemed to be a faint call of Captain from the front. Konatsis looked up in confusion and anger, wanting to see which brave team member dared to sneak out of work to play. Did he think her fist was not hard enough? Although the person she saw was not one of her team members at the moment, he was also a familiar face. I said Oster. No. Damn it, why are you here? Before Quinet's voice could be heard, the vice captain beside her first shouted with joy and excitement, but then he showed a vigilant look and subconsciously blocked the captain. Valesta, I said Oster, and himself, Sylvester, had fought a lot because of the captain, Quinets. He had finally managed to get through and get the opportunity to stay with the captain. Why did this guy show up again? Since I said Oster was here, what about Valesta? Valesta, who was more valued by the captain, was he also nearby? After all, it was said that these 2 guys were assigned to the same group. Sylvester was like a wolf guarding his spouse in the forest at this time, looking around vigilantly, trying to find the trace of the competitor. But he seemed to have forgotten that Konatsis had never considered him a partner, so how could she allow him to do such a thing? So, he soon received another heavy slap on the back of his head. Konatsis slapped the unknown guy in front of her. Then she jumped out of the car, opened her arms, and hugged the old comrade who ran over from afar, and patted his back happily. It was not until a moment later that she remembered the incongruity of her comrade appearing here, and then asked in confusion, why are you here? Didn't you say you were assigned to base number 1? I was wondering too. Captain, aren't you at base number 2? Is the track really going to be connected? Oh, we are at the forefront of the new section, are you too? Hearing this, Isidore stuck out loud like crazy, indicating that it was indeed the case. Huh, it looks like it's finally over. After the joy of meeting an old friend, Quinatus said with emotion. That's not necessarily true. The cave base I'm in only needs to build roads to the east, so the progress will be faster. The other bases should be connected by at least 100 kilometers, right? It's about 170 kilometers from here to base number 2, and I heard it's about the same to the east. If the progress of base number 3 and number 4 is similar, then it should be so. Sylvester inserted himself next to them, unwilling to be left behind. The little follower hasn't changed at all, still clinging to the captain like a nursing child. You. Okay, be quiet. Where's Valester? Is he there too? Yes, Captain. Do you want to go over and take a look? Our captain is always talking about you, saying that we should be farmers together in the future. Forget it. We'll see each other naturally after this last section is finished. Quinatus hesitated for a moment before denying the idea of going over and instructed, you should also go back quickly. Don't let the outside workers get dissatisfied. After the brief meeting, Isidore still left, looking back every 3 steps until he could no longer see Quinatus. Then he suppressed his excitement and ran quickly towards his own construction site. Since the distance was not far, he quickly ran the distance of less than a few kilometers. After seeing his current captain Valester, he excitedly conveyed the good news of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Really? The captain is just ahead? Wait, I want to go see him too. Valester immediately said that he would skip work and go to see the most beautiful troll in the tribe in his mind. Fortunately, the deputy captain grabbed him and whispered, don't mess around. Have you forgotten the witch doctor's orders? Set an example. We must set a good example. But, don't say, but, you will definitely be beaten if you go there now. You know Kana's temper? Besides, Sylvie, that follower, is also here. Do you want to be laughed at by the little guy? Okay, you're right. That's right. Well, good news. We will soon be connected to the front of base number 2. Everyone, work hard. After the project is completed, His Excellency the Dictator will definitely praise us. The latter part of his words was undoubtedly said to those team members who temporarily stopped their work because they were puzzled by the actions of the 2 captains. Hearing this, the other 8 trolls shouted ah. Turning her sight back to Quinatus, after her old comrades left, Quinatus noticed that her vice captain was in a slightly depressed mood. She understood that, although this little guy always went to the ring to fight with his 2 old teammates, Fury and Isidore, for various reasons, mostly because of her, and because of the gap in age and experience, he was always at a disadvantage. But if you really want to talk about it, he actually didn't hate those 2 comrades, and the relationship between them was actually very close. The reason why he showed such an expression now was nothing more than the competitive consciousness at work. Kana didn't reject this feeling. She believed that such competition could make them stronger, especially the little guy in front of him. Because of his age, he must have more room for growth. However, it doesn't seem good to always force it. The calm and wise Kana must do something. Thinking so, she stepped forward and hooked Sylvie's neck and whispered in his ear with hot breath, don't worry, little guy, you are all my wings. As long as you can keep up with me, I will never abandon any of you. Really? Sylvie was overjoyed when he heard it. Does this mean that he is finally recognized? From now on, he also has the right to mate with the captain? Of course, but the premise is that you can keep up with my pace. So, it's time to work harder, little guy. I won't let you down. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's work first. The last section of the line between the cave base and the second base, with a total of nearly 100 construction teams working in shifts, finally ushered in the moment when it will be completely connected in a few days. The construction teams led by Valester and Quinatus were at the forefront of the 2 directions. On the 3rd day after 2 shifts, they were finally close enough to be able to see each other. In the last half day, the 2 teams of 20 trolls were working almost side by side, but they restrained the urge to rush over to celebrate the victory and continued to work hard at the construction site. Because this is the final route, As usual, the foundation construction and track laying, the first to intersect, must be the people in charge of driving the excavators in the two teams, but even when they could reach out and touch each other's engineering vehicles, these trolls suppressed their excitement and wanted to save the sweet fruit for the last moment. After the foundation tunnels were connected, the drivers of the excavators got off the vehicles, turned around and drilled into the foundation tunnels, and helped the team members responsible for building the foundation to work. The bottom and walls of the tunnel were smoothed with concrete. 20 trolls were busy setting up the steel wood three-dimensional structure in a section of road less than a few hundred meters apart. When the steel wood structures on both sides intersected with each other, the concrete mixer truck almost simultaneously completed the pouring task at the back and moved to the last partition. The drum on the mixer truck tilted, pouring the concrete inside into the tunnel. The steel wood structures, one square at a time, were gradually filled with blue-gray. At this time, at the farthest end of the construction sites of both sides, the captains of both sides were organizing most of the team members, and while the concrete on the other side was about to solidify, they began to lay and fix the track on it. Sleepers, rails, spiral steel nails, and sections of 30-meter long steel wood tracks continued to extend to the center on the barren concrete for 940 meters, 880, 820 meters, 300 meters, 240 meters, 90 meters, 30 meters. The laying of the last 30-meter long track was completed in silence by both parties. When it was truly fixed on the foundation, the 20 trolls, whether from the Ya tribe or from the allied tribes, all cheered for the first time today. Oh, it's done. Long live. Long live. At this time, they seemed to have forgotten each other's origins and expressed their most sincere joy together. In such a celebration, the four old comrades also hugged each other tightly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Inspection and Migration, named as Abandoned and asked for votes. The connection of the rail lines must not be completed by merging the two construction sites at the forefront of the project, because the engineering teams at each base only move forward as a whole after completing a large section of tens of kilometers. The two construction sites at the forefront actually only subdivide the sections. But even so, their intersection also means that this section of the project is about to come to an end. So after another day or two, the tracks of the cave base and base number 2 finally truly come to an end. Nestor stopped his work for a day and took a ride on the Moose rail car with Oshira to experience it, wanting to see if this thing that took a lot of time and labor to build has achieved the expected goal. The vibration generated when the wheels passed over the 30-meter alternating tracks was so similar to the railway in the previous life. If Nestor sat in the car and closed his eyes, he would have a feeling of returning to his previous life. Those memories that had been sealed for 40 years were now surging in his heart. He was filled with sadness, nostalgia, and other emotions. But he did not indulge in the memories for too long. He soon sealed these memories again with great perseverance and put most of his thoughts on everything he had now. The inspection along the line and the experience of the track continued. Due to the influence of the water source on the side selection of the base, the track length between the cave base and the number 2 base was about 490 kilometers. Compared with the 450 kilometers of the other sections, it was the longest section. When the track was laid, the movement of moose, which served as the power source, was already taken into consideration, so a special runway for moose was reserved on both sides of the line. At this time, there were 80 moose divided into 4 columns, running wildly in front of both sides of the track, easily bringing the speed of the train faster and faster. This was the first attempt to verify the highest speed and longest distance. The 10 carriages they pulled broke through the speed of 100 km per hour within 100 meters, and then continued to soar upwards, and finally stabilized at a speed of 180 km per hour. The moose are undoubtedly endurance masters. The animals in Nestor's memory of the previous life are simply not comparable. Judging from their performance in this journey, the spare gear on the car originally planned seems to be no longer needed. This is of course a good thing, at least there is no need to prepare several carriages for these big guys. At the end of the more than 2-hour journey, when Nestor and his party crossed nearly 500 kilometers and arrived at base number 2, although some fatigue can be seen in the moose, Nestor always feels that they should be able to run for another 1 or 2 hours. However, this level is enough for now, and these guys must have enough rest time. How is the construction of the moose rest base going? Is the reserve force sufficient? This was Nestor's first question after getting off the car, and the one who answered him was a troll who was responsible for moose breeding among the witch doctors, deacons, and apprentices who came to pick up the car. At this time, the wolves had been searching for moose in the Black Forest for quite a long time. The tribe already had more than 1,000 of these big guys, enough to carry out the current work. No problem, dictator. There are already 120 mature moose and sufficient deer houses and supplies here at base number 2. After the subsequent lines are also completed, we can completely replace the power in a short time and continue to move forward. That's fine. And there is also eugenics. Forget it, you are experts in this area. I won't give you any advice. Wait and compile a report and give it to me. Yes. After a brief exchange, Nestor and the trolls left the station built outside the city and began to inspect base number 2. He focused on the construction of the new industrial base inside the city and by the river. The former, apart from the central giant tree, was similar to the cave base, and the overall focus was on city defense, warehouses, and residential planning. The latter was also progressing quite steadily, and the relocation had basically been completed, and the production capacity had been nearly doubled on the original basis. In addition, the condolences to the internal and external workers were also the top priority of this trip, and Nestor specially arranged a speech in the city square for this purpose. Due to the thorough connection of the Western Line, the construction team assigned to the west had basically returned to the base at this time, whether it was the day shift or the night shift. In addition, there was also the night shift construction team responsible for the eastern construction site, which was also concentrated here at this time due to time reasons. Therefore, Nestor's speech covered almost 2/3 of the construction teams in base number 2, except for the day shift in the east. When speaking, he deliberately blurred the differences in the origins of the workers and kept talking about how we are and how the future of the trolls is, almost ignoring their original affiliations and generously giving various promises about the future. The external workers also bought into it. After all, they had worked together for years under the leadership of the captain and vice captain. The not so clear concept of tribe had long been worn out in the melting pot like collective life. In addition, the subtle inculcation of thinking in the training class, if there was no deliberate guidance from those who were interested, these workers would have almost forgotten the fact that they had another hometown. After completing the inspection of the city and factory and making a pie in the sky as planned, Nestor took the rail car that had been replaced with a batch of moose and continued to move eastward. The eastern line of base number 2 has completed about 180 kilometers of track. The construction teams responsible for this side are now continuing to work on the 180-230 section. Since the progress of base number 3 is also comparable, after the 50-kilometer track is laid, the track laying between bases number 2 and number 3 should also enter the final sprint. The train stopped temporarily in front of the forward base. If it wants to continue forward, it can basically only change to an engineering vehicle for the next journey. Nestor hesitated for a long time, mainly because he was not sure whether he should appear on the busy construction site. Because in his previous life, when he was working in the laboratory, he particularly hated the behavior of his mentor who came to inspect when he had nothing to do, and he couldn't stand his constant encouragement. He always felt very annoying. Therefore, he was somewhat unsure of the worker's mentality at this time. After relaying this question to Ashura, his partner looked at him with an incredible look and then said puzzledly, "Why do you think so? Don't you have a clear understanding of your position in the hearts of the people? So you think that my going there will definitely be an encouragement, right? Of course, believe me, no one doesn't want to see you." Nestor suddenly realized that he was not the mentor in his previous life, and the workers were not modern people who had been bombarded with various information. There is no need to refer to each other between these two situations. Really? Well, let's go on this trip. So, there was this construction site trip where the rail train transferred to the car. On the simple road east of the frontline base, Ashura and Nesta sat on this self-propelled engineering vehicle for the first time. There was no full-time driver to serve them. The couple sat in the main and co-pilot seats respectively and raced on the power components similar to bicycle pedals. Behind them, a squadron of soldiers responsible for escort followed closely in 2 trailers, and in the dense forest more than 60 meters away on both sides, there were several teams of moose cavalry on guard along the way. Due to the road conditions and the mechanical structure of the vehicles, the convoy did not travel too fast along the way. With the main and co-pilot exchanging power, they just walked out at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. To be honest, this speed is not much slower than the trolls running at full speed. Even normal walking is not much slower, but this feeling of driving in a different world is a different novelty. Perhaps in the future, when cities become larger and larger, and the distance between farms and industrial bases becomes farther and farther, the bridge car will appear naturally? Nesta couldn't help thinking so. The fun of driving did not last long, because not far from the forward base, we arrived at the construction area behind. In these 50 kilometers, there are about 40 small subsection construction sites, and the team has to take care of all the workers in these construction areas while stopping and starting. Nesta did not choose to stay in the car all the time. Every time he arrived at a construction site, he would get off the car and walk over to have a cordial exchange with the workers, imitating the appearance of the big leaders seen in the news broadcast. He gave cordial condolences, shook hands and had a long chat, which earned the goodwill of these simple people, and when he left, the construction site behind him could always maintain the chicken blood effect for quite a long time. On the way back, Nesta waved his hand in response to the workers who stood up and waved happily at him in the construction sites along the way, and whispered to Ashura next to him, "What a group of good guys, hardworking, and working quickly and well. If this can't be developed, then we witch doctors deserve to be nailed to the pillar of shame. It must be possible. It has only been 40 years, and it has become like this. Are you dissatisfied? Haha, you are right. This inspection should have ended here." But Nesta, in the spirit of not favoring one over the other, also added the following bases to the condolence itinerary. The journey that the tribe had spent several months carefully completing, when they were completely unfamiliar with this land, was now very different. Although the tracks in each section have not yet been fully connected, each base has basically completed the construction of nearly 200 kilometers of lines on the east and west sides, and the remaining 180 kilometers of roads that were not connected by tracks have also been made accessible by simple roads. Therefore, after dispatching the moose trains in each section, they completed the round trip between the 4 bases in just a few days. The factory in base number 2 also produced a real bridge car for his trip. This bridge car, which can be stuffed into the train compartment, played the role of a special car in the subsequent inspections, and was specially used to travel on the roads in areas where the tracks have not yet been connected. When Nesta and his party returned, the witch doctors from the other 3 bases also followed the convoy and prepared to go to the cave base again. The witch doctors did not forget the purpose of the original construction of the track. Although many more important benefits of the track were discovered later, the project was originally established to transport the caged giant tree back. At this time, more than 20 witch doctors gathered around the cave base and the giant tree in the city center. They looked at the huge monster in front of them and shook their heads in their hearts. They really didn't think that this terrifyingly large guy could be taken back smoothly. Why don't we just forget it? Isn't the cave base good? If you are worried, we can also move the ruling core here. The witch doctor who said this was obviously backing out. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you want the central location advantage of the headquarters? After the construction of the railway is completed, it will only take 2 days from the west to the central part. The location of the headquarters is not so important now, right? The distance and time in space are not everything. The distance and time in the heart are what are really important. If we dare to move west now, the eastern tribes will dare to go against us tomorrow. Don't you believe it? So what? It's just a matter that can be solved by the army crushing it. Okay, the headquarters will not consider relocation for the time being, and the integration of the tribes will also take a peaceful route as much as possible. There is no need to create unnecessary barriers. Nestor's conclusion had a final effect. The witch doctor stopped discussing unnecessary things and began to think about moving the giant tree. Nestor remembered that in his previous life, a standard football field was only 105 meters long and 68 meters wide, but the giant tree in front of him was now 83 meters in diameter, 240 meters in height, and 130 meters wide in the cross-section of the crown. It was obviously bigger than at the beginning. This data cannot be migrated relying solely on tracks, so as the situation changes, new ideas must be found to solve it. Its vitality is very strong. Even if its roots leave the ground, it can survive for a long time. So, although the track may not be usable, can we consider using the simple roads beside the track? Tell me what you think. Just like the refrigerator tree was transformed into a horizontal transport vehicle, we lay the giant tree down and let hundreds or even more moose pull it in front along the direction of the track, then set up enough wheels on both sides of it and across the track. The wheels do not necessarily have to be set in 2 vertical rows. More vertical rows seem to be fine, as long as we prepare enough wheels to distribute the pressure it causes to the ground as much as possible. We should be able to have enough travel capacity without excessively damaging the road, right? If so, it's not just the simple roads. The tracks can actually play a certain role. If we modify the current carriage and turn it into a completely flat structure, as long as we consider the height difference with the roads on both sides, it should also be able to be used as a support point to further reduce the pressure. Nestor thought briefly about this proposal and found that the proposer's idea of the wheels should be similar to those of the high-load transport vehicles in the previous life. Basically, it is where an ordinary car has 1 wheel, but it has 2 wheels, and the same is true for the front and rear directions. A row of 4 wheels can be installed on 6, 7, or 8 groups. This seems to be a feasible idea. What if we learn from the tracks of tanks? Is it feasible? Would it be better? He raised his hand and signaled the witch doctors to wait for a moment, then entered a meditative state and used the characteristics of the meditation space to verify the feasibility of using tracks at this time. The result was not ideal. Although from the road conditions, tracks are indeed much more suitable than wheels. However, based on the verification of the meditation space, it shows that the endogenous power and the external pulling force are not the same. The former can achieve overall advancement by controlling the power wheel inside the track, while the latter cannot make the track roll. Therefore, if the track is replaced, unless the trolls get in and continue to step on the pedals, the moose will be equivalent to dragging the entire track to run, which will not make it easier, but will cause greater power waste due to friction. So, Nestor opened his eyes and eyed his own improvement plan, which he had not yet spoken of, and decided to proceed according to the method of the witch doctor before. After the plan was determined, the work of modifying the train carriages, manufacturing the wheels and the corresponding supporting structures was handed over to the factory on the river bank. The witch doctors began to transform the giant tree in a targeted manner. The transformation was basically concentrated on the crown and the roots. The structure of the crown must be changed, otherwise the nearly 130 meter cross section would be quite difficult to handle. Under the control of the witch doctors, the branches became flexible little by little, gradually restored their original fine appearance, and then drooped and fitted to the side of the trunk that was expected to be placed upwards, which was equivalent to changing the hairstyle of the giant tree from an afro to long curly hair that drooped backwards. In this way, the overall diameter of the giant tree shrank back to 83 meters of the trunk itself, and due to the lack of the space originally occupied by the crown, its height also dropped from more than 230 meters to about 130 meters, further reducing the difficulty of loading. Even though there was a reserved back door as a shortcut, this step took the witch doctors a long time. When it was all completed, the factory had also completed the work they were assigned. 5 flatbed trucks with a length of 30 meters and a width of 90 meters were manufactured. In order to allow these guys to enter the city smoothly, part of the city wall was temporarily demolished. Each of these flatbed trucks has 12 vertical and 8 horizontal rows of wide wooden wheels. The 2 vertical rows in the center are special concave wheels for crossing tracks, and the rest are ordinary wheels for traveling on simple roads. They were pulled to the square specially cleared next to the giant tree, waiting for the witch doctors to complete the next step. The root system of the giant tree is too developed. If you want to extract it one by one, I don't know how much time it will take. Therefore, when these flatbed trucks were in place, Nestor simply chose to cut off the arm of a hero and decided to start from a depth of 20 meters so that these tree roots would break directly by themselves and the roots behind would be abandoned. In this way, the action of pulling out the tree roots became much faster. Of course, not all the tree roots were broken at 20 meters at once. The witch doctors only broke off the majority of the roots on the north side. Then, they used the tree roots that were still deep underground on the south side as support, and the remaining tree roots on the north side pushed and pulled, controlling the giant tree to fall to the south little by little in a controlled manner. At this time, the flatbed truck was in place. With the tilt of the tree trunk and the pulling of the roots, the entire tree finally fell completely on the flat surface of the truck board that was integrated into a 150-meter long row. How the witch doctors couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because the most difficult part of the work was finally completed. Okay, let's separate the rest of the tree roots. After resting for a while and replenishing some food, as Nestor spoke again, the witch doctors returned to their respective posts and began to separate the tree roots. After about half a day, the root system finally broke completely at 20 meters. Under the control of the witch doctors, the remaining parts were also obediently attached to the upper side of the trunk like the tree crown. In this way, the combing of the giant tree was finally completed. Next, it was only necessary to pull it out of the city as a whole, pull it onto the track and the simple roads on both sides. But what is the price? In the direction of the city wall, in an area of 100 meters wide and hundreds of meters long, all buildings, whether warehouses or residential houses, were swept away, and even the city wall was expanded to a gap of 100 meters wide. Well, do a good job of compensation. After all, it was our design mistake. Don't let the people bear all the costs. Nestor looked at the mess and sighed with emotion, and then said so. Understood, we will repair it. The answer to him was the 3 witch doctors who will be stationed in the cave base for 2 years. Nestor nodded and continued, okay, I'll leave it to you. In addition, take the time to dig out all the roots left in the ground and send them back to the headquarters. There should be some additional uses for them. Understood, I'll organize the forces and start working later. After a few words of explanation, with his order, 300 moose began to exert force in the front, pulling the giant tree to move little by little. Inside the city, outside the city, and on the track, the concave wheels in the center of the flatbed car were lowered and successfully stuck on the track. 500 moose transported from various bases were also put on bridles and placed in the moose group in front. The workers used the vines prepared in advance to fix the giant tree to the base at the head, tail, middle, etc. After preparing all this, a total of 800 moose pulled the train that was 150 meters long and nearly 100 meters wide, with a total of 480 sets of densely packed steel and wood wide wheels, and moved along the track. Even the treeless belt along the road, which had been specially widened, seemed a bit tight in front of such a width, and the big fat tree was nearly 85 meters tall, even when it was lying down. The skinny guys on both sides of the road were like dwarfs who had to jump to reach its shoulders. At this time, they could only clap, clap, clap weakly to say goodbye. I'm so ashamed that I'm the sponsor of the monthly ticket. Chapter 157 Land Distribution and Problems Raised Therefrom. The giant tree has a weight corresponding to its size, so even with hundreds of mature moose pulling it day and night, the team's speed could not be fast enough. Fortunately, although it was slow, it persisted for 48 hours a day, and it was getting closer to the end every moment. There is no need to elaborate on the process. In short, after 7 days of this, the team finally arrived at the second base. On the day the team arrived, several messages came from the east, and the entire track was finally completely connected, and this naturally meant that this unnatural creation, which spanned nearly 2,000 kilometers from the Black River in the east to the cave in the west, was finally completed. This is undoubtedly a victory over nature. The tribe has transcended the shackles of time and space and has extended its solid arm into the depths of the distant Black Forest. From then on, there will be a smooth road between the east and the west. This news was connected through the Windtalkers channel and spread to all the strongholds of the Yam in the east and west Black Forest in a short time. Whether they understood the meaning or not, many trolls cheered for it. When Nestor and his team arrived at the second base, the local construction team had already rushed to build a formal station branch line about 1 kilometer long next to the original temporary station. From then on, when a train stopped, it would not be necessary to occupy the main track and stop the line. Under the control of the driver, Nestor's train turned into the fork road, and the moose were pulled down to rest. The trolls will also rest here for 1 to 2 days. At the emergency meeting held that night, a witch doctor asked reluctantly, "What should we do with the laborers supported by our allies? Do we really have to send them back?" Yes. There are still 3,000 foreign trolls in the construction teams along the line. After such a long period of intensive training, they are almost the same as our civilians, right? Wouldn't it be a huge loss if we send them back? I have thought about this. When Nestor spoke like this, all the witch doctors present turned their eyes to him sitting in the first seat, waiting for his subsequent words. Of course they can't return them, and because the mystery of the Black Forest curse has been solved, the merger of the remaining departments must be put on the agenda one after another. Of course, there is no rush to deal with the remaining departments. We will discuss this in detail later. Now let's mainly talk about the resettlement of these 3,000 workers. They must stay, but they must stay beautifully, with a reason that can at least be justified in face. So, we have to start with contribution and remuneration. Since they have made indelible contributions to the construction of the track, it is natural for this department to give them certain rewards. In their respective bases, allocate housing and land to let the workers see the reality of a richer and more decent life. At the same time, let the captains and deputy captains play the emotional card and strive to get them to stay voluntarily. Combining the two, as long as we have the name of voluntary, we can negotiate more confidently. As for more specific measures, let the executive government submit a plan with the keynotes of inducement, emotion, and righteousness. It's no wonder that Nestor delayed talking about this issue until now. In fact, he was not sure that the assimilation could be completed within the construction period, but he did not expect that the effect of the training course would be so immediate that it could be swallowed up directly. Since the assimilation has been carried out to this extent, all the witch doctors, including him, naturally tore up the motto of keeping promises and shamefully thought of packing everything away. As for why the bill should be handed over to the executive government instead of letting the smarter witch doctors come up with a solution themselves, it is out of the need for cultivation and division of functions. With more and more literate and sensible apprentices and even ordinary trolls, Nestor believes that it is time for many witch doctors, including himself, to withdraw from administrative work, and they are doing so. Not only administrative work, but also such policy issues, after the Rune Council has determined the general direction, such as the decision of staying or not staying this time. The more detailed details of the plan will be handed over to the executive government for planning. This is not only a liberation for witch doctors, but also a training for the deacons of the executive government. Otherwise, as the scale of the tribe grows, if the deacons still only follow orders as before, one day all the energy of the witch doctors will be dragged into the endless policy proposals, and they will no longer have time to care about their main business, research. This is undoubtedly a huge and unignorable waste of talent. In order to achieve this consideration, there will definitely be a political reform after returning to the headquarters, so he decided to put aside the more specific content and leave it for the meeting at that time. Of course, it doesn't mean that we can blindly put all the blame on the executive government. That is not in line with the original intention of establishing the Rune Parliament, and it can even be said that the Rune Parliament will lose some of its meaning of existence. Some overly complex proposals and decisions related to future directions and paths must reach a final conclusion in the discussions of the witch doctors, just like what Nestor is about to say. As for how to distribute the land, and the new problems that will inevitably arise in the process, these are what we need to discuss. Mr. Dictator, what are the new problems you are talking about? Most of the witch doctors were unable to react. Why did the topic suddenly change? Let me briefly mention a few possible problems. You have plenty of time to think about them before you return to the headquarters. First, how should the land be distributed? Is it divided by individuals or by production teams? Or do we need to create new collective units? Second, who owns the land? There are basically two types of land, cultivated and uncultivated. Who owns them? Individuals, small groups, or the entire tribe? Two types. Or we have to add orchards and pastures. Are there any distinctions in ownership between these types of land? If we only talk about arable land, are people farming for themselves? Or are they farming for the collective? Or are they farming for the tribe as a whole? Third, how should the harvest be distributed? Crown wheat is different from meat or fruits and vegetables. Even if they do not rely on the tribe's cold storage, they can be stored for a long time. So, should the government recycle it, or how and under what name? Should it recycle food without being resisted? Among the collectives that work together, how should individuals fairly distribute the harvest or award that should belong to them? Fourth, the configuration of agricultural machinery. We are used to distributing weapons for free, and the same goes for tools such as axes, saws, and pickaxes, and the same goes for houses. Let's not talk about whether this is problematic or not, and how much damage it will cause to the food currency. What about machinery? Should it also be distributed on demand and free of charge? If it is free, how to balance the relationship between supply and demand? If it is paid, can the people buy it, and how to buy it? Fifth, the increase in wealth brought by arable land, and the handling of inheritance under the premise of public support system, with the continuous development of agricultural reclamation, whether in the form of harvest, or in the form of remuneration, the people will inevitably become more and more prosperous. But although the lifespan of the people is very long, they will die one day. When those who are responsible for farming die in battle or die of old age, how should the wealth they leave behind be distributed? What about the fields they cultivated? All of them will be taken over by the public and collective? Will it suppress their enthusiasm for production? Can it be converted into enthusiasm for consumption? Sixth, the concentration of pregnant women and teenagers, and the distribution of settlements and labor. The headquarters, the eastern garrison, the western branch base, and the small settlements outside the city that may appear in the future. Our basic base is no longer a corner of the He River. Do we still have to bring all pregnant women back to the headquarters as always? Or should we divide this function out? Where is the right balance between central power concentration and decentralization? How to strike a good balance between efficiency and centrifugal force, and develop faster and better under the premise of unity. When the young trolls grow up, how should they be reasonably allocated to ensure the stability of the population of each settlement? Should the newly grown labor force be concentrated in the existing settlements to gradually expand their population, or should we develop new areas to expand our coverage in the Black Forest? Considering security, efficiency and other aspects, which plan is more in line with the current situation? 7th. Forget it, these are the only questions I can think of for now. To be honest, I can't solve all these questions by myself. Many problems may not even have the accurate options of right and wrong, only the choice between bad and worse. These, as well as the new problems that you have discovered in the process, will inevitably require collective wisdom and efforts to solve and make choices through one or even countless discussions. Therefore, I hope that you can conduct some in-depth thinking before this, so that you can have substantial discussion when the time comes. In addition, make several copies of these things and hand them over to the deacons at all levels of the executive government, so that they can also use their brains to think about it. By the way, don't forget the witch doctors in each station. They must also participate in the discussion. Clearly, the witch doctors murmured after hearing this. They were not stupid people. It could even be said that each of them was extremely smart. However, no matter how smart they were, their thoughts were limited in vision. Because of the constraints of the present, their thinking could not extend without reason, or think about problems that had not even taken shape. Therefore, the forward-looking questions raised by these Nestor, based on the experience in the books of the previous life, hit the witch doctors' minds hard at this time. Obviously, they had not thought that there were so many pits ahead quietly waiting in the dark. If it were not for the foresight of the dictator, as the tribe continued to develop, they would inevitably step into them accidentally one day, fall flat on their faces, and even become disabled. Although the temporary meeting came to a temporary end in a heavy mood, Nestor was in a good mood because he had thrown the blame out. The headquarters, after receiving the new project of arranging foreign trolls not long after, was scratching their heads and thinking about how to achieve the solution of both face and substance, as the dictator said. The relatively serious matter came to an end first, and the focus temporarily turned back to Happy Connor and her 3 male friends. After the hug, when the tracks met that day, Connor's 3 male friends kicked over the boat of friendship again without surprise, and quarreled on the spot. As for the reason, of course it was the youngest Mr. Sylvester, who was a little bit proud for a while, because he had obtained some kind of permission, which aroused the competitive psychology of the other two. This kind of competition naturally led to everything that happened that night, and even deeply affected a series of subsequent policies of the tribe. That night, the workers of the 2 bases held a joyful dinner at the intersection of the orbits. After the banquet was over, when Sylvie confidently slipped into Connor's tent, he happened to run into the other 2 gentlemen. In this way, young Sylvie was unprepared, and even more chaotic situations were common. But who made Sylvie so arrogant at this time? It was really Connor's previous promise that gave him too many fantasies. So he turned around and ran away, and found another female in pain. Did Sylvie break in last night? Then he seemed to run away. The little guy is quite awkward. The calm and wise Connor must go and persuade him. Thinking of this, she walked towards Sylvie's tent and shouted, "Little guy." I went in. But when they lifted the curtain, there was nothing inside. Connor grabbed a passing troll and asked directly, "Have you seen Sylvie? Where did that kid go?" The male troll swallowed and pointed to another tent not far away. Connor looked in the direction he pointed, and her eyebrows stood up. That tent belonged to another female, and it was a beautiful troll like her. There were also many interesting stories between these 2 females, but there was no need to elaborate on them at this time. Damn it. This kid actually dared to betray me. Connor ran over angrily, broke into the tent, and caught Sylvie red-handed. She did not lose her temper in front of her competitor. Even under his mocking gaze, she was relatively reserved, holding Sylvie's ear and leaving silently. We will not talk about how Sylvie felt when he was trapped in the corner and beaten. But the application received by the executive government not long after was really interesting. The marriage registration department received a strange application today, which recorded absurd content in a neat format. Appeal. Fair registration of marriage, and corresponding protection of mating rights, requesting parties. 1. Conapsis, female, 113 years old. 2. Valester, male, 94 years old. 3. Isidorster, male, 86 years old. 4. Sylvester, male, 34 years old. Note, we voluntarily marry and form a family. We hope that the tribe can give fair registration and corresponding protection of mating rights. Isn't this nonsense? After seeing this application full of complaints, the apprentice on duty in the office did not take it seriously at all and threw it directly into the trash can next to the desk. At the sub-base, the Connor and others who waited for a reply from the executive government but could not get it gradually became impatient. They decided to ask for clarification. If they still couldn't get a satisfactory reply to the trolls, they would go to the door. No, Connor has stopped fighting casually. You guys should think of a way quickly. How else can it be solved? The eldest sister Connor asked, while sitting in the center. How about, what's that word? Let me think. Isidorster scratched his head, but couldn't remember the word he wanted to say. You want to say complain? You are a poor guy who grows older but not smarter. Sylvie responded with a mocking face. Shut up, little follower. I obviously remembered it right away. It's all your fault. Ha ha ha. Remember? You? Okay, shut up, Connor. What do you want to do? Valester was the most stable at this time. He sat upright on a small stool and asked with a serious expression. What else can we do? We can't just break in and beat up the clerk and submit another application. If they still don't respond, then we will complain. It's a complaint. Shut up. Oh, if it doesn't work, then complain. Isn't there a suggestion box over there in the square? We can stuff the complaint in it then. But I heard that the people who read the opinions are also clerks of the executive government. Will this work? Little Sylvie felt that this arrangement was a bit strange. Then I'll go to the headquarters. Go to the witch doctor. Go to His Excellency the Dictator. I've talked to His Excellency the Dictator, and he will definitely be willing to see me. Oh, long live Connor. Thus, the curtain of the first civilian suing officials incident in the Black Forest, which was triggered by a marriage request that was considered too absurd and therefore ignored, was slowly opened. The officials, who felt somewhat superior, knew nothing about it. I only have 5,000 plus today, and I really can't write anymore. I have to leave some time for homework. I keep thinking about homework, which makes the writing state of this chapter a bit bad. Chapter 158 The Returning Train Team. On that day, the 4 trolls who had finished their discussion came to the communication room in the base again with a rewritten application. The communication room often has 4 apprentices with wind talker totems. Their main jobs are either in factories or in various research laboratories. They come here just to rotate, which is more like a part-time job. Since the wind talker totem and code translation were launched and gradually matured, such institutions have been established in every base of the YA department, playing the role of intelligence communication. When the apprentice saw Kana and her group coming, he knew that there was work to do again, so he greeted them not very enthusiastically and asked, "Come to communicate, then you have to wait a little longer. We have a big job that has not been completed here." Because the base was newly established, and various tasks have not been fully put on track, many things here have to be sent to the headquarters, and receive guidance from the executive government. Therefore, the public-to-public business that the communication room has to carry out every day is quite busy. Kana nodded and sat down on a chair beside her. Her 3 boyfriends also sat beside her. The 7th item is a message from the warehouse management office, saying that the excess tracks have filled up the existing warehouses, and asking what to do with them. I'll send the first half, Malakista will send the second half, and Sangster and Seravs will be responsible for translating for us. Item 8 Item 9 Due to the lack of confidentiality in the communication room, Kana and the others heard a lot of news during this relatively long wait. After about 2 lamp hours, the 4 apprentices finally finished the task at hand, and said to Kana tiredly, "It's your turn now, tell me the information you want to send." Hearing this, Kana hurriedly took out a rolled up paper from her saddlebag, and handed it over. The apprentice who asked the question took it, opened it and took a quick glance. He wanted to laugh after seeing what was written on it, but his physical fatigue overwhelmed all his desire to complain. So, he simply nodded, turned around and said to the colleagues in charge of cooperation, "It's sent to the marriage registration office, I guess. I hope it's the last one today. Everyone, please work harder." "Okay, understood." Yeah, the other apprentices responded differently, but their tone was full of fatigue. I thought these apprentices sitting in the office would have an easy time, but I didn't expect it to be so tiring. Seeing this, Kana whispered to her companions. But no matter how low her voice was, it couldn't escape the troll's overly sensitive ears, and was heard by the apprentices on the spot. Fortunately, she didn't say anything bad, so the apprentices didn't say much, but one of them sneered in a low voice, "Haha. Easy, Sangha, pay attention." Another apprentice, the one who had been assigned the work before, interrupted what he wanted to say. "Oh, I see." Sangasta responded, and really didn't say anything more. Kana smiled awkwardly, lowered her head, and played with Fulesta's fingers. The application form didn't have too much text, so the translation and sending were done quickly, and it was declared finished in less than 10 minutes. After leaving the communication room, Kana, who never liked the depressing atmosphere, came to the wide and somewhat inexplicable street, turned her back to the office, stretched her body, and finally felt much more relaxed. "What are you going to do in the future, Captain? Have you considered the agricultural reclamation? Do you want our 2 production teams to find a place close to each other?" Fulesta, who followed closely behind, suddenly asked at this time. "You know, my goal has always been to join the Far Travelers. I'll have to join the army when the next recruitment is expanded." By then, I probably won't be able to stay in the production team, so how can I apply for agricultural reclamation? I heard that the rules will be changed this time. It may no longer be a two-choice one like the hunting team and the combat team before. Then let's wait and see until the executive government issues a formal notice. Okay. Then Isida and I will go back to the cave base first. We have been delayed for a long time this time, and I'm afraid my team members will be at a loss. Okay, I'll notify you when there is a reply to the registration. As they spoke, the two trolls came forward and hugged each other tightly, and then the other two hugged each other. Little follower, take good care of Connor. Stop talking nonsense, you tell me. Ha ha ha. Old captain, let's go. Isida said goodbye, then waved his hand with a smile, and walked out of the city with Valester. They were going to the station and take the train west to the cave base. The track was just built, and the operation mode of the train was still in a rough exploration. Basically, it was just a matter of starting the train as soon as an application was made, and the transportation of goods and passengers was mixed together. Sometimes, due to the lack of timely communication between the two bases and the single track status of the track, two trains running in opposite directions would collide in the middle of the track, and then one of them would have to change the direction of the moose pulling and return to the starting point a long way away. In response to these problems that have been discovered, the executive government intends to establish a new department to coordinate, but it is only on paper for the time being. Headquarters, the marriage registration office. Coincidentally, the apprentice on duty today is still the same one as before. The apprentice's name is Trista, and he likes this leisurely job very much. This is not to say that he is a lazy egg, but such a clean office can really give him a lot of time to think. Trista, like the other apprentices, does not have all the work in the executive government. In addition, he also has the work of the City Defense Engineering Research Institute that he likes more and thinks is his real job. Because of the emergence of wood, stone and concrete, the Ya tribe started to update the city walls and various places in the Black Forest. Although a large number of laborers were dispersed to the west, the existing trolls in the east also focused their main energy on land reclamation, so the construction of the new city wall was somewhat slow. But no matter how slow it was, the project had already begun, so the apprentices who couldn't sit still began to design targeted weapons. Among them, he and several other like-minded apprentices were the most concerned, and even applied to establish a related research institute. What they applied for was the City Defense Engineering Research Institute. After being approved almost a year ago, they have had two relatively outstanding achievements so far. One is the wood throwing cart, which can throw steel and wood balls of different specifications far away. After verification, the research institute found that this kind of wood throwing cart can cause devastating damage to the outer wall of the settlement of the primitive tribe in the east if it is replaced with a newly developed wood, stone and concrete wall. Although it cannot cause too much damage to the wall, it can throw the projectile high over the wall and directly hit the guards on the wall or the buildings in the city. Not only that, if it is used in field battles, the trolls hit by the huge steel and wood balls have a high probability of direct death. Even if they do not die, if they want to repair the damage to their bodies through regeneration, they will also spend 10 years of vitality loss. The only pity is that the wood throwing cart is too heavy. In the east without tracks and roads, whether it is the car itself or the steel and wood projectiles, preparation and transportation will be a very troublesome thing. Therefore, it is okay to use it in city defense, and it can be obtained through local factories and steel and wood forests, but in positional warfare and expeditionary warfare, without the support of witch doctors, it is basically difficult to use it in practice. But the problem is, with the Ya tribe at its peak today, where is the opportunity to conduct a city defense war? The second item is not at all, but a tactic. Inspired by the moose-drawn train, Trista and his friends came up with a way to attack the city, that is, to use a large number of lassos, relying on the power of trolls or moose to directly pull down the walls of the defending settlement. Although this tactic is simple, it is quite effective for those primitive settlements in the east that do not have qualified city walls. Yes, it can be basically confirmed that Trista and his like-minded friends are actually unswerving violent unificationists. They advocate the use of military force to quickly destroy all allies. Therefore, Their weapon design ideas are all based on primitive settlements as imaginary enemies, and they all think about how to destroy settlements and kill trolls faster and better. And now, Trista has a new idea and is going to design a city defense machine that can automatically project heavy spears. Just as he was slacking off in his office work and writing and drawing design drawings on paper, a knock on the door came from outside the house. Trista looked up in confusion. He couldn't understand why there would be visitors in this office that almost no trolls visited. "Please come in." But Trista still said so. The person who came in was a half-naked male. Just by looking at the patterns on his body, Trista could tell that he was a messenger because he knew the Windrunner totem and even carved it for the members of the Fast Ridders. Although the Fast Ridders also had this totem, the Fast Ridders would often carve 3 different totems, so the patterns on their bodies would be more complicated. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Trista stopped his work and asked the visitor, "Is there any intelligence?" "No, it's a private to public business from the second sub-base, specifically your office. Am I here right?" The visitor obviously saw the unfinished drawings on the table. He took a half step back and looked at the sign outside the door. A wooden sign was hung at the door, with marriage registration office written on it. It was indeed here. "Haha, do some side business, do some side business." The visitor nodded in agreement and then said enviously, "It seems that you are very free here. You can actually do these in the office. Don't the stewards care?" "I haven't seen the stewards for 4 or 5 days. What do they care about? He is busy in other departments." "That's great. The work in this communication room is so busy that I don't want to do it." "Well, put this away. I'm leaving." After that, he took out the document from his sling, which was distinguished from other papers of the same shape because it was slightly pulled out. After opening it and taking a look, the visitor confirmed it and handed it to Trista. While handing it over, he pointed to the sack and said, "Look, there are still so many to deliver." Trista took the documents and followed his gaze to see a sack full of rolled papers, so he asked in confusion, "Why do you have to deliver them in person? Can't anyone do this job? Can't you just hand it over to the ordinary hunting team on duty?" "Haha, that won't work. I'm counting on this little time to come out and take a breath." "Okay, then I'm leaving. You continue your research." After saying goodbye to the communicator, Trista unrolled the rolled paper and looked at the content written on it. "Marriage application. It's really rare," he muttered to himself and glanced downward, frowning immediately because the content recorded on it was exactly the same as the application form he had thrown away not long ago. Damn it. This is a waste of public resources. Don't these idiots know how to read the interim marriage regulations? It clearly says 1 female and 1 male. Why don't they have brains? Trista, who felt that he was fooled, crumpled the application form into a ball, threw it into the trash can again, and sat down angrily. He picked up the feather pen dipped in the ink bottle, ready to start the calculation that was interrupted before, but found that he couldn't concentrate. Helplessly, he bent down and picked up the application from the waster basket, unfolded it, and then tore it to pieces. This makes me feel much better. Obviously, it was the impulsive and irritable nature of the troll that had a profound impact on him. Trista patted his cheeks hard and took a long breath. Only then did he regain his composure and resume the design work that had been interrupted before. In this way, when Nestor and his party were still on the way back, Kanna's reapplication was sent to the marriage registration office of the headquarters through the communication department, and once again, it was like a stone sinking into the sea without causing much waves. Therefore, a seemingly funny but serious reform began to take shape. But Nestor obviously didn't know these situations at this time. He was concerned about other things. Why hasn't the Wolf King come yet? On the way, Nestor suddenly remembered what the Sharp Teeth had reported, and thought so in his heart. But he couldn't think of an answer, so he could only put it aside for the time being, and turn to order the troll beside him, notify the eastern tribes, and ask their chiefs and witch doctors to come and celebrate. The successful laying of the track is a blessing for all trolls, and they must participate. Your Excellency the Dictator, I don't think they will want to come. Do you mean to force an invitation? Nestor glared at the person who answered. Why did he say it so harshly? The troll shrank his neck and understood what Nestor meant, then said goodbye and went to the carriage where the intelligence team was at the rear. The train underwent a minor modification at base number 2, and a few more carriages were added at the back to allow the witch doctors and the accompanying deacons to handle affairs more conveniently. Nestor occupied a small room in one of the carriages as a temporary office, and the other witch doctors did the same. The communication teams with frequent business, of course, were even more so. At this time, 12 days had passed since Nestor and his party left the second sub-base. They had passed base number 3 before, and now they would soon reach the final base number 4. Along the way, the track was basically straight, and there were few places that needed to be detoured. The only troublesome river section was successfully built after the witch doctors went to lay the bridge. It was just that when this train transporting giant trees passed through the river, the witch doctors needed to widen some bridges again. So, as the train moved forward, several bridges that were widened to 90 meters stood abruptly in the black forest along the way. Nestor and Course-Tooth Witch Doctor's main focus has always been on the ongoing experiment. The vines connected to the eggs on the giant tree extended backwards, and their ends were placed in a temporary house built on the trunk. After Nestor finished dealing with the trees in his hands, he left his office. He jumped onto the trunk and went straight to the front of the trunk 100 meters away and entered the laboratory. In the laboratory, Course-Tooth and several other witch doctors with different specialties were already waiting. At this time, seeing Nestor coming in, they all bowed to greet him. Nestor nodded and asked Course-Tooth, "How are the 2 eggs number 2? Moose number 2 is almost dead. Wolf number 2 is barely alive due to our active intervention. But wolf number 2 is about to give birth, which will be in the next few days. Okay, then get ready and dig out moose number 2 first." In the simple temporary laboratory, the witch doctor separated the egg belonging to moose number 2 from the tree and manually broke the eggshell. From inside it, a wet and dying moose calf appeared. Nestor was somewhat disappointed after seeing its appearance, because apart from being weak, it was almost the same as an ordinary moose newborn. Nestor simply observed it for a moment, then sent it to a witch doctor who specialized in moose research, and instructed, "Take good care of it, and make sure it survives, until we return to the headquarters." The witch doctor took it, carefully held it in his arms, and prepared to take it to the back carriage, to take care of it. He had just turned to leave when Nestor spoke again. "Forget it. Don't wait for us. Separate a few moose, and go to the front of the convoy, to go on their own. Return to the headquarters as quickly as possible, and conduct the follow-up research before it dies." "Understood. I'll go and prepare first." Nestor nodded, said hard work, and then turned his attention back to the eggs that had not yet been laid. The witch doctor put down the fawn in his arms for the time being, jumped off the slowly moving train, ran to the front, and prepared a new carriage. Not long after, a new simple carriage was created by magic, and 5 spare deer were pulled out of the herd that were moving with the train, and pulled to the front for traction. Afterwards, an apprentice controlled the single carriage train to move slowly in front, while the witch doctor came back alone, took the baby moose, and turned back again. In addition, there were 2 teams of 10 soldiers accompanying them. After everything was ready, as the apprentice waved his whip, the carriage, pulled by 5 moose, moved faster and faster, and soon left the giant wood team far behind. The single line is still a bit troublesome, at least there must be a parallel line. Looking at all this, a witch doctor sighed. "If we start it slowly, the production team may complain. They are already a little tired of such a long construction period." In response, another witch doctor gave a response. "That's right. After all, there is a shortage of labor. Just one project can occupy such a large proportion of people." Who said it wasn't? The short exchange soon came to an end, and the witch doctors once again focused their attention on the giant tree. Some of them are still working on increasing the number of vine umbilical cords in order to further increase the number of experiments that can be carried out at the same time. Another group has been using ultrasound to detect the inside of the eggs in order to record all the changes that have occurred in the eggs. A few days passed quickly. During this period, the witch doctor who returned to the tribe with the little moose had already arrived at the headquarters. At this time, he had already dived into the ice crystal microscope room and used a high-power microscope to observe the target's tissue cell samples. And the wolf number 2, that Nestor had been waiting for, finally came to birth. With the help of the witch doctors, a little female wolf broke the eggshell with difficulty and breathed the outside air for the first time. The witch doctors were very happy, not only because the little wolf cub survived, but also because the output was far more shocking to the trolls than they had thought before. It was not an ordinary wolf, nor was it the imagined wind wolf. This was a giant wind wolf cub. Oh my god. This effect is too shocking to the trolls. Egg number 2 is in such a miserable state that a giant wind wolf can come out. What about egg number 3? Its magic crystal reaction is much more obvious than that of egg number 2. Could it be a lord wolf? Or a wolf king? And can the moose egg number 3 directly produce a leader level moose? For this reason, the witch doctor started to associate at this time. It was not far from the headquarters. The train was expected to reach the Black River Bridge tonight. Once the Black River was crossed, it meant that the headquarters was already within reach. At this time, several witch doctors who stayed behind in the tribe had already appeared on the Black River Bridge. They joined several witch doctors who jumped off the train and arrived before the convoy and began to widen the Black River Bridge to allow the giant wood train to pass directly. After hugging each other, the witch doctors who had not seen each other for a long time stood on a section of the bridge and cast spells simultaneously. With the chanting of spells and the dancing of fingers, the already wide Black River Bridge once again became larger and wider, gradually becoming a real giant. On both sides of the bridge, in order to give it a better supporting structure, 6 more bridge pear trees were planted, 3 on the left and 3 on the right. They quickly combined with the bridge body, and soon they were indistinguishable from each other, and became a complete bridge tree. In the headquarters on the right bank of the Black River, there were not only the trolls who stayed behind, but also the chiefs and witch doctors of the eastern tribes, who had been taken back by the fleet long ago. Although there was a suspicion of forcing the head, Nestor's will was obviously implemented. After the strongholds near the tribes learned of the alliance, they immediately sent envoys to inform them, and sent them one by one to the vicinity of the river, and transported them to the headquarters at the fastest speed through the shortcuts that had been explored. At this time, facing the returning dictator, these chiefs and witch doctors were taken to the station again, ready to let them witness with their own eyes the 2 great achievements of the headquarters, the giant bridge and the rail transit. Chapter 159, Triumphal Parade in the Shadows. The delegation's visit point was set up in the station. Although it was a station, it was just a very wide treeless open space. This inexplicable treeless belt, which stretched out to an unknown distance, suddenly appeared on the right bank of the Black River. Unlike the trolls of the original tribe who were accustomed to it as builders, the witch doctors and chiefs from the allied tribes were a little at a loss. Before this, although the Ya tribe borrowed a lot of labor from their respective tribes in the name of building tracks, in fact, they still didn't know what the Ya tribe had done and built in the west. Therefore, after following the treeless belt and looking at the magnificent bridge across the river in the distance under the illumination of torches on both sides, they subconsciously thought that it should be all the achievements of the Ya department this time. Until the dense trampling sound rhythmically came from far to near, and 10 columns of more than 800 moose slowly appeared from the other side of the bridge, along the track that extended all the way to the feet of the trolls, as if pulling something forward. The chiefs and witch doctors who didn't know what was going on, then they had some understanding that the Ya department seemed to have done something big again this time. Afterwards, when a huge shadow behind the moose was slowly pulled out of the curtain of the night in the haze of firelight, they finally gave a real exclamation and sigh at the scene before their eyes. What is this? It's incredible. My Black Forest. As a result, a buzzing sound came from the emissary square and came to greet the convoy, naturally not only from the allies. After learning that the dictator and the expeditionary force would arrive tonight, the trolls who stayed behind at the headquarters spontaneously gathered within the distance from the riverbank to the station. They also stretched their necks and waited. So, when they saw the moose herd that was more majestic than they had imagined, and the huge tree behind it, whose outline looked extremely large, but unfortunately could not be clearly seen due to the cover of the night, the trolls who stayed behind, feeling proud and shocked, also cheered. When torches lit up on the backs of the giant trees, completely exposing their majestic figures to the vision of all onlookers, the cheers finally reached a peak. The moose herd slowly drove the giant tree across the bridge. When the 90-meter wide and 120-meter long giant tree finally approached, the trolls who gathered in the treeless belt realized that they were too close. Unlike modern people who are used to seeing all kinds of skyscrapers and have a high degree of acceptance of giants, the trolls have never seen such a wonder at such a close distance. Although the rolling mountains and wide rivers, these natural creations seem to be much more majestic. The huge trees lying in front of them have a special feeling because of their artificial sense. Therefore, under the sense of oppression that followed, the trolls involuntarily stepped back step by step until they completely shrank into the forest on both sides and used the natural majesty to cover their bodies. Only then did they barely breathe a sigh of relief and have the energy to really pay attention to the huge objects in front of them. Looking up, there is an arc that can't be seen at a glance. The curve of the tree trunk creates a visual illusion, making it seem endless. On both sides of the tree trunk, cages hung by vines imprisoned dozens of windwolf lords who used to be invincible. The vines bound their long snouts, and their bodies, which should have appeared extremely large, now appeared extremely small because of the background. These highly intelligent lord wolves struggled desperately in the cage, trying to win a chance to escape before their fate was completely decided, but what bound them was the same material as the cave wolf prison. So no matter how they struggled, they could not create even a crack for escape, and could only continue to serve as trophies, to be observed in the cage. My compatriots. At this time, the familiar voice of the dictator sounded from somewhere, and the trolls suppressed the panic in their hearts and looked around, looking for the voice of the pioneer. There, in the front. The sharp-eyed trolls immediately found Nestor's trace, because they were standing relatively far back. The trolls looked along his arm. Some only saw the towering tree trunks, and some saw the figure of the dictator who seemed to be standing on the top of a cliff. As more and more trolls reacted, they all ran towards the station, because there was a square arranged in advance, and only there could provide enough angle for them to look up. The trolls were very fast. Before Nestor could say a few more words, they retreated like lightning and gathered in the square in front of the station. Only then, with the help of the firelight and the angle, could they really see Nestor and the giant under his feet. Nestor spoke again at the right time. He stood at the top of the horizontal tree trunk, opened his arms and said, "Fellow countrymen, we have once again ushered in a great victory." His voice was amplified and vibrated in all directions in front of him, clearly and loudly resounding in the night. "Victory! Victory!" The high-pitched response came from the station and the headquarters, and then from the back of the train, that had not yet stopped. At the same time, a neat sound of footsteps also sounded from the shadow at the bottom of the giant tree. The train slowly entered the station square at this time. As the moose herd stopped, a sharp and piercing friction sound was heard from the back of the train out of sight. Then, the whole train finally overcame inertia and really stopped in the noise. The train stopped in the north, and the square extended to the south. The trolls inside and outside the square also gathered on the wider south side and witnessed everything. The square was full of torches, and the flames from them dispersed the shadows at the bottom of the south side of the giant tree. The 3,000 soldiers who walked on both sides of the road and always guarded the train and the witch doctors finally showed their figures from the front to the back. They appeared in the shadows behind them in full armor, and marched in neat steps, and gradually entered the range illuminated by the fire. The trolls found the source of some of the previous victorious sounds. For the witch doctors and chiefs outside, the giant tree and the track in front of them certainly had an indescribable majestic momentum. Whether it was its size or the way it moved, it was full of wonders. But to be honest, compared to this giant tree, that they didn't know what it was used for, the nearly 2,000 cavalry and infantry mixed combat troops who were almost armed to the teeth actually made them feel more frightened. The Ya tribe is completely different from us. This is almost the unanimous voice of all outsiders at this time, although this feeling has existed before. Whether it is the garrisons all over the Black Forest, the fleets running on the river, or the cavalry charged during the negotiations, these factors, plus the various technologies that are incomparable to other tribes, have actually proved this point early. But that was only vague, or forced to be vague. They can completely ignore it, and continue to indulge in the illusion that we can also become strong, and try to catch up with the Ya tribe, which has actually left them far behind. But today, when this person holding a spear and shield, a steel and wood heavy sword on his waist, carrying 8 heavy throwing spears arranged in a fan shape, and a full covered armor on his body that can hardly see the size of his skin, really appeared in front of them, the thought of incomparable appeared so directly, leaving them no room for fantasy. Just as these outsiders were either fascinated or depressed by the battle array they had witnessed, Nestor's voice resounded in the ears of all the trolls at the same time. My compatriots, allies from the eastern Black Forest. As Nestor's voice rang out again, the square, which had previously been a little noisy due to exclamations and praises, became silent in an instant. Nestor, who had been planning to call out a few more words to suppress the noise, immediately began the next step in his plan. I, your dictator Nestor, here on behalf of the expeditionary force, I declare victory to you again. Vanguard. Vanguard. The cheers rang out again, and the pedal under Nestor's feet slowly landed in the enthusiastic cheers under the control of the behind-the-scenes personnel, making his figure gradually become clearer in the eyes of the trolls. After falling about 45 meters, and reaching the center of the side trunk of the giant tree, Nestor gently raised his hands, and pressed down to stop the cheers below. Then, he continued to speak to the trolls who had quieted down again. We defeated the arrogant wolf pack. We defeated the legendary Black Forest punishment. Therefore, from the left bank of the Black River, the area of 2,000 kilometers long from east to west and 800 kilometers wide from north to south. From now on, it will become our new paradise. There, all the land, forests, wild beasts, will all be ours. Most of the trolls actually didn't know what the Black Forest punishment was, so they were somewhat confused by this statement. At the moment, they just cheered subconsciously, because of the numbers behind it. Nestor would certainly not be satisfied with this. The purpose of this time was not only to consolidate the confidence of the party, create a momentum of 10,000 victories, but also to show off the victory to the allies. Therefore, the things that were defeated naturally had to be fully displayed in front of all witnesses. Therefore, amid the continuous cheers of the trolls, the behind-the-scenes workers followed the preset procedures and opened the belly of the giant tree little by little. So on the side of Nestor, the tree trunk slowly opened the wall of the prison. Because of the witch doctor's efforts, it separated from each other like multiple overlapping ribs, and then like a Rubik's cube, like a Tetris, that disappeared at the bottom of the screen. It retracted into the gaps between each other, expanding the size of the opening, and closing surface little by little. Gradually, gusts of wind came out from the cracks in the tree trunks, and they became stronger and stronger. The strong wind brought up gravel all over the ground, hitting the bodies and faces of the trolls, making it almost impossible for them to open their eyes completely. The trolls' sight was naturally attracted by the cracks. They raised their necks and looked eagerly, wanting to see what this huge power came from. The barrier layer of tens of meters thick retreated little by little, and gradually, a wisp of green hair appeared in the vision of the trolls. 10 centimeters, 30 centimeters, 1 meter, 5 meters. Finally, when the barrier opened up towards the structure of this side, a terrifying giant wolf appeared. It was more than 11 meters long and more than 6 meters high, and the green and red colors were entangled with each other, emitting bursts of light. The wind was howling around it, sweeping across the entire square more violently than before. This was naturally the trophy of the witch doctors, the real wolf king who was seriously injured and not healed under the cave. At this time, its limbs, long snout, sharp claws, and all the joints on its body were tightly bound by vines as thick as the arms of the trolls. These vines were not the kind that it tore casually on the night of the battle, but new products that were born through its own energy and continuously reinforced by the witch doctors, and it was unknown how many times it had been iterated. They were strong and resilient, enough to restrain even a monster like the cave wolf in a short period of time. Therefore, even if it suddenly wakes up at this time, the witch doctors are confident that they can close the cage barrier again before it breaks free, and there is no danger of its escape. In addition to these vines, another layer of insurance is the vine injectors around the cave wolf. They grow out from the inside of the barrier, and the pointed tip pierces under its epidermis, using drugs to control its physical state. At this time, the witch doctor slowly reduced the injection of tranquilizers. The drug, which was already maintained at the limit, suddenly fell below the dose that maintained its sleepiness. So, under the stimulation of many hostile people, the cave wolf opened its eyes again after many years. Everything before the sleep seemed to have happened a moment ago. The cave wolf's deep blue eyes flashed with anger, and after sensing its current situation, it had never experienced such humiliation in its life, and its anger was like a volcano, boiling uncontrollably from the depths of its bones. Trolls, I will make you feel the ultimate fear. Even if the sun rises and sets 1,000 times, I will never forget the humiliation of this moment. Its mouth was clearly bound by vines, but the terrifying sound still sounded from nowhere, sweeping across the bodies of the trolls like a substance, and after arousing layer after layer of tremors, it spread far away. The trolls retreated together, because this mighty force like a natural enemy made them feel fear in their hearts. Higher creatures. Although there is no clear definition, this word appeared in the minds of all the trolls who witnessed this scene at this time. Fellows, we don't have to panic. It's just a prisoner. Victory belongs to us. Nestor's voice sounded at the right time, and the confidence and determination inspired the hearts of the trolls like a drum during a march. Yes, this guy has been defeated by the dictator, and now he is just a piece of meat for us to slaughter. After realizing this, cheers far more enthusiastic than before rang out in the square, and gradually merged into one word. Pioneers. 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 Unlike the boiling momentum of the trolls, in the forest on the left bank of the Black River, there were two forces looking at each other in different places at this time. One of them was a pack of wolves that appeared here at this time for unknown reasons. On the riverbank 5 kilometers away from the Black River Bridge, 12 wolf kings were listening to the other side across the river, and behind them was a sea of wolves that was almost endless. It's really here, and even if it wakes up again, it still can't escape. One of the wolf kings, at this time, communicated with his companions beside him in an unknown non-verbal way. At its feet, nearly 10 trolls were lying in a mess. Judging from the breath, they had all turned into corpses at this time. These corpses have one thing in common, that is, they are all engraved with dense patterns. If there are witch doctors or apprentices belonging to the Ya department here, they will definitely recognize that these are totems of Windwalker, Polarizer, Wind Whisperer, etc. Obviously, they are all full-time workers who lead the far traveler troops of this department. As for the reason for their death here at this time, it is naturally clear at a glance. What should we do now? Should we attack as planned and catch them all in one fell swoop? I think it's time to retreat. Debilius was indeed captured by them, and he didn't try to escape as we speculated. Yes, although Debilius was seriously injured by those guys in the volcanic group, he is definitely not a guy who can be easily captured alive. This unknown method may also trap us. I agree. Don't forget that they may choose to release the king in the end. No, release Debilius. We won't get any benefit by then. It will tear us to pieces before it falls asleep again. What about the wolves that betrayed us? Do we have to take a detour on the way back? Who is the leader of the Black Forest? Calm down. The anger of Silesius will only blind you. Isn't the experience of Debilius at his peak a warning to you? Do you have to rush into the enemy's lair when the situation is unknown? I see. I lost my temper. Well, these corpses are useless. Let the wolves eat them. Don't leave even a trace. Although I don't want to admit it, it seems that it is our turn to lie dormant from now on. I see. Yes. Let's go. Go around the southern coastline and destroy the remaining smell. Don't let the traitors smell our scent. By the way, Eubulus and Lucia, can you two stay on the way? Wait for a while and then return to make a formal visit. If possible, we can find out how they captured Debilius. The owner of this voice is an old wolf. It seems that it has a certain prestige even in the Wolf King group. It can discuss and arrange some things. What about our territory? The mountain beasts are not stable recently. If we don't return for so long. The one who answered the old wolf was one of the 2 wolf kings that Fang Fang went to visit at the beginning. Don't worry, we will expand the patrol range and temporarily include your territory. Okay, what about you, Lucia? I'll listen to you. After the discussion of the 12 wolf kings, the wolf pack crushed the corpses of the trolls, and then they ate all the flesh and blood in the bones that could not be digested. Then, When the Lord Wolves eliminated the smell left in the original place, the wolf pack, led by the Wolf Kings, sneaked into the river and swam to the south. This time, they had to land again with the south, before reaching the influence of the sea, and then return to their nest along the coastline. And further to the north, there was a black Smilodon also exploring the situation of the tooth department from a distance. This black saber-tooth beast is more than half a size bigger than its cousin in the Black Forest. Although its size is still not as big as the Wolf Kings in the Wolf Pack, it seems to be only slightly bigger than the Lord Wolf. However, due to its special body structure, it has become almost the most powerful creature in the vast area, second only to the Wolf King, and is the main force for the monsters in the mountains to fight against the Wolf Pack. Unfortunately, the black saber-tooth beast is used to being alone and rarely appears in groups. Therefore, they cannot really pose a threat to the Wolf King or even the elite group of Lord Wolves. And because of their eating habits and personality, the black saber-tooth beast is actually not very popular among the monsters in the mountains. In terms of reputation, they are not much better than the rampant wolf packs. At this time, this black saber-tooth beast, which carefully bypassed the strange naturalized wolf pack and avoided the far traveler troops, was approaching the territory of the Fang from north to south along the Black River. As it gradually approached the Black River Bridge, it heard the cheers from the other side. The black saber-toothed beast stopped, stretched its neck, and looked far away at the other side. In addition to the scattered lights, it saw a huge object whose outline could be vaguely seen even from such a distance. What is this? Just as it was puzzled, a terrifying sound wave with information stirred up ripples in the river and rushed straight to its face. Meow, 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 meow. The black saber-toothed beast jumped back several times in fright, and a series of panicked sounds came out of its mouth that did not quite match its body shape. The voice of Debilius seemed to have some kind of all-knowing effect. After a brief panic, the big cat immediately understood the situation of the damn guy. It looked around carefully and found that its previous panic did not seem to be seen by any thinking creature. After confirming this, it slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The big cat gradually regained its composure. If you ignore its still trembling limbs, it is indeed true. In short, after thinking that it had regained its composure, the big cat once again took 4 long legs and followed the direction of its previous movement, gradually approaching the Black River Bridge. Its goal is the Yabu. Although it can swim across the river to reach its destination, driven by strong curiosity, the black saber-toothed beast is still ready to move forward to see what the strange thing in the distance is. Chapter 160. Not a very pleasant first meeting. The black saber-tooth is a solitary monster, so it is usually cautious. In addition, it was shocked by the momentum of the true Wolf King before, so when it approached the Black River Bridge, it basically took 3 steps forward and 2 steps back and was too cautious. On the other side of the river, Nesta's achievement display had come to an end. The tall wolf Debilius was knocked out by the potion again and was locked in a dark cage. The strong wind reaction on Debilius' body, which was caused by unknown reasons, gradually eased as it fell asleep again. The last part was slowly absorbed from the gaps in the plants and became part of the cycle of the caged giant tree. The strong wind in the square receded at this moment, and the trolls lit a bonfire and began their carnival. After completing the speech, Nesta and the witch doctors did not join the trolls' carnival. The witch doctors first arranged for the rest of the foreign trolls, and then gathered the many deacons of the remaining executive government, and began to listen to a series of events that happened when they were not at the headquarters. In fact, the communication between the headquarters and the witch doctors has always been smooth, so the focus of this meeting was placed on the task assigned a few days ago, that is, the method of opening up the Western Wasteland. During the time when the task was assigned, the witch doctors and deacons each drafted a plan. Although when viewed separately, the plans they issued may be crude and brief, with various biases and omissions. But when so many ideas are concentrated, they can always be refined in the discussion and obtain a relatively feasible plan for the time being. Of course, this meeting is not expected to end in the short term, and it will definitely last for a long time to thoroughly integrate the opinions of all parties. Therefore, what is going on now is just the first discussion, and the main purpose is to set the general process for future discussions. The meeting was held on the platform at the top of the giant tree, but just when it started, and before they could say anything more, a troll came up and interrupted the scheduled process. The visitor was a member of the Far Traveler Brigade. This troll, covered with totems all over his body, bent over and touched the front of Cui Wenli Tess and Zuo and whispered something to the ears of the two witch doctor apprentices who have become the captain and deputy captain, and are responsible for managing all the affairs of the Far Traveler. Seeing the two senior officers' gradually solemn expressions, a governor who was reporting slowly lowered his voice and gradually stopped talking and sat back in advance. Therefore, when Zuo Ernai and Cui Wenli listened to the report of their subordinates and raised their heads, they saw that the eyes of the hundreds of trolls sitting around were all focused on them. "Is there an emergency?" Nestor asked. The two commanders were already mature trolls who had experienced many hardships. They did not feel any unnecessary tension at this moment because of the convergence of their gazes. After they looked at each other, Drautus spoke calmly. "Yes, Your Excellency the Dictator, a large number of our guard troops on the left bank have disappeared. There are 6 groups, a total of 12 travelers, who have lost contact without any alarm. It is very likely that they have met with an accident." Nestor frowned when he heard this. While feeling distressed, he did not feel the sadness he would have in the past. "What's the direction? Where is their alert area?" "The south and southwest of the left bank. Do we need to send more travelers for reconnaissance?" "Dada. Dada." Nestor tapped the prison tree trunk on the side of his buttocks with his fingers. After pondering for a moment, he rejected Cui Wenli's proposal. "Since we can kill 12 travelers without making any noise, it doesn't make much sense to send an independent reconnaissance unit. Let's stop the meeting for now, Daba. Here. Gather all the cavalry and follow our witch doctor across the river." "Understood." Daba immediately stood up from his cross-legged sitting position, picked up the double axes at hand, ran directly to the edge of the tree trunk, and then jumped down. "Cancel the vacation for the returning soldiers, and all rearm, and enter a state of alert." "Understood. Understood." Unlike the travelers and cavalry units with the top-level full-power officers, the largest number of array soldiers do not have the top-level direct superiors. Therefore, the 2 captains who returned to the headquarters with the train are now answering. After standing up, the 2 also picked up their weapons and jumped off the tree trunk neatly, using several footholds to jump to the ground, and then began to contact the middle-level officers under their command. Following the actions of the cavalry captains and array soldiers, some trolls in the carnival below quickly left the bonfire area and armed themselves on the periphery. Among them, a total of 625 moose cavalry warriors, who only wore front and back breastplates and helmets, which were easier to arm, had already assembled on the west side of the square, while the soldiers of the Tukor gathered under the tree, wearing their heavy armor. The carnival trolls looked at all this in confusion at first, but they who were still maintaining their hunting activities soon realized something, and stopped their mouths or crotch movements, and even picked up the weapons they never left without even putting on their skirts and shorts, and looked up at the top of the giant tree with eager eyes. It seems that they are not afraid at all, and are very eager for the arrival of the battle. So, when the witch doctors also jumped down from the giant tree, they saw such a pair of eyes eager for battle. Nestor was satisfied with the spirit shown by the trolls at this moment, and hoped that this spirit could be passed on forever together with the desire for knowledge. The situation at this time can be said to be quite urgent. After all, this is the base camp of the Ya department. Even if the missing place is on the other side of the river, it has become a familiar place over the years. Now that so many elites have disappeared inexplicably in their hometown, it is not something that can be ignored. Therefore, Nestor did not make any morale boosting speeches. Looking at the current situation, it seems unnecessary. He just ordered the deacons to unite the people to be on guard, and then arranged the array soldiers to march to the alert area, and then led the witch doctors to join the cavalry to cross the river to the left bank. The son of a rich man should not sit in the hall. Although Nestor has not yet been able to think of himself as a son of a rich man, he does not intend to really go deep into the Black Forest to take risks. At this time, he just wanted to use the bridge tree as a guarantee to see the situation near the west bank of the river, and the security force around him was sufficient. So, under the escort of the cavalry, the witch doctor slowly left the square and began to march towards the bridge. In the process, the three advanced witch doctors gradually moved forward and appropriately opened the detection spell and adjusted the power to the maximum. When Nestor and other three advanced witch doctors led the team to approach the bridge, the black saber-toothed beast happened to walk to the other side of the bridge and immediately entered the range of sound wave detection. The sonic detection technique used by witch doctors, especially advanced witch doctors, is the result of rune culture, based on the detection spells of the bat. Because of the difference in the choice of focus, it is different from its egg-laying brother and the explorer totem used by the traveler. Its feedback effect is no longer limited to the capture of sound. Instead, it will instantly map out the reflection structure in the corresponding area in the witch doctor's meditation space. It is also different from the ultrasonic detection technique that requires meticulousness and is more used in scientific research. Because it pursues the detection range as much as possible, it makes considerable trade-offs in accuracy. In general, the sound wave reflection signal fed back by this detection technique can provide a general outline of a fan-shaped area, and as the distance becomes farther and the area expands, it will also generate a higher load on the caster's brain processing ability. At present, due to consumption and load, this technique has a real detection effect only when it is used by advanced witch doctors. For example, at this moment, in the meditation space of Nestor, Ashura, and Korsfang, the rough outline of a quadruped animal was projected on the other side of the bridge hundreds of meters away. From the feedback of the spell, this is a creature larger than the Lord Wolf, but smaller than the Wolf Kings. Having just received the news of the disappearance of the far traveler, and now encountering this unknown creature, Nestor and the other two witch doctors naturally had a misunderstanding. Because the enemy seemed to have only one, in this special terrain, the numerical advantage of the army would not only not be reflected, but it might scare the enemy away too early. The three trolls looked at each other, temporarily stopped the march of the army behind them, and ordered them to retreat first. The detection spell was also taken back, and Korsfang, who transformed into a half-tree troll on the spot, extended his roots forward and combined with the bridge tree, thus replacing the detection effect. Afterwards, the other witch doctors were also summoned to the front, and at Nestor's signal, they squatted down and carefully approached the bridge. After a while, many witch doctors approached this end of the bridge, changing from a squatting position to a lying position, using the length and curvature of the bridge deck to conceal their bodies. At the same time, they put their hands on the structure of the bridge extending to this side, and began to wait for information from Korsteeth behind. Whether it is the length or the width, the Black River Bridge can be said to be very exaggerated at this time. No, even in Nestor's previous life. On the other side of the river, the curious big cat happened to be attracted by this thing that looked like a natural creation, but was full of weirdness. It cautiously watched at the boundary between the land and the bridge, and its soft, furry claws stretched and retracted, repeatedly crossing the boundary and probing back and forth on the extended part of the bridge deck. After repeating this many times, it seemed to confirm that this was not the kind of hateful carnivorous plant that would suddenly open its mouth and swallow the curious baby in one gulp, so it finally stepped onto the bridge with courage. What a weird tree. While it was muttering in its heart, the tactile feedback of a foreign object stepping onto the bridge was also transmitted to the perception of the Korsteeth witch doctor through the root system. Go up to the bridge. Wait for the signal. Korsteeth, when you count down later, you must take your own delay into account. Nestor listened to his pronunciation, that seemed to be slowed down, and reminded him helplessly in a low voice. I know. I will say. 321 start. The witch doctor's previous detection sound waves were naturally detected by the sensitive big cat, and they were immediately startled. Fortunately, Nestor stopped the magic in time, and turned to use the toolman Korsteeth to barely get away with it. But even so, the big cat had been wandering in the same place before, and refused to move forward for a long time. However, while it was hesitating, it did not withdraw directly, and a part of its limbs always remained in the perception of Korsteeth. Although the witch doctors did not know why the unknown creature did not leave directly, it did not prevent them from using this time window to start the pre-transformation of the bridge tree. About 10 or 20 minutes later, the black saber-toothed beast finally started again, and began to cross the bridge very carefully. The bridge as a whole presents a huge arc, although the height of the arc is very gentle. When this gentleness is magnified to the entire span, it also forms a shielding surface at both ends. Therefore, as long as the black saber-toothed beast's footsteps do not cross that relative point, the witch doctors on this side will not be discovered by it too early. As the saber-toothed beast moved forward, it gradually approached the boundary of the blind spot. Following Corsfang's notification, the witch doctors had begun to secretly accumulate strength, quietly integrating their magic influence into the bridge tree, which was itself a product of magic, and therefore more convenient for secondary control. Without the saber-toothed beast noticing, the wood layer under the bridge surface quietly changed, and a square trap gradually formed in silence. Finally, the black saber-toothed beast was about to step into the trap area, and Corsfang also calculated the time, and began a low countdown. 321 start. The innocent big cat was walking when something unexpected happened. The branches on both sides of the bridge suddenly turned into vines, and then densely swept towards the direction where it was. These vines were made temporarily, and the bridge tree itself was just a variation of dragon bone wood. Therefore, in terms of strength, they were not as strong as the special cage. At this time, most of them were crushed by the big cat's panicked and random claws, and they could not really entangle its body. But the purpose of the vines was not to trap it, but to delay it, and attract its attention. The real killer move appeared at the same time under its feet. In the area where the big cat's limbs stepped, the bridge collapsed and disappeared in the blink of an eye, revealing the dark space at the bottom. Because the fulcrum of the foot disappeared too abruptly, the black big cat's attention was mostly used to tear the vines, resulting in it failing to jump up in time, and falling directly into the deep pit. Before it landed, and there was still no fulcrum under its feet to jump, the vines flying above changed their targets and directly covered the trap layer by layer. At the same time, the bridge body layer, that had previously changed its shape, folded and disappeared, also began to restore its original shape, and closed at a very fast speed. When the big cat finally fell to the bottom, and stepped on the solid ground, it had been locked in a very limited space. Outside, Nestor waved his hand back, and 625 moose cavalrymen ran onto the bridge, holding up their spears, and waiting in a charge formation. Another 500 array soldiers rushed from the rear, with shields erected, and spears extended from the back row, like 4 porcupines with their heads and tails touching in a circle. More than 400 spears were pointed straight at the center. Because the bridge tree is not a special cage structure, the idea of setting the trap is to surround 3 and kill 1. In the upper part of the pit, a direction that is relatively easier to break through is left, and the breakthrough path of the creatures in the artificial control is left. Sure enough, just as the witch doctors imagined, the black big cat scratched around in panic. The sharp, retractable claws scratched deep scars in the limited space, and after discovering the extreme weakness at the top of the head, it began to subconsciously wave its claws at the top. Seeing that the army was ready, the witch doctors took the initiative to open the bridge deck before the big cat found out that digging upwards was actually the most unreasonable way to escape. Head. At the same time, the soldiers shouted and stepped forward together, actively narrowing the scope of the encirclement. So, when the firelight came from the top of the head, the black saber-toothed beast looked up, and saw sharp spears pointing directly at various parts of its body like a jungle. When it saw what the enemy was, the trolls finally knew what they were surrounded by. Meow. Meow woo. Not a very sharp roar came from the trap. A creature lying on its forelimbs gathering strength, wrinkling its nose, and roaring appeared in front of them. Nestor, who was about to order an attack, saw something unusual at this time, a saddle tied around its neck. Nestor remembered clearly that the item that originally belonged to the fangs, the anger, did not appear, because when Nestor was mixed in the wolf pack, he saw this kind of creature at the foot of the mountains. They were one of the main forces against the wolf pack at that time, and it came alone at this time. So, the one on the neck is a token. Pause the attack. Soldiers retreat 3 steps. Under Nestor's order, the soldiers retreated 3 steps in an orderly manner, leaving a certain amount of space for the black cat that was circling around and trying to find a suitable breakthrough point. Have you seen Fangs? The big cat, who did not relax because of the retreat of the trolls, heard a voice coming from not far away. It remembered this language because the creature that ran into its territory also spoke similar syllables. But the big cat remained vigilant because the guys surrounding it did not look like the one it had seen before. Its eyes were rolling around, wanting to wait for an opportunity to attack, but suddenly, a figure appeared in its field of vision, stopping the attack that was about to break out. That was the figure of Ashura. Apart from her body shape and face, she looked very similar to the image in the big cat's memory. It hesitated for a moment, then roared at Ashura twice, meow, meow. Ashura, who was standing with Nesta behind the battle array, noticed the contact of their eyes and vaguely realized something. It seems to be calling me over? Nesta was not stupid. He looked at the ugly faces of the trolls and then at Ashura's elf-like figure and understood something. The big cat seemed to have a misunderstanding and regarded Ashura and Sharp Fang as the same race. He hesitated a little, not wanting to put Ashura in danger. It's okay, aren't you behind me? Okay. Ashura nodded and began to move forward through the gap left by the battle soldiers, step by step towards the direction of the pit, and Nesta was also worried and took a step to catch up. After she took a few steps, unexpectedly, as soon as he moved, the big cat, which was standing on tiptoe with half of its body exposed, glared at him fiercely and made a warning purring sound. Okay, I won't move. Nesta stopped and opened her hands to indicate that she would not act rashly again, which made the big cat let down its guard a little. When Ashura approached, the big cat raised its claws and tore the thin rope around its neck, causing the saddlebag to fall on the bridge in front of it. After Ashura leaned over to pick up the saddlebag, she tried to reach out and touch it. Of course, it was just a test. She didn't really think she could touch it and gave the big cat enough time to dodge. But unexpectedly, after seeing her reach out, the big cat showed a little hesitation in its eyes, but in the end it did not dodge and really let Ashura touch its smooth black hair. Ashura was a little happy, but not too much, just a little taste, and then backed away to Nesta. It doesn't seem to be hostile to us. I think so. But how did our traveler disappear? Forget it, let me see what Fang said first. Nesta opened the sack, revealing a wooden board with clear handwriting on it. Judging from the traces, it was indeed the product of Fang's claws. Mr. Dictator, after I returned for the second time and replied to the Wolf King, I happened to encounter a war belonging to the Wolf Pack. Because you mentioned this before, in short Fang's meaning is that he sneaked into the mountains and contacted the resistance over there and established a pretty good friendship with one of the black saber-toothed beasts. This creature, which is used to catching monsters for food and looks cruel, but is actually too curious, is actually in a very embarrassing situation in the mountains. So, he tricked one of them into sending a letter to the tribe, hoping that Nesta would try to contact it and try to find a way to establish an overall friendship and make them a strong support for the headquarters. And he himself should still be holding the token of the big cat, looking for its other compatriots in the mountains. Nesta looked up and saw the big cat, half of its body outside the pit, confronting the group of soldiers, and thought to himself, this situation seems a bit bad. Chapter 161 Monuments and Ethics. Although the cause of the death of the far travelers has not been figured out, the misunderstanding with the Smilodon has been initially eased because of the letter from Fang. Therefore, Nesta ordered the soldiers to slowly retreat to show the sincerity of Fang. Fang is one of us, you can relax. Although it is not clear whether it can understand, Nesta still said so. As the soldiers retreated, a large area of open space appeared in front of the pit, so the big cat jumped out with a whoosh and stood on the bridge again. Nesta wanted to go forward, but as soon as he took a step, the big cat crouched down and showed a look of alert. He stopped helplessly and turned to Dabba behind him and said, Dabba, you take the cavalry to the south to see the coarse-toothed witch doctor first, and you take 15 witch doctors with them. Understood? Okay. Dabba responded and led the cavalry behind him, bypassing the war soldier circle, guarding the coarse-toothed witch doctor who had turned back into a troll, and half of the witch doctors, and went to the other side of the river. As for this big cat, what should we do? Why don't I try it? It seems to be more relaxed with me, Ashura suggested. In response, Nesta was silent for a while before slowly nodding his head. Be careful, always be vigilant. Understood. Ashura stepped forward, slowly came to the front of the black saber-toothed beast, and tentatively reached out again, indicating that she wanted to touch it. At this time, the big cat was already standing on the bridge, and its figure had already appeared in front of the trolls. Just as Nesta had detected before, this is a strong creature with a shoulder height of about 2.7 meters, a body length of up to 5.6 meters, a chest width of about 1.1 meters, and a body size between the Wolf King and the Lord Wolf. It has a short snouted cat-shaped head, and a pair of sharp downward curved bone-white long blade teeth on both sides of the upper jaw. In terms of muscle lines and body shape, it overall combines the robustness of the leopard in the previous life and the tallness of the cheetah, while also having the agility of a kitten. In short, under the dark black hair, it is an extremely beautiful creature. It's just a little uglier than me after the transformation. Nesta thought so. Will you come with me? I can give you lots of meat. Okay. The 2.7 meter tall Ashura's head barely reached the same level as its chest. She raised one hand, stood on tiptoe, and gently scratched the neck of the big cat with its head held high. By the way, she pointed to the headquarters with her other hand, indicating the direction. The big cat seemed to understand a few of the limited words, such as meat and meat. There was a hint of desire in his eyes. It looks like he has a good relationship with Sharp Fang. He actually trusts other creatures similar to him. Damn, is he male or female? Seeing his partner's intimate actions over there, Nesta felt a little jealous. However, he still raised his hand and waved to the back, indicating that the war soldier should slowly retreat, and he also stepped aside step by step. But at the same time, Nesta and the other half of the witch doctors who stayed here never let down their guard. They always kept the spells connected to the bridge, ready to launch the vine spells that were not fatal, but could delay its claws and fangs. Seeing the trolls retreat, the black saber-toothed beast, which was hesitating between vigilance and excitement, finally lowered its head, rubbed Ashura's raised arm, expressed a considerable degree of goodwill, and tentatively took a step forward. Seeing that the big cat finally followed Ashura, Nesta signaled several witch doctors to follow from a distance, and he himself, after hesitating for a moment, decided to stay here and wait for news from Korsfang and the cavalry. Watching Ashura go away with worry, Nesta withdrew his thoughts, led the soldiers and the remaining witch doctors to cross the bridge, and activated the remote monitoring spell in the direction where Korsfang left. In his mind, there was a chaotic sound wave feedback signal, different from the previous detection type spells that focused on obstacle feedback. The one that was activated at this time was a monitoring type spell that was biased towards receiving sound signals from other parties. At the same time, this was also the prototype spell of the listener totem. After it was activated, the waveform feedback of various sound signals within a 45-degree angle in front was mapped in the meditation space. Nesta eliminated the natural sound according to the characteristics of the wave type and used the difference in wave frequency to strip off the long-distance signals of more than 40 kilometers and began to focus on listening to the signals within a range of 1 to 40 kilometers. The heavy information from the travelers and the witch doctors was thus chaotically concentrated in the meditation space. When Nesta processed these messages, he did not need to divide the work and cooperate like the apprentices in the communication class. The computing power advantage of the advanced witch doctor's brain was revealed at this time. He quickly classified and collected the chaotic waveforms and sorted out dozens of passwords from different terminals. Then, he transcoded them into language in his brain. Traveler 04 group, no abnormalities in the area. Traveler group 07, no anomalies in the area. Witch Doctor Ilvista, no anomalies in the area. Traveler group 13, no anomalies. Witch Doctor Corsteath, no anomalies. The search in the south and southwest directions lasted a whole night. After 24 lamp hours, the witch doctors and the cavalry who served as escorts returned with the bad news that no trolls were found alive or dead, and no trace of the enemy was detected. Nesta felt helpless about this, and had to order the moose cavalry and naturalized wolf packs to join the regular patrol missions to reduce the risks borne by the travelers. And from this incident, he thought of the eye unit similar to the sentry guard in the game he played in his previous life. So, he opened his mouth and said, "Coarse-toothed witch doctor. What's the matter, Mr. Dictator?" In the Black Forest, especially in the west of the Black River, the strength that our headquarters can deploy is still too weak, and the wolf pack does not have a very good way to communicate. The control of the sphere of influence is a bit superficial. If we rely entirely on the wanderers or the cavalry to patrol, the casualty rate when encountering higher creatures will be too high. Indeed, what do you mean? We must have low-risk plant-type reconnaissance units. But, without appropriate prototype plants, it is difficult to start any improvements. I understand, so we must speed up the research on runes and plants, or to lower the level, and combine totems with magical plants. Okay, I will lead the plant-based witch doctors to try it. Well, that's up to you. However, you don't have to get involved. The two of us, and Ashura, will temporarily focus all our energy on the research on the giant trees. As for the reconnaissance plants, you can give the specific responsible person some directions in advance, and let them try first. Understood. The sudden disappearance of the wanderers has come to an end for the time being. On the second day, the Rune Council found an excuse to send away the representatives of the allied tribes who came to inquire about the return date, and they themselves transplanted the giant trees first. The giant trees were not placed in the existing urban area of the headquarters, but were planted in an open space outside the city. After several days of work, the witch doctors relied on the physical supplement of liquid fat to finally complete the Sarge's task. Looking at the headquarters city not far away, and the giant trees with blurred boundaries on both sides behind him, and thinking back to the remains of the victims brought back this time, Nesta fell into deep thought. What are you thinking about? Ashura strolled under the giant tree with a big cat, who was unwilling to enter the city, and asked next to the black saber-toothed beast who was looking at the giant tree in a thoughtful state. I wonder if this place will be included in the city in the future. Do you think that's a bad idea? Not really. Nesta looked at Ashura's elven body and suddenly remembered the setting of the ancient tree of life that was commonly seen in games in his previous life, and was bound to the elves, plus the related research that he was about to continue. He thought that it would be quite interesting to have a magnificent giant tree in the center of the headquarters. In that case, why not change the location of the monument plan submitted by the executive government? After having this idea, he immediately proposed this idea to the other witch doctors. Because of the importance of the giant tree to the future sublimation of the species, the witch doctors also felt that this plan seemed more appropriate than leaving it alone outside the city. Therefore, the monument system that was about to be built changed its location from the original city center square to the foot of this giant tree, and planned to use this as the center to slowly build a new city area, and then gradually connect it with the old city in the future. The construction of the monument started quickly, and some adjustments were made to the original plan. Originally, the executive yuan planned to build a hero's cemetery with steel and wood under the square, and then store the remains of compatriots who died in the war in it. But now, this plan has been abandoned. In the new plan, the hero's cemetery will be set up above the prison cell of the cave wolf, and an independent space will be opened up on the top of the giant tree to become a large-scale hero's tomb in the future. There, the remains of the victims will be cremated, along with the bones that cannot be burned, and placed in steel and wood coffins for permanent storage, and those who have no remains will find relics from their homes and burn them instead. Under the tomb, on the south side of the trunk of the giant tree, a large hero's square will be built to become the bearing area of the monument system. The monument in the center of the square is temporarily 6 meters high, with a full A-square cone that is thin at the top and thick at the bottom. On the 4 sides of the bottom of the monument, the heroic postures of the soldiers fighting bravely are carved in relief. The third layer on the front of the monument, which is the layer above the relief, is engraved with the words Western Expedition Heroes in alphabetic and hieroglyphic characters. The remaining 3 sides are densely packed with lines of phonetic characters. Most of them have pronunciation suffixes such as star and thes, which are obviously the names of the trolls of the main tribe. A small part does not have such suffixes, and belongs to the trolls from the naturalized tribe. The second layer is engraved with the words Eastern Expedition Heroes. The remaining 3 sides are also lines of names, and most of them belong to members of the main tribe. Only a very small part belongs to Finne and Norman, who were incorporated in the early days, so there are no Ya tribe characteristics in their names. As for the top layer, the words tribal founder heroes are engraved on the front, and the other 3 sides are in the form of no words, to commemorate the nameless ancestors from a more distant era. According to the plan of the executive government, from now on, this monument will record the names of the victims of each battle, and then gradually increase in size, to become taller and taller, so that future generations can admire it in the future. The disclosure of each key battle will be described in detail on a small monument in the square. At present, there are only 4 battles that can be commemorated: the 3 defense battles, the 3 pursuit battles, the 3 annihilation battles, and the cave defense battles, so there are only 4 satellite monuments erected in the square. If this plan is carried out, this square will sooner or later become a forest of monuments. Thousands of years later, the city may have to be replanned because of this. However, Nestor did not deny the executive government's plan, because he felt that these victims were worth the living to make such concessions. In addition to the headquarters, similar arrangements were made in the 4 new cities in the west and the squares of several large garrisons in the east, but there were no tombs and satellite monuments there, and only the central monument was retained. The missing first 2 would be replaced by memorial halls built in each base. At the same time, these monuments and memorial halls would become educational bases in the future to influence the spirits of generations of future generations. When the basic structures of this project, such as the tomb chamber, square, monument and other element, were completed with the full assistance of the witch doctors, when the branch bases and large garrisons in the east and west also completed the corresponding miniaturization construction with the assistance of the garrisoned witch doctors, the headquarters and the garrisons held a solemn funeral at the same time, and in their respective places. After the farewell of all the trolls, the bodies or relics of the dead were placed in steel and wooden boxes engraved with their names, and sent to the collective tomb of the dead for them to rest along the super long steps that went diagonally upward to the top of the giant tree. And below, in front of the monument in the Square of Heroes, the trolls went through the steps of silence, recalling the bitterness and sweetness, swearing to inherit the spirit, and seeing off, and the ceremony ended in a simple but solemn atmosphere. The dead are gone, and the task of the living has just begun. After the ceremony, the Rune Council once again let the representatives of the tribes go. After continuing to let them wait, they started to discuss related topics such as agricultural development, Western development, and transformation of the ruling structure step by step. The day and night discussion meetings, mixed with daily affairs, lasted for more than 10 days, and it seemed that they had to continue, and the witch doctors and chiefs of the tribes were forced to travel in the tribe for more than 10 days. However, after determining the general direction of each topic, Nestor, Corseteeth, and Ashura went directly back to the vicinity of the giant tree, and returned to their research under the curious gaze of the big black cat who became Ashura's follower. While conducting the experiment, they occasionally confirmed the correctness of the route through the meeting briefings sent back regularly. Just when the witch doctors, apprentices, and deacons were busy with their own affairs, a variable that was not small, but came to the headquarters angrily. It was Canapsis who had submitted applications twice in a row, but received no response, and her subsequent complaints in the suggestion box had not been responded to for a long time. She skipped work, took a long-distance train, and came here in a hurry, wanting to seek justice for herself and her 3 partners. In the troll tribe with insufficient confidentiality, Ms. Cunner easily asked where Nestor was, and then ran directly under the giant tree, raised her neck and shouted. About 200 meters above her head, in the canopy that stretched out again, 3 witch doctors were observing embryos in the laboratory. At this time, there seemed to be a faint sound in her ears, so Nestor left the laboratory and listened attentively below. Your Excellency the Dictator. Your Excellency the Dictator. I want to complain. Ah, this is Quinitus? Nestor identified who it was just by the voice, and recalled the intersection of the 2. Who is it? It seems to be a female. Ashura slowly walked out of the laboratory, looking up and down at her husband with a suspicious face. When she came out, the black saber-tooth that was exploring in the tree canopy suddenly came out, and rubbed its head affectionately with its owner. Ashura got along very well with this saber-tooth, that she named Dark Knight, and nicknamed Little Black, which can be seen from the snoring sound that it began to warn Nestor, after noticing the dissatisfaction of the owner. A little girl who wants to be a traveler. No, she seems to be more than 60 years older than us. I don't know why she wants to see me. Let's go down and take a look. Since you have come to me, you must have really encountered some problems. Ashura did not speak, but squinted at her husband until Nesta was scared by her look. Then she turned back to the house, leaving only the faint voice echoing in the original place. You go by yourself. As for what to pay attention to, I believe our great pioneer knows it very well. It must be. Nesta said so with Ziohen's obviously mocking eyes. What are you looking at? You female licking dog. After glaring at each other with Ziohen, Nesta, who just wanted to change his mood, quickly descended 200 meters along the long cable and came directly under the tree. Kana, who had raised her head and shouted several times under the giant tree, became worried and began to feel uneasy about her reckless behavior after shouting. As the uneasiness became stronger, Kana looked around like a thief and found that there were no trolls here. She turned her back and tried to sneak away quietly. 2 steps, 3 steps, the sound of breaking wind came from behind. Before she could draw the weapon at her waist and turn around vigilantly, a voice that everyone was familiar with sounded behind her. Why do you want to leave again? It's not like you to escape in the face of battle, Kanatis. Ah, Your Excellency the Pioneer. Kana stiffly moved her body little by little, trying her best to turn in the direction of Nesta. Her body trembled slightly, which was both out of admiration and uneasiness. It's okay, relax. Didn't we have a good conversation? Ha ha ha. Kana took a few deep breaths, and when she turned around completely, she finally regained the calm state of a veteran warrior. Meet Your Excellency the Dictator. She touched her chest and bent over to express her respect to Nesta. Quinitis is a troll with a traditional appearance. Her overdeveloped back muscles make her upper body look hunched forward and broad. The fat structure on her chest, which is unique to females, has become a supporting role under the background of the strong chest muscles at the bottom, leaving no element that can be called sexy from a human perspective. Her waist is too thick, and the distinct muscles are like steel bars, interlaced and surrounded under the ribs. The muscles on her buttocks are as tight as 2 weights, with almost no curves on them. Instead, they are straight edges that are diagonal up and down, and they look full of strength. In order to support the solid structure of the upper body, the knees of the legs under the buttocks are always slightly bent forward, and the muscles are knotted in addition to the upper and lower leg bones. Nesta did not think she was ugly. To Nesta, who was used to the appearance of trolls, her appearance and figure were really quite pleasing to the eye. Of course, the focus at this time was not Kana's appearance, but asking about her demands. Nesta clearly remembered that this girl should have been assigned to the number 3 sub-base. Why did she appear here today? She was still saying something like complaint. Tell me, what's going on? Nesta sat down cross-legged, patted the seat next to her, and motioned her to sit down and talk. After stammering twice, Kana still sat down as she was told, and showed a look of wanting to say something but stopping. It's okay, tell me, research is too tiring, how about you just help me change my mood? Okay. I want to complain. I want to complain. As soon as she opened her mouth, the troll's irritability returned. Kana immediately used a very intense tone to pour out her experience and grievances from beginning to end. And Nesta, rubbing his eyebrows, listened with a head full of question marks. After a while, Kana's narration finally ended, and Nesta also ended his analysis of the cause and effect of the incident. In her previous speech, Nesta found 2 issues that could be taken seriously. First, her understanding of the relevant regulations was not clear. Over the years, the tribe has actually successively implemented some experimental and temporary regulations, some of which are both optional and mandatory. For example, the trial marriage regulations is the former, which is not mandatory at all, but only provides some choices for some groups, and the regulations on restricting fights outside the ring and the corresponding punishment measures belong to the latter, and violations will be punished according to the degree. So, have these regulations been well communicated to the people? As a grassroots captain, Kana can understand the mistakes. So what about the rest of the people? This is a question that Nesta thought of at the first time. Second, the executive government has ignored the voice of the people. The Yabu is not a large country or city-state with a population of hundreds of thousands. It only has 17,000 to 18,000 trolls. Therefore, From the perspective of the official-civilian ratio, the various officials of the executive government are not so busy that they can't even give feedback. Besides, the marriage registration office is just an unpopular government office. How can the officials there have so many things to do? Can't they even give a simple reply and explanation? All these, plus the fact that Connor made a complaint in the suggestion box and no one responded again. Nesta had a better idea of the current state of the executive government. Once you have power, you are a little bit arrogant. However, Nesta planned to wait and discuss these questions. There was one question that he really felt he couldn't help but ask. So Connor, you have 3 fixed mating partners, right? Yes. Connor's previous emotions had not faded, and her response was still a little angry. When you were doing that with 2 of them, you were met by the younger one, and then angrily went into the tent of your competitor. That's right. Connor felt a little embarrassed. Sir Pioneer, will you look down on me after knowing that I couldn't even scare a male who was so much younger than me? This was her truest thought at the moment. Then, you had a frank conversation, and decided to form a family with 4 members from now on. You and the other 3 males together? That's right. The little guy smiled and agreed when I beat him up, and the other 2 agreed too. Connor patted her chest and said proudly, as if she thought that being able to monopolize the 3 males was something worth showing off. Nesta didn't know what to say. He asked hesitantly, then Connor, why don't you keep the status quo? As long as it can continue like this, whether it is registered or not, whether there is a legal ceremony or not, it doesn't seem to have any substantial impact. Different Pioneer. Since you and Azure Witch Doctor held the ceremony, we have remembered the responsibility of the oath. Now, only after such a ceremony can we obtain the protected mating right recognized by everyone. This is what the 4 of us want, both restricting ourselves and rejecting other compatriots. Connor. But I have to tell you, for some reason, looking at the look in Connor's eyes at this time, the look that didn't feel that she was wrong at all and believed from the bottom of her heart that what she wanted to do was natural. The explanation that Nesta wanted to say became difficult to say anyway. Even the Pioneer, our great dictator, whose first thought when facing the cave wolf was I will try to kill it, felt uneasy for the first time at this moment. He was a little scared. Scared to see incomprehension and incredulity in the eyes of this simple female troll. Did I do something wrong? Creating morality and ethics, trying to take what does not belong to them. No, it is us. Wanting to forcibly pull out the shackles that do not belong to us from the previous life, and copy a copy, to fasten on the pure white paper of this life. The collection has exceeded 10,000, so I wrote 1,000 more words today, a total of 7,000 plus, which is more or less a token of my 10,000 collections. However, the subscription ratio is really not good. My 10,000 collections have no effect at all. Hahaha. Chapter 162 Population and Power. First update. Because of this emotion, Nesta was forced to stop his straightforward explanation and began to think about other points in his mind. He was eager to find a reasonable cover for his original idea. It can be said that he is really worthy of being a witch doctor. Before his hesitation was noticed by synopsis, a decent argument appeared in Nesta's mind. So, after coughing lightly and turning his eyes to the direction of the headquarters city, Nesta finally spoke again, after showing his heaviness and deep thought. Quina, do you know what is preventing us from moving forward quickly and powerfully? This sudden change of topic made Connor feel a little at a loss, but out of her admiration for the Pioneer, she still responded as much as possible. She said, is it the number of troops, food reserves, hostile forces, or those allies in the east who refuse to face reality? You are right, but all of this can be traced back to the same point in the final analysis. Our numbers are really too small. The trolls of our own tribe plus those of the original Finian Noman tribes, plus the 3 female captives left behind. The total number of nearly 4,300 is our base. Later, the 13 medium-sized tribes, 7 small tribes with witch doctors, and 17 wild tribes without witch doctors, provided about 15,000 trolls, which is the basis for our rapid development over the years. When we were carrying out the orbital engineering before, the 3,000 strong laborers supported by the allied tribes were the new population that was successfully semi-converted under collective labor and unified training. Without the support of the population, there would be no witch doctors and witch doctor apprentices, and without these two, the rapid development of civilization is just an impossible dream. Therefore, these less than 20,000 trolls are the foundation of our current strength. Stopping talking for the moment, Nestor retracted his gaze from the city, turned around and looked at Kunna's face, which was obviously filled with honor and pride after hearing what he said. He said again, "But Kunna, do you know how many branch bases and strongholds we have outside?" "I don't know much. I've only been on duty in 6 of them." The girl, who was over 100 years old, felt ashamed of her ignorance and responded stumblingly, "On the left bank of the He River, we have 4 sub-bases that are supporting the operation of the track and the control of the sphere of influence. Along the He River, in order to maintain the stability of the waterway, we have established 1 large and 4 small, a total of 5 riverside garrisons. And in the east, in order to clamp down on and control our allies and keep the commodity exchange channels unobstructed, we have also built 4 large and 8 small garrisons to intimidate those large and medium-sized tribes that have so far refused to give up their independence." So many. Yes, there are indeed a lot. But don't you think it is a very arduous task to support such a large group of garrisons with our current population of less than 20,000? That seems to be the case. Nowadays, Kunna has been teaching herself knowledge other than writing for a long time. The mathematical knowledge she has mastered has given her the most basic calculation ability, and the apprentice meditation that she has been persisting in has also given her a relatively fast and clear thinking speed. Therefore, while Nestor was speaking, the 2 sets of data, 20,000 people, 9 large garrisons, and 12 small garrisons, were quickly linked together, making her immediately understand what the pioneers meant by difficult in their words. Under the division of military and civilians, the headquarters has a total of 4,000 old, strong, young, and pregnant trolls. The 4 branch bases in the west also have 800 strong and sub-adult people, and in the east, the 5 large garrisons each have 700 young and strong people, and the 12 small bases can barely maintain the existence of 300 young and strong trolls. In addition, there are 3 corps of combat soldiers, 1 corps of moose cavalry, and a corps of travelers, totaling about 2,700 off-duty people, who are always carrying out their own garrison, patrol, and reconnaissance tasks. Isn't this very reluctant? Yes, Kunna. So, we don't have any capital to be willful, especially in the policy setting of related population growth. Do you understand what I mean? I think I understand. Seeing that she only understood the most superficial meaning of his words, but did not understand the deeper meaning, Nestor had to make his words clearer. Kuna, in addition to external plunder, the natural growth of the population is an even more important factor. Those newborns born in the Yatrai bar our most solid future. Sir Pioneer, you seem to have been trying to explain something to me. These things seem to be related to me. But Kunna is stupid. Can you explain it more clearly? She vaguely sensed some of the deeper meaning, but she always couldn't grasp the key points. She was used to being straightforward, so she overcame her concerns at this time and asked so directly. Well, let me be frank. Newborns are bred by females, but the participation of males is also indispensable. And you, a female, want to obtain the exclusive mating rights of 3 males. This is actually a harm to the tribe. How could that be? Don't get excited, calm down and listen to me first. Sorry, I lost my temper, but Kunna definitely didn't think of hurting the tribe. I just don't quite understand. I understand, you don't mean any harm. Seeing that she finally regained her composure, Nestor asked softly again, Kunna, have you ever given birth to a child? Yes. I think it was 3 times. Then you should understand that the normal gestation period of females is 3 years, and there is a 2 to 3 year nursing period when the desire to reproduce is reduced, right? That's right. Kunna, who had experience, agreed. That is to say, if you get pregnant once, you will have a 3-year period of complete infertility, plus a 2 to 3 years of incomplete infertility? That's right. But males are different, Kuna. We can sow seeds every day without any scruples. So think about it, during the 3 to 6 years, when you can't and don't want to have children, what will happen to the 3 partners who have completely monopolized the mating rights by you? How much potential population growth will the tribe lose because of this? If it were just you, it would be fine, but it's like opening a door. If there is one, there will be 2, 3, and then it will continue to expand and eventually reach a level that can hurt the tribe. After speaking, both parties fell into a long silence. It was not until a long while later that the eldest girl said a little dispiritedly, I understand what you mean. Kuna will give up the idea of monopolizing them. Nesta looked at this straightforward female in such a state and felt a little sympathy in his heart. He has figured it out. In the ethical and moral level of the tribe, which is like a blank sheet of paper, whether it is polygamy, polyandry, or monogamy, or even the current widespread incestuous wives and husbands. In fact, no one is more noble than anyone else. But it is also because of this that sim mating systems that are more in line with practical needs will gradually become the mainstream. This mainstream will gradually possess the attributes of justice as time goes by, and eventually occupy the high ground on the ethical and moral level, becoming a rule that should be followed as a matter of course. Until one day, under the new situation, a new rigid need emerges. To be honest, Nesta knows that this is the development logic that conforms to objective laws, but it does not mean that he really likes it. He hopes that his compatriots can truly achieve the freedom of love and be loved, even if it is not possible now, with the support of magic and technology, in a sufficiently developed, near or far future. He is confident that he can realize such a ambition. By then, marriage and love may be completely separated from the relevant social responsibilities brought about by childbirth and become a real free private sphere. Wait a little longer, girl. Maybe the dawn has already appeared because of uncertainty, because he didn't want to break hope after giving it. Therefore, this sentence was not spoken, and it only flashed through Nesta's mind, and then he buried it deep in his heart. He looked at the sturdy back that was going away, and hesitated for a long time, before calling him to arrange something else. Kuna. First. Your Excellency the Pioneer. Kuna turned back hesitantly. She was strong, and didn't cry and feel sad as Nesta imagined. The previous loneliness seemed to be buried deep in her heart. Maybe it's a bit cruel, but I hope you can do something for me. Kuna rubbed her cheek, and when her palm left her face, she still showed a cheerful expression. It doesn't matter, you have explained it clearly enough. Kuna is happy to serve Your Excellency the Pioneer. She said so. Okay, you're a strong and good girl. Nesta waved his hand, asked her to come closer, and then ordered, let's talk about other things you encountered. Well, anything else? The government's neglect of the people, the current situation, where the suggestion box has become a decoration, and the low level of legal knowledge, these things make me feel ashamed and uneasy. His words reminded Kuna of her previous experience. Her heart, which was just covered by loss, became angry again at this time. What do you want me to do? As she said this, her eyes flashed like a real flame. Maybe you are not the only one who has encountered this situation. Go find them, and then gather your strength to make trouble. But, will it delay normal production activities and cause conflicts? Kuna hesitated about this. Don't worry, with me and the witch doctors here, nothing can't be dealt with. I understand. Okay, then come closer, and I'll tell you what to do. After a moment of instruction, Kuna left thoughtfully. Nesta stretched his body and returned to the giant tree. He reached out and grasped the hanging vines, stepped on the trunk with his feet, and quickly jumped up and disappeared into the tree canopy. I want to try 3000 plus chapters, so there should be one more chapter before 2400 hours. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Chapter 161.5 Experimental Ethics, 100% completely revised chapter. In the laboratory at the top of the tree canopy, 3 advanced witch doctors have been conducting embryo research here. At the current stage, the earliest groups of embryos have completed their gestation. As mentioned earlier, the results obtained vary greatly according to the different fetal ages when the embryos become fruits. Among them, the embryos that were transplanted immediately after becoming fertilized eggs seem to be most affected by the high energy environment. For example, wolf number 3 and moose number 3. Wolf number 3 showed extremely high physical fitness at birth. From the comparison between it and wolf number 2, there are several specific differences. First, under ultrasonic detection, the magic crystal in its mind is larger than the reflection volume shown by wolf number 2. Although because of its incomplete development, it is not possible to know the exact type of spells contained in it, and therefore it is impossible to make a judgment on its biological level based on this. But from the most simple point of view of the bigger the better, this little guy is definitely better than his brother. Second, wolf number 3 is stronger. When it was just taken out of the embryo, its body was about the same size as wolf number 2, which was already 1 month old before it died. In addition, wolf number 1 is alive and well, but wolf number 2, whose gestational age is neither too old nor too young, died in the laboratory long before Nestor and other witch doctors returned to the headquarters. Moose number 2, who was also rushed to the headquarters for a search, had the same experience as it. The cause of death of the two was basically the same, both of which were caused by embryonic malnutrition due to not adapting to the environment inside the egg. After talking about the situation of the wolf embryo, let's take a look at the moose. Moose number 3 also showed much higher physical fitness than ordinary moose calves when he was born. But it is a pity that perhaps it is due to potential reasons or other unknown factors. In short, there is no magic crystal reflection in the brain of moose number 3, and it is estimated that when he grows up, he will only be a secondary leader level between animals and monsters. As for turning into a monster level moose like Nestor's mount, the 3 witch doctors didn't dare to make this assumption. Just looking at the thousands of moose herds that the tribe has now, there are really very few monster level creatures. With such a large base, there are only 9 leader level creatures of the same level as Nestor's mount. At the beginning, they led independent populations of no more than 200 and at least 30 or 40, living in the Black Forest. As for the other moose herds driven by the wolf pack, no matter how large or small their scale is, most of their leaders are only one or several sub-leaders. Therefore, the promotion conditions for sub-leaders are still a mystery, and the 3 witch doctors naturally don't dare to have too many extravagant hopes. Just take good care of it. After all, even if it can't become a monster, at least it can be used as a breeding deer, right? After a little disappointment on moose number 3, the attention of the 3 advanced witch doctors and other witch doctors who occasionally came to help was focused on wolf number 3. It seemed that the witch doctors were eager to chop it into pieces and take each piece of meat for separate research. Such an idea was naturally impossible to realize. Before the next one was hatched, wolf number 3 was the treasure of the tribe. At the same time, various animal embryos were also continuing to transform into fruits, and then they were hung on the trees one by one, so that the witch doctors could obtain more accurate observation results. In fact, some witch doctors had proposed the idea of starting a troll body experiment before, but Nestor rejected it. It was not that he didn't want to do it. Nestor himself actually wanted to quickly carry out the troll embryo experiment, but he still had reservations. Because this experiment must appear on other trolls, Nestor himself can't become an embryo and drill into the egg to live again. The results of a failed experiment are nothing more than a few. The embryo dies, either in the egg or after birth. There is nothing much to say about this. It is certainly sad and painful, but death is death, clean and complete. Except for the loss of a newborn in the tribe, it will not cause much impact. However, what if the embryo survives, but becomes a freak due to the witch doctor's skills and other reasons? Kill it directly? But no matter how freaky it is still a troll child. Killing it directly seems a bit excessive, isn't it? Let it live. But in the rest of his life, who should bear the suffering he suffers, because of his congenital differences? Can the witch doctors who created him bear it for him? Nestor did not hide these ideas, but expressed them immediately, after thinking about them, which gave the witch doctors a preliminary concept of experimental ethics. In fact, Nestor did not mechanically and subjectively issue the instructions of cannot do this, and cannot do that. He just expressed his own ideas, and then let the witch doctors think for themselves, and then launched a big discussion on this basis. After collective discussion, the witch doctors came to the common conclusion that, First, the troll embryo experiment must not be carried out easily. Second, in the future, it is necessary to use various strict rules and regulations to effectively restrict the access qualifications and conditions for such experiments, so as to nip its evil consequences in the bud. Third, let this experimental ethics become the mainstream thought. Let the society spontaneously resist the emergence of those who despise such ethics and regard them as criminals when they appear and carry out unethical behavior. Perhaps, this experimental ethics will slow down a series of scientific research results this time and even in the distant future. It is even possible to label some future witch doctors as extremists, making them criminals in the eyes of ethicalists, and then cause other collateral effects. But so what? When madness develops to an extreme, it may lead to destruction. Instead of struggling and correcting it at that time, it is better to draw the boundary of right and wrong at the beginning. Let madness become the opposite of the mainstream, and bear the consequences of destruction alone. This is Nestor's view on this. Perhaps madness will definitely appear. After all, 9 years of education can cultivate a bunch of anti-cross personalities. The educational model of the tribe, which has just started for less than 50 years, is actually not surprising. What kind of talents can be cultivated? However, as long as the mainstream concept can be controlled, these madmen will be a minority, or even an extreme minority. They may have to maintain a style that conforms to the mainstream spirit throughout their lives, and hide all the thoughts that are classified as dark honestly. Maybe a few bold and wild-minded people can't help but do it secretly, but they must be cautious and dare not reveal their feet. In short, the discussion of experimental ethics has come to an end for the time being, and more detailed rule formulation will take time to slowly patch up. As a result, no one mentioned the troll embryo experiment for the time being, and everyone was devoted to the animal experiment and continued to accumulate the foundation. This chapter was rewritten with completely different content. After deleting all the original content, the original chapter described Connor's behavior in too much detail. Maybe I didn't want to be detailed, and also involved some things related to the construction of government institutions and land in the other world. In short, it has nothing to do with the original chapter 162. Chapter 164, Chapter 162, The Land of Decadence. Elinkaitis is a witch doctor apprentice living in the headquarters. She is not keen on research, but is more interested in art and society. She believes that the progress of society and civilization should not be production oriented, and artistic culture and social care should also be important indicators to measure the level of a civilization. Of course, she only has a rough idea and has not really developed a theoretical system of her own. Naturally, Alinka cares about art and the weak, but is not very interested in strong strength and technical research. The reason why she can persist in meditation training until now, in addition to the mandatory requirements of the central nursery in her childhood, is that she understands that only by becoming a witch doctor can she have real voice and make her own voice. Therefore, although she does not pursue her own strength, she still hopes to become a witch doctor and occupy a seat with decision-making power in the Rune Council. Fortunately, she has good talent. At the age of 21, even though she is not yet an adult, she can already support the meditation intensity of an apprentice. As long as she persists for a while, she will surely be able to break the first barrier between fantasy and reality, establish a meditation space, and become a real spellcaster with the ability to cast spells without damage. A few days ago, Alinka accidentally met Quinatis at the headquarters and learned about what she was doing. She had a sense of awakening at that time, like a sudden enlightenment. The weak are clearly around us and among the people, but I have to stand on the top of the mountain and fantasize about it. What can I come up with? Thinking about this, she volunteered to devote herself to this cause and planned to visit the areas outside the headquarters to see the real situation there. In this way, she came to a small settlement on the northern border by water on this day. Alinka did not hand in a visiting letter to the local managers, and she did not plan to meet them, at least not for the time being. The Norman station is located in the north direction, and is the northernmost station of the tribe. It was rebuilt from the original site of the Norman tribe, and has a simple fishing dock, where there are about 200 young and middle-aged trolls. Alinka, who is used to the busy situation in the headquarters area, has never seen such a depressed scene. The outer wall of the station maintains the original ecological log fence mode. The height of the fence is only 2.5 meters, barely reaching Alinka's chest. The gap in the fence is very wide, and she only needs to slightly turn sideways to easily get through it. Entering the station, of course, Alinka went through the main gate and did not really drill a hole in the wall. The pungent smell of fish came from the dock 100 meters away. Male and female trolls wearing tattered animal skin short skirts and shorts were sitting next to the stinking fish and watching the bloody fight on the ring in the center of the dock. Hit him. Haha. Hit him to death. Try harder. This was a noise without motivation. Dozens of trolls, some holding strange transparent bottles in their hands, shouted and poured the yellow turbid liquid into their mouths from time to time, and then continued to pay attention to the ring without thinking. Some trolls, stimulated by the smell of blood and fish, and another pungent smell that Alinka couldn't describe, were excited, with blue bloodshot eyes, and took advantage of the interest to start a chaotic entanglement battle in the mud. Whether it was the pile driver or the pile recipient, they did not take intercourse as a serious matter, just like watching the ring match, as casually as picking up the fruit at hand to eat. On the ring, the ones who were fighting were not trolls, but two creatures with double horns on their heads and hooves on their feet. Alinka had seen the picture book at school and knew that this was a horned hoof species from the Heavenly Plateau in the north. At the same time, she was also puzzled. Why did the horned hoof species appear here? What are they here for? Thinking of this, she covered her nose and took 2 steps closer, asking a male compatriot on the periphery, "Sir, what are you doing? Don't you have eyes? Aren't we watching the fight?" Wait a minute. Before he finished speaking, a horned-hoofed species on the ring trampled on the opponent and in the shock, took advantage of the opponent's lack of consciousness and directly knocked him to the ground. 9, 8, 3, 2. The trolls watching the fight below the stage counted down loudly in unison, and when the number returned to 0, half of the trolls, including the one who responded to Alinka earlier, cheered loudly. "Oh, victory. Money. Give me money." Occasionally, another voice was mixed in. "Damn, these weak horned-hoofed species, they made me lose money again." But no matter what they said, their hands were the same. They picked up the bottle and drank loudly. "Hey, is it the wimp from headquarters?" The male who had answered earlier turned around, and the strange smell in his mouth made Alinka step back. The mockery in his words made Alinka even more angry. "You." Hubbard looking at his tattered short skirt and then looking at her spotless white fiber fine spun trousers and bra. She didn't know why she couldn't say any more words of rebuttal. After a moment of silence, Alinka suppressed her anger and asked, "Can I talk to you, sir? I want to know the situation here." The male troll himself didn't seem to have a bad heart. After he stabbed her subconsciously with resentment, he immediately felt a little regretful. Hearing this, he looked around hesitantly and nodded reluctantly in response. "Okay. But you soft and fine trolls from the headquarters, you probably can't adapt to the smell here, right? Come with me, we'll go somewhere else." Alinka put down her hand that had been covering her nose awkwardly, her cheeks bluish with a little bit of shyness. She nodded gently to thank him for his kindness. Swish. Look. Our Sarakinster is hooking up with a high-level troll from the headquarters. Ha ha ha. Don't suffocate the little girl. The two trolls walked one after the other, slowly leaving the small pier amid the shrill whistles and nonsense behind them. They strolled in the town, and all they saw were simple wooden houses. There were no factories, no workers, and no witch doctors. There was no wood, stone, concrete, no towering witch doctor trees, and even the streets seemed narrow and muddy. "Sir, why is this place so?" Alinka didn't know how to describe it so as not to hurt the feelings of this compatriot. No matter how shabby it is, this is where he lives. He should have deep feelings for it, right? Just like all of the headquarters, she thought. Haha, you want to say dirty? Or I'm down. There's nothing to hide. This is how it is. Won't the administrator arrange for construction? Administrator? Humph. Male troll. No, let's call him Uncle Troll. Uncle Troll snorted disdainfully. His tone was filled with helplessness and disgust. Management? They are just two annoying people who think they have drawn the worst fortune and are unwilling to accept it. They stay in the office all day, writing and drawing, talking about machinery, magic and meditation. They must dream of returning to the headquarters, right? How can they care about this dirty little place? This is it. Let's go in and talk. As they spoke, the two trolls seemed to have walked to the uncle's residence. Alinka waited for him to push open the door, turned sideways and stretched out his hand to gesture inside, then whispered thank you and stepped in. This is a courtyard with weeds and broken tiles. There are 10 independent houses in the courtyard, and it seems that there has been no inhabitants for a long time. No, the sound of broken objects came from one of the houses. It seems that there are trolls living here. Kirinitis, our apprentice is here. Stop drinking and come out to see. The uncle yelled at the side, and then there was a more violent sound of breaking and falling in the house. Then, a big hand pushed open one of the doors, and a depressed face appeared from the darkness. Let me introduce you to Kirinitis, the purest fang troll like me. She is also my only remaining comrade. When the uncle introduced her, Alinka heard full of pride in the first half, but there was a deep sense of loss and unwillingness in the last sentence. Alinka did not ask anything immediately. She bowed slightly and put her right hand on her chest to introduce herself. Alinka This, an underage witch doctor apprentice from the headquarters. Hey Sarakin, where did you find this little fellow? The big man of the headquarters. Finally got any news? Callan leaned against the wall and leaned her back against the door frame, speaking these words in a hoarse voice. Alinka felt a sense of disharmony from her tone and actions. How can I put this feeling? It reminded her of a scene she had seen in school. It's like an experimental animal anesthetized by drugs. But why is this? It doesn't seem to be. The uncle replied, staring at Alinka's eyes with a faint eager gaze, and then shook his head dejectedly under her puzzled gaze. It's really not. So, what are you doing here again, little girl? Bang. There was a knocking sound from the side. Alinka looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out that there was no troll where Karina was standing. Instead, the door was closed again, and was even shaking slightly. Did I offend her? Alinka asked puzzledly. Don't blame you. Don't worry about her. Karina is just a little disappointed. She will be fine soon. Don't take it too seriously. The uncle shook his head and led the way to another house. Come on, go to my place and tell me why a troll like you would come here specially. Real chapter 162 has not been released. This chapter will use the serial number 162 for the time being, but what should be done with real chapter 162? Chapter 165, Sarakin's experience and anger. There were simple beds, tables, and chairs in the house, and some weapons such as spears, axes, and swords were hung on the wall. In addition, a set of heavy steel and wood armor was carefully integrated and placed on the armor rack on the north side. In addition to these common things that can be seen in almost every troll's house, the mysterious bottles piled in the southeast corner of the house immediately attracted Alinka's attention. At this time, the troll uncle brought out 2 stools, one of which he handed to Alinka and the other was placed next to him. His huge body sat on the chair, making a clucking sound. You sit down too. I heard that the young trolls in the headquarters are very particular. I won't invite you to the bed. To be honest, this is the first time that a female other than my comrades has come to me for no reason other than mating. This joke was not funny. Alinka smiled awkwardly and sat on the stool. She took out a pen and paper from her saddlebag and then took out a bottle of ink in a steel and wood container and placed it on the square table beside her. Then she put a hard-covered notebook on her other hand, ready to record at any time. Thus, the 2 trolls sat opposite each other and began this conversation. From the words of the troll uncle, we can know that the few witch doctor apprentices in the Norman garrison are just unlucky people who have drawn the worst lot and were assigned here to manage the work unwillingly. But to be honest, their management is not in place. In addition to occasionally mechanically arranging the political orders conveyed by the headquarters, they just squat in the office every day to write and draw, and their minds are always thinking about returning to the headquarters as soon as possible. At worst, it is also good to live in those large garrisons. These apprentices believed that only those places were where they could be useful, not the borderland with nothing under their feet. As for the 200 trolls living here, they also had their own tasks. Earlier, there were 30 hunting teams centered on the station and hunted in the surrounding forests to support the food supply of the headquarters. The rail construction project launched 2 years ago reduced the population of the Norman station from 300 to 200, and 1/3 of the trolls were assigned to the west to support the local construction. This is nothing. After all, the expansion of the tribe's sphere of influence is also what these trolls expect and feel proud of. However, the trolls who went to support were not relocated as a whole team. At that time, the manager showed up after a long absence and selected the highly educated members from each hunting team and sent them away separately. The remaining trolls were sad about the separation, but apart from the cold, this is the request of the headquarters. They did not expect any extra explanation, and on this basis, they were arranged to be mixed and reorganized, and finally reduced from the original 30 to the current 20. Around this time, the headquarters issued a reclamation order and established agricultural reclamation areas covering hundreds of acres with major settlements as the center. The emergence of these agricultural reclamation areas, coupled with the increasing expansion of animal husbandry and the supply of wolves, has made the headquarters less and less dependent on hunting grounds or harvests, but it has also led to the marginalization of border areas such as the Norman settlement in the overall ecological niche of the tribe. Later, due to the restrictions of the defense zone contraction order, the hunting team was allowed to hunt in a significantly reduced area. At the same time, the farming activities that replaced hunting production have not been carried out for a long time due to the lack of farming teaching power, the distribution of production tools according to the order of first west and then east, first big and then small, and the lack of attention of managers. Nowadays, the 20 hunting teams in the area have almost nothing to do, except occasionally using the small dock to cast nets to catch fish. However, fish has never been the main food of the trolls. Not many trolls like to eat something that smells fishy. A boatload of fish sent to the headquarters for sale is not worth as much as 2 or 3 large prey. Therefore, a large amount of fish that no trolls are interested in is piled up at the dock, and it is left to rot in the natural humidity and heat. If it weren't for some accidents that allowed the fish to find a way out, the trolls here would have become low-income households who eat quotas. The trolls naturally complained to the manager and asked him to give suggestions to the headquarters, either release the defense zone contraction order and allow the trolls to hunt as usual, or quickly apply for farming training and start the development of arable land here. But those damn idiots just don't want to move. We don't even see them once a month. In response, the troll uncle's tone was full of indignation. Have you never made suggestions directly to the headquarters? Who should I make suggestions to? Which department is in charge of this work? The office building of the executive government is so complicated that I can get lost. There are all kinds of inexplicable departments, and there are more of them than prey in the Black Forest. What about the suggestion box? Alinka asked unsurely. We are still responsible for taking out the garbage in the suggestion box. Who would send it all the way to the headquarters and to the desks of the higher level trolls? Okay, I understand. Alinka lowered her head and wrote in her notebook, and from time to time she picked up the feather pen and dipped it in the ink bottle and then continued to write. After a while, she stopped summarizing the previous conversation, raised her head, and asked hesitantly and uneasily, "Can I ask Ms. Karinitz why she is angry and why you are disappointed with my purpose?" As soon as the words fell, the troll uncle's face flashed with undisguised anger and unwillingness. Then he stood up, took out a bottle from the corner, cut off the bottle mouth with a bang sound, and then gulped down. Alinka did not speak. She just stared at the yellow turbid liquid in the bottle in confusion, which was obviously the same thing as the drink she saw at the dock before. She turned her head and looked at the other bottles in the corner that were either empty or unopened, and found that their specifications were similar. From the degree of difference, although they were not industrial products produced in batches, they should all have the same source. After watching the uncle finish the bottle in one gulp and burp for a long time, Alinka asked the question that had been in her mind for a long time. "Mr. Sarakinster, what on earth are you drinking? Can you show it to me?" Sarakin was about to put the empty bottle back in the corner at this time. Hearing this, he shrugged indifferently, turned around and handed over the bottle, while explaining, The thing brought by the horned-hoofed boat seems to be called vino. In their language, it seems to mean the source of passion. The horned-hoofed vendor said that drinking a sip of this thing can make you full of fighting spirit, and drinking half a bottle can make you dizzy and forget all your troubles. Of course, they are all liars. I have to drink 5 bottles to feel dizzy. Alinka put her nose to the mouth of the bottle and smelled it, and felt a very pungent smell. It can't be said whether it smells good or not, but it is indeed unacceptable to her. At the same time, the keywords such as horned-hoofed vendor and vino trade also made her a little concerned, and instinctively thought that this should not be something that can be ignored. The trade between the tribe and the eastern tribes is all very purposeful. What about these horned-hoofed people? What is their purpose? Is it a simple exchange of materials? Why have we never heard of such goods in our headquarters? Mr. Serakinster, what do they exchange with? Do they use food coins like us? How is that possible? They don't want to accept food coins. They only want food, weapons, and tools. Most of our fish were taken away by them. Otherwise, the rotten fish that can't be sold would have blocked the entire dock. I understand. Do the managers of the Norman garrison know about this? How long has this transaction lasted? If the food used for exchange is fish, then where do the weapons and tools used for exchange come from? What is the exchange ratio? Alinka's face became a little more serious, as if she was confirming something. Her continuous questions overwhelmed Serakin, and he thought for a long time before reluctantly giving an answer. Let me think. It should be about half a year, right? 5 kilograms of fish, or a steel wood heavy spear, or 2 heavy swords, can be exchanged for 10 bottles of such vino. As he said, he nodded his chin towards the bottle in Alinka's hand and gestured. Tools such as axes and swords can also be exchanged, but the price is a little higher than weapons. By the way, they also want to exchange armor, haha. But these dwarfs can't wear the heavy armor specially made for us. Weapons. Are there many in exchange? How could that be? We don't want to exchange weapons. The horned-hoofed people will go back angrily every time if they are given some stinky fish and at most some tools produced by steel wood trees. As for the managers, maybe they know? I'm not too sure. After all, it's not easy to meet those guys. Swish, swish, swish. Alinka recorded everything he said, then stopped writing and let the topic return to the previous question. Ms. Karinitz is drinking this too, right? Also trying to forget some unpleasant things? I hope you can tell me what's going on. Serakin lowered her head in silence for a while, then sighed softly and slowly said, "You are such a stubborn girl. I just want to help you. Okay. You heard what I said when I introduced Karina before. Yes, you said, she is my only remaining comrade in arms. What happened? In addition to hunting missions, our hunting team actually has a militia attribute, which you should know." Alinka nodded and indicated that she understood. Not to mention the members of these hunting teams, even she herself would be required to participate in militia training on schedule. There's nothing wrong with the militia training, and we are willing to contribute to the security of the tribe. But there was a brief pause, and then Serakin's tone suddenly became high-pitched. Is the sacrifice of the combat team just a sacrifice? It's a glory worthy of being remembered by future generations. And our sacrifice will only make the survivors squat silently in the corner and lick their wounds by themselves. He waved his huge fist, making a rustling sound in the air, and spoke loudly in an indignant tone. Chapter 166. A bad situation. Monuments. Tombs of heroes. Why are there no places for us? In the past 6 months, Kalina and I have applied for them so many times. Why are the senior masters of the headquarters unwilling to look down and see the risks we have taken? Huff, huff, huff. As if seeing that the little girl was scared by him, Serakinster took 2 deep breaths, calmed down his emotions, and then continued in a low voice. I have 9 teammates. 4 of them were forcibly recruited and sent to the west to reorganize and do some rail construction. The cold attitude of the managers during that time made us very uncomfortable. Can you understand that feeling? I understand. Comrades who have been together day and night for decades or even hundreds of years had to separate after being simply named, and they didn't even get any extra explanation. It's as if you are just numbers on paper, and your role is to provide managers with indicators to complete. Haha, you are worthy of being the new generation of the headquarters. What a good summary. Forget about them, at least they are still alive and are going to contribute to the tribe. What's the difference? Sarajin said this in a low voice, and his tone sounded as if he was speaking to a linker and trying to convince himself. But there are still 4 who died in patrol missions. This place is close to the mountains in the north. Because the garrison is small, the scope of the well-trained hunting grounds is naturally smaller. Although the hunting grounds are small, due to our restraint in hunting and the withdrawal of more magical beasts, the population of herbivores is actually denser than in the deep forests. Therefore, although it is not so frequent, magical beasts will occasionally venture from the mountains or from the outer deep forests to poach. They are either losers in the territory war or hungry hunters with their children. These are all starving big guys. Once they are encountered by a small-scale militia, it often means more or less casualties. The former is okay, although they are also very dangerous. The losers of the territory war are usually already in a state of scars, so they know how to retreat and are easier to deal with in battle, but the latter are different. They are more sensitive and anxious. While their spirits are always tense, their desire to attack is much stronger than that of ordinary magical beasts. Even if you get just a little bit closer by accident, they will attack like crazy. Once you encounter them, it means extreme danger. 3 years ago, not far from our base, we encountered a giant mountain bear with 3 cubs. She seemed to be starving and rushed towards the base following the smell. A 12-meter tall adult giant bear would not be stopped by that broken fence. My teammates and I happened to run into it, so we went up to resist. In fact, we did stop it. We killed the mother bear and brought back 3 cubs at the cost of the deaths of 4 teammates. We are trolls, and it is actually quite glorious to die in battle, so we didn't think anything of it at the time. We even buried them happily and sold the cubs to the headquarters, exchanging them for a lot of meal coins from the witch doctor. But half a year ago, the headquarters suddenly said they wanted to build a heroic monument to commemorate our compatriots who died. This is a good thing. The names and deeds of Tokakinsta and the others will be remembered by the little ones even after hundreds or thousands of years. This was what Kalina and I thought at the time. But after we proposed this to the administrator, that damn guy actually told us to stop making trouble, saying something like, since they didn't die in the war, they can't be considered heroes? Listen to this. Is this a decent sentence? Without militia, like us staying in the rear, how are the high-level trolls of the headquarters going to lead the combat soldiers to fight? Are they going to rely on the less than 3,000 elite non-productive workers? With so many garrisons to look after, how many can they mobilize? Can they abandon the rear area with peace of mind? Hearing this, Alinka felt incredible. Such a simple truth. Even the old school troll in front of him, who was obviously over 100 years old and might not have received any education except literacy, could think of it. Could it be that the elites of the headquarters didn't understand it? Have you ever made suggestions to the headquarters? What did they reply? She held a glimmer of hope, hoping that this was just the negligence of the managers of the Norman resident and not that there was really a problem with the headquarters. However, what she feared came true, and Sarakinsta's next words directly broke her expectations. How could we not go and find it? Karina and I went back and forth in the executive government building countless times, and finally found that damn heroic spirit memorial preparation group, and told them our demands. Is this a high-level term, right? Alinka nodded slightly, indicating that he was not wrong. Maybe the only thing I gained there is that I learned these few complicated words. Didn't they agree? Then how did they respond to you? TSK. The first time, they asked me to go back to the manager of the base, the 2 idiots in the center of the base, and said that they were the direct responsible persons for Kalina and me. The second time, they said something about research and asked us to wait patiently. Okay, Kalina and I went back obediently, but we never waited until the day they finished their research. In desperation, Kalina and I went again. This time, the apprentices in the office seemed to be fed up with the hassle and told us directly that the selection is too troublesome and the statistical coordination is too complicated. Can you please stop causing them trouble? It won't be a big deal to bury them like before. Damn it, they just hope that no trouble will come to them so that they can concentrate on doing great research. A bunch of idiots who don't do their job. Can't you just do your job well first and then worry about other things? Karina felt dizzy. The words she heard from Sarah Kinster tore apart her pure impression of the tribe. In her imagination, the living conditions in other settlements outside the headquarters were relatively simple, or at most more difficult than the headquarters, but she never expected such a thing to happen. In her short life of only more than 20 years, everything in the tribe was so prosperous. Everything seemed to be pulled onto a rail car, developing rapidly and never looking back. High yield crops, endless meat, vegetables and fruits, sharp weapons, excellent protective gear, and the endless variety of machines made the hardships experienced by the ancestors 40 or 50 years ago so far away from her, even as if they had never appeared in an illusory dream. Such a developed material life met all of Alinka's needs. She even dreamed of becoming an artist and wanted to make this new civilization more vibrant and energetic. But under all these beautiful things, in the executive government office building at the core of the headquarters, those elites with brains second only to the witch doctor in the tribe would actually do such things and say such words? Alinka stopped writing and put it on the table with the notebook. She raised her palms and rubbed her cheeks hard, making a sharp sound when the rubber-like skin and fangs rubbed against each other. After a while, she finally regained her composure and then took out another smaller notebook from her saddlebag, opened one of the pages and read it for a few times. What was recorded in it was some things and coping methods that the pioneer had told her before she left the headquarters, which was relayed by Kana. Before that, she had actually been a little hesitant. Should she really do that? Although this was also the order of the pioneer, it would undoubtedly cause chaos in the tribe. But now, she no longer hesitated. Although she had only visited such a troll so far, what she had heard had exceeded the valve in her heart. Moreover, judging from the small details, the experiences of Mr. Sarakinster and Ms. Kalinitz are obviously not isolated cases. She closed the small notebook, put it carefully into her saddlebag, and then asked solemnly, "Mr. Sarakinster, I want to ask, have you heard of other examples of things like this? The monument? Not just this, the hunting team's dismantled machinery, the managers in action, the suggestion box becoming a decoration, the chaos in the headquarters office and the inability to report, and the negligence of the deacons and clerks. I want to know everything." Yes. How could there not be? There are at least 3 teams where teammates died during patrols, and the hunting teams that were forcibly dispersed are almost everywhere. This can be said to be the common experience of all members of the Noman garrison. As for the inaction of the managers, isn't it clear from looking at the outside? I've been to other small garrisons and have more or less heard such complaints from my friends. Suggestion box. It was okay at the beginning, but now, it's normal for the things inside to be regarded as garbage. And the chaos in the headquarters office has become one of the sources of jokes from outsiders. The names of various committees and offices are more and more sophisticated, but the things they are responsible for are hard for us outsiders to understand. Every trip can bring back new jokes. Deacons and clerks, anyway, everyone is different from when I was in my prime. At that time, although we were stupid, even couldn't speak fluently, and could only eat until we were 70% full. Even if the chief angered me, I dared to drag him up to a fight. Haha, if you win, I will be the chief. If you lose, you can continue to live and gain worship. If you are lucky, other guys have to respectfully let me eat meat first. Now, I'm not saying that bloody fights are definitely good, but at least everyone's minds are simple, and the chief witch doctor won't use some advanced words to beat around the bush with us. There was a bit of nostalgia in his words at this time. Chapter 167, Planned Actions and Ongoing Negotiations. I understand. We are trying to change this situation. There are many trolls like me visiting and investigating in the headquarters and other garrisons. Let's be frank. We need your help, and you need to make your voice heard and understood by more trolls. What do you want me to do? If I can help my dead comrades and let them get the corresponding treatment and honor, I'm willing to do anything. Contact. Script to gain sympathy and anger. Connect and organize collective letters. Appeal to seek to participate in the professionalization of supervision clerks. Alinka said everything in the small notebook. This sounds like a big deal. Sarah Kinster, who had patted his chest and said I'm willing to do anything before, now looked a little hesitant. This was not because of emotions such as fear, but because of some other concerns. He asked hesitantly, will this be too big a deal? I just want my teammates to become heroic spirits, and I don't want to hurt the tribe. I admire your kindness, but Mr. Sarakinster, balance will only appear at the negotiating table, and the qualification to sit at the negotiating table needs to be obtained through struggle. Do you know who said this? I don't know, but it seems quite reasonable. Sarakin responded thoughtfully. This is the message our organizers received from the Great Pioneer before the action. The Great Pioneer also said, let them know your existence, let them learn to look down at their feet. After a moment of silence, Sarakin finally looked up and nodded vigorously. I understand. Let's do it. I will also bring Kalina and those compatriots in the base who are willing to participate. Of course, Miss Kalinitz is welcome to join, and more voices are welcome. Haha, what madam and sir, if you want to communicate properly with low-level trolls like us, you must change the way you speak first. That will remind us of the wimps in our headquarters. No sir, you are not low level, and our headquarters are not all wimps. Alinka finally said the rebuttal that she had been holding back since they first met. Okay, you win, ma'am. Time passed quickly. In just a few days, Kana used her connections to get information about more than a dozen trolls who had similar encounters with her in the headquarters, and sought help from other enthusiastic people like Alinka. These trolls went deep into the settlements of different sizes through waterways and tracks in a short period of time, and began to further understand the real voice of the people. In the following period of time, many visit records were gradually summarized in Kana's hands, and after being copied, they were sent to Nestor's desk. At the top of the giant tree, Nestor looked at the investigation reports in his hand with an expressionless face, and next to him sat two witch doctors, Korsfang and Ashura. In this small lounge that was temporarily opened next to the laboratory, in addition to the Sharp Fang and the mountains, the three most advanced forces of the tribe gathered at this time. What do you think now? Do you still think I'm making a fuss? Putting down the report in his hand, Nestor habitually tapped the table with his index finger, raised his chin towards the record, and spoke in a tone that was not very fluctuating. Among them, most of them were cases where the hunting team was forcibly disbanded and reorganized without receiving any prior notice or explanation afterwards. The separation from former comrades is a major event that is quite difficult for the trolls to accept, even if they can understand the difficulties of the managers and understand that this measure is based on the actual needs of the tribe. They will still hope to get even a comforting explanation. Another part is more similar to Kana's situation, which is also caused by marriage registration. They either seek polygamy or polyandry, but they are directly ignored because they are inconsistent with the current laws. In addition, there are many problems caused by the Memorial of Heroes. In addition to several battles in the east and west directions, there are actually quite a few hunting team members and even soldiers who died in other situations. The remaining members of the sacrificed team hope that their dead teammates can also enjoy the treatment of heroes, be buried in the tomb of heroes on the top of the giant tree, and have their names engraved on the monument of heroes. But when this voice was passed to the executive government, it was rejected for reasons such as not meeting the conditions and too troublesome, which made them feel sad. In addition, there are many complaints about the chaotic structure of the executive government and the perfunctory and indifferent attitude of public officials in the headquarters and local areas towards the people. Among these various unfairness and grievances, there are both reasonable and unreasonable demands, but in any case, they all have a common element, that is, not being taken seriously or even being ignored. And Kana and the group of enthusiasts at the beginning are now selecting classic cases from them, making them appear in the form of stage plays in front of more eyes. Of course, this is just the first step. There are more means, such as this, such, and then, such, and finally, the possibility of conflict is not completely avoided, but it is necessary to restrain it as much as possible, provided that the elites can also restrain themselves. The ultimate goal is not complicated. It is just to find a way for them to speak out. If the witch doctor apprentices, deacons and other trolls are regarded as the elite class, then the rest of the trolls are the grassroots class. Maybe there will be some changes in the future, but at least they can be roughly divided at this moment. As for these grassroots, what kind of status can they finally obtain through this struggle? Is this status stable, or will it be betrayed? Nestor is not going to intervene directly in these. Not only him, but other witch doctors will also be strictly restricted from intervening if there is no murder case. It all depends on what the participants can do. As for the reason, Nestor had to sigh that the ideal is very full. He designed so many seemingly high-end methods of governance, but he didn't expect that some of them have stillbirths after dystocia, and some have become accomplices of indifference. There are almost no positive effects. Therefore, he was prepared to be a pusher this time, to detonate the conflict before it escalated to an irreversible level, and the rest would be left to the parties involved to strive for and reach a consensus. It has come to this. This is something I never thought of. It is indeed time for them to learn a lesson, but will it be too much? Course Teeth, who had also finished reading the report, said so after pondering. No, it is indeed necessary to let these guys who only know how to look up at the sky all day long see, hear, and deeply understand what kind of power it is. At this time, Ashura clearly expressed her meaning, and clearly expressed her agreement. In fact, she agreed from the beginning to the end. The you that Nestor mentioned earlier actually referred more to Course Teeth. Moreover, we must break the arbitrary idea that high knowledge can do a good job in government affairs. I find that this matter mainly depends on enthusiasm. If the heart is not there, no matter how good the brain is, it will be useless. So, Nestor asked his partner, completely eliminate part-time jobs. Those who are willing to stay can stay, and those who really don't want to do it can leave, whether it's doing research, joining the army, or farming. We have been carrying out education work for so many years, and I don't believe there are no suitable replacements. Well, you are right. The population of the tribe is about to reach 20,000. It is indeed not suitable for the situation of part-time to continue to appear in the executive government. Then gradually start the examination selection and let those people who are really interested in this come up. After the tone was set, the three witch doctors did not continue to discuss this matter. After Nestor stood up and turned to the laboratory, Course Teeth and Ashura followed closely and left. Everything was slowly brewing on the headquarters side. Because they had little experience and were somewhat slow to this, or in other words, they did not notice what was happening at all. The members of the executive government were busy with other things at this time. Obviously, what Connor and Alinka saw and heard was somewhat biased. In fact, there are still a large number of public officials who are willing and working hard. They just don't realize that they have to look down at the road, so their thoughts are a little too high and too far for the trolls. At this time, as the tribe's own reclamation policy gradually took shape, the time for negotiations with other independent allies finally came. For those chiefs and witch doctors who are almost sick of travel, this is definitely great news. At least it seems to be true now. The first meeting was with the medium-sized tribe. Its main purpose was still the same as the last negotiation, seeking a peaceful annexation result. The conditions given by the Rune Council are generous, promising that all witch doctors will immediately join the Rune Council after the transformation of the road and enjoy the same treatment as the witch doctors of the tribe. The conditions for the chiefs of various tribes are that after systematic training, they can enter the executive government as deacons or be absorbed into the military system on the premise of passing the assessment. Of course, the premise of all this is to pass the assessment. It's okay if you're just stupid, but if you really encounter an unruly or a conspirator, then this department will definitely not give him a chance to pass the assessment. I plan to just write about that part roughly, and then speed up to pass it, only showing the final results of the struggle, and the results will not be too outrageous or too radical, just for the sake of meaning. Blocking chapters is really hurtful, especially for me who can't read and subscribe enough, and relies on the platform guarantee. I guess there is no platform guarantee this month, because I didn't get full attendance due to the blocking, so you have to be obedient in the future. Hahaha. Finally, can you give me a few monthly tickets? With such a bleak reading situation, I can only rely on your comments and monthly tickets to persevere. Chapter 168 Negotiations among tribes and land reclamation and development. In the Black Forest, there were still 19 independent medium-sized tribes at this time. After seeing the military appearance of the Ya department and the magical skills of the new road witch doctors, they were actually a little discouraged about being able to continue to maintain their independence. In addition, during the negotiation process, they were also informed of the size of the Western Wolf Pack, the monsters in the mountains, and the complicated situation outside the mountains that was fabricated and exaggerated. At this time, they had some intention of taking advantage of the situation. Even those guys who were unwilling to accept it reluctantly expressed their agreement and accepted the fate of being incorporated into the Ya department as a whole. In this way, 19 witch doctors and nearly 13,000 population to be converted were newly added to the account, making the several deacons in charge of the negotiations almost grin from ear to ear. Let's not talk about the witch doctors first. It will definitely take some time to complete the naturalization of the population, but with the experience of the previous railway engineering construction period, education while producing will undoubtedly be a good choice. The headquarters will arrange them to do some basic work during the naturalization period to ensure that both production and education are not delayed. In this way, at most 2 years later, these new populations with little background can basically be semi-naturalized. Unlike the smooth progress of the negotiations with the medium-sized tribes, the initial conditions of the Ya department were coldly received during the talks with the large tribes. Although the chiefs and witch doctors of the large tribes tried their best to lower their posture, they still rejected it. Especially the attitude of the chiefs. They were not willing to give up their respective authority in the tribe and run to the Ya department to be humble. Although the witch doctors seemed a little shaken, they actually valued inheritance more than the chiefs. Although they were extremely envious of the new magic system and knew the power of the Ya department, they just couldn't make up their minds to unite. After hearing the news, Nestor, who was doing experiments, was not satisfied with their choice, but in fact, he could understand their inner feelings. After all, these large tribes have a long heritage, and the inherited documents that have been passed down from generation to generation in the tribe have accumulated for many years. It is normal that they can't let go. Don't push too hard, let it go. After sighing and saying this, he no longer paid attention to the subsequent negotiations and continued his research in the tree canopy with the other witch doctors. To be honest, with the current strength of the headquarters, forced integration is not impossible. Even from the perspective of efficiency, this is actually the wisest choice. But in the face of this short, flat and fast temptation, all the witch doctors, including Nestor, and the deacons who actually went to do the work, all resisted. Because the purpose of unifying the tribes, in addition to coveting the population, there is another equally important reason, that is, to absorb their witch doctor power. These large tribes, like the Ya tribe 40 or 50 years ago, basically maintain the level of 2 witch doctors all year round, and even the Philantinon tribe is lucky enough to have 3 witch doctors, old, middle-aged, and young. The number of these witch doctors added up can reach as many as 14. Compared with the existing witch doctors in the Ya tribe, even if those who surrendered before are added, it can be said to be a considerable number. Therefore, in order to make these witch doctors truly return to their hearts, the Ya department is willing to give them the greatest patience. Unless it is necessary, the Rune Council will not be willing to use force to convince people and force unification. Since it is not possible to unify for the time being, some tricks must be used. Therefore, a backup plan was quickly proposed. The Ya department gave a second option. Let the 6 major departments contribute to the security and development of the Western Black Forest. The main conditions are as follows. First, the 6 tribes must participate in the reclamation of the Black Forest, with a vague threat of war as a supplement. In response, the Ya department promised not to encroach on the benefits they have gained in the local area, and would help them build a new reclamation group, teach farming techniques, all hand-planted. Supply high-yield seeds, the kind of improved products that cannot be planted again after harvesting, and the restriction must be used in the West, and assist in establishing the reclamation group to support the policies of their respective headquarters. Exploitative, only assisting in the formation of policies, but not personally participating in their implementation. In addition, The YA department will provide rail transportation services to help them transport the harvested food back to their respective headquarters, collecting food there and releasing food here without too much additional loss. The cost of these helps is not too high, and it is so affordable that the witch doctors of the 6 tribes can't believe it. When did the YA department, who was always calculating, become so generous? This is their command out at this time. In this regard, the steward in charge of the negotiations also gave a proper reason. The wolf pack over there is too large. We must have enough power to project over there in order to protect the existing interests of the YA department. But the power that the YA department can send over there alone is limited after all. The trolls sent over by the 6 major tribes can more or less share some of the pressure for us. So your participation is also good news for the YA department. As an open reason, this is actually quite reasonable. Therefore, after obtaining the promise of only forming a joint defense system and not interfering with the ownership of the reclamation group's harvest, the 6 major tribes finally really moved by this plan and prepared to join in the development of the Western Black Forest, including the 1,800 of the 3,000 laborers who had been naturalized before, belonging to the 6 major tribes. They will also be returned to them under this premise. However, the choice of development address for the reclamation group of the 6 major tribes must follow the unified arrangement of the YA department, and the reason is convenient for deployment and coordination. What the 6 tribes don't know is that the reclamation plan that the YA tribe is brewing actually gives a lot of support policies to the reclamation group of the headquarters, such as the collection of phased preferential taxes, the provision of preferential purchase of production tools, and special property rights arrangements. Speaking of this, we have to mention the reclamation plan that the headquarters is brewing for the reclamation of wasteland. Under the premise that the land rights themselves belong to the tribe as a whole, the headquarters has roughly the following planning arrangements. The first is the large-scale agricultural reclamation base directly controlled by the headquarters. They will adopt the employment system to produce in a large-scale, centralized, and fully mechanized form. Its output nominally belongs to the entire tribe, but in fact it is uniformly controlled and distributed by the headquarters, and the workers are industrial workers who will receive corresponding wages as labor income. The second is a local agricultural reclamation base whose management rights belong to the sub-base and stronghold. Its industrial model is similar to the agricultural reclamation area directly controlled by the headquarters, but the output is collected by the corresponding public treasury of the local. The third is a reclamation group model. The reclamation group is an experimental plan, and its members are mainly a collection of production teams that voluntarily expand outward. The reason for its emergence is that the emergence of agricultural engineering vehicles has led to the fact that the large agricultural reclamation base does not actually require too much manpower support, and it can also serve as a comparative reference for the first 2 models to study the efficiency, enthusiasm and other effects caused by different development models. With the support of the base camp, the reclamation group will develop in the outer circle of the stationed area and bear more security risks accordingly. In this regard, the tribe will grant them preferential policies on materials and taxation depending on the situation. For example, they will be granted complete tax exemption for all outputs, including agricultural products, produced in the corresponding area within the first 30 years. For 30 to 100 years, different levels of various taxes will be levied according to their distance from the sub-base and the extension of the tribe's tentacles. Those areas that are far away from the sub-bases and garrisons, and where the tribe's military security forces cannot cover 100%, will maintain a long-term low-tax policy, and will be given a certain amount of security subsidies, track construction subsidies, production tool subsidies and other support every year, so that they can have more energy to build and protect the ultra-long distance development zone. For example, the plateau land outside the gap in the northeastern mountains with the largest temporary preferential strength. If there is a reclamation group willing to go there, it will be exempted from taxes for 100 years, and construction machinery for development will be provided in the initial stage, and totem engraving will be given priority. This is because the executive government finally failed to resist the temptation of the fertile meadow plains and decided to use the most preferential policies to support a group of troll production teams to form an ultra long distance reclamation group, to go to the enclosure, lest there end up like the mountain outside the heavenly plateau in the north. It can only watch the large tracts of fertile land being occupied by the migrating horned-hoofed species. Nestor did not comment on this. Since the executive government has an idea, let them go. Of course, the distribution of the reclamation group needs to be planned in more detail before it can be realized. After all, there is only so much manpower. If all of them go to places far away from the sub-bases and garrisons to open up wasteland, the meaning of the existence of the garrisons will be lost. Moreover, that will put a large number of trolls at extremely high risk, which is not in line with the original intention of the executive government. Therefore, except for a very small number of reclamation groups that will be placed in the peripheral areas, most of them will have to rely on the garrisons and take shelter under the coverage of security forces to carry out construction. However, these reclamation group development areas that are independent of large agricultural reclamation bases and not far from the strongholds can actually enjoy some preferential policies, but the intensity is not as great as the Northeast Gap development. The reclamation group is responsible for not only agricultural reclamation development, but also industry and handicraft development with support, and has its own characteristic industries, to revitalize the tribe's current business atmosphere that is almost stagnant. The arrangement for the 6 major reclamation groups is more meaningful. They will not have the opportunity to go to the far regions, and will even be arranged near the sub-bases. They will also be arranged to live near the Yat stronghold as much as possible, so as to increase the communication opportunities between the trolls of various tribes and the Yat trolls. As for what kind of chain effect this will produce, it all depends on the policies, life comparisons, and future fortunes that can be brought about by the greed of the 6 major tribes. At least, the executive government is quite confident about this move. Chapter 169, Spiritualization and Stage Play. In addition, there is another point that is worth mentioning. In addition to the arrangement of land output, fruit trees, steel and wood trees, refrigerator trees, etc., which had unclear property rights or almost no corresponding concepts before, have also had clear property rights and management ownership. The management responsibilities of most functional trees are under the scope of authority and responsibility of relevant departments. Only the fruit trees are a bit special, temporarily taking on the role of elderly care industry to provide self-reliance for those elderly trolls who can still perform limited labor. This series of policy arrangements and negotiation results were inevitably sent to the Rune Council and obtained decision-making approval, including Nestor himself. In fact, there is not much fault to be found in it, but the trolls are in charge. No matter how beautiful the original intention is, and how colorful the setting is, it is just empty talk if it is not implemented in place. Therefore, what the direction will be, we have to wait and see. After the negotiation was completed, the chiefs and witch doctors of the 6 major tribes set out on their return journey one after another, preparing to return to their tribes that they had been away from for a long time, to arrange the next land reclamation affairs. Before leaving, they, especially the witch doctors, were actually full of anxiety and vigilance, because with the end of this negotiation, there were only 7 troll tribes left in the Black Forest. All their related tribes and neighboring tribes were merged into the Yap, making this behemoth more and more unstoppable. How many years have passed? How long has this unit appeared? Why is the situation in the Black Forest becoming more and more confusing? And how long can we hold on? This may be the common voice of almost all independent witch doctors at this moment. The research on the top of the tree canopy is still continuing. Various embryos belonging to different monsters are constantly growing and producing under the connection of vines, and are finally sent to the laboratory. With the continuous accumulation of observation and research data, the foundation of the research has been built more and more solid, and the day of opening the troll embryo experiment is gradually approaching. However, unlike the optimism of most witch doctors, Nestor himself gradually developed a doubt. He knew very well what the original intention of the research was, which was to improve the energy level of the trolls, raise the scale of totem engraving that could be tolerated, and let the people gradually keep up with the changes in the witch doctors. Especially the last point. With the successive advancement of the 3 witch doctors, Ashura, Fangs, and Courseteeth, the road ahead of the witch doctors became clearer and clearer. There is no need to mention the abundance of energy for the time being, but the changes in body shape and appearance will have the most direct impact. With more and more witch doctors advancing in the future, will the people have such a consciousness? This guy who is completely different from us, is he really a troll? Are they really compatriots? And looking at the monsters in the experiment, they are almost all transforming towards the higher forms that already exist in the tribe, whether it is from moose to sub-leader level moose, or from ordinary wolf to giant wind wolf, all are the same. But can the elf-like witch doctor form really be called a superior species of trolls? In fact, this change full of subjective transformation is actually just the subconscious evolution of several witch doctors, after accepting the subtle influence of Nestor. First of all, Ashura, Nestor's aesthetic indoctrination can be said to have directly influenced her, which led to her consciously transforming her body when she advanced. Secondly, fangs and coarse teeth, the huge changes when Ashura advanced, and the excessive strength improvement, that actually had little to do with whether she became an elf, made them faintly think that this is the form that a higher creature should have. So when they advanced, they were influenced by their subconscious and involuntarily transformed their bodies into elf form. Nestor now thinks about it again, and finds that he is really extremely evil, and he actually led the highest power of the entire tribe astray. The most ironic thing is that he himself did not completely become an elf, but instead became similar to the appearance of the Zandalari troll in his previous life. What the hell is going on? But since things have come to this, and he actually likes the elf form more, he will definitely move towards that when he advances next time. So, the future transformation of the trolls should also work in that direction. Otherwise, it would be dangerous to have 2 or even 3 highly differentiated appearances in one tribe. But in this way, the troll tribe sublimation is destined to not copy the current model of the monsters, that is, through the mindless stacking of high energy environment, to promote the embryo's self-transformation. In this way, it should not be possible to directly become an elf. Who knows what kind of changes the high energy environment will cause the trolls? Atavism? Volcanic salamander transformation? What should I do? No, maybe there is really a feasible way. At this time, the experience of forcibly taking the magic crystal into the brain brought some inspiration to Nestor. Maybe we can try it? Although it will be complicated, it can at least serve as an initial method of opening the way. Thinking of this, he temporarily left the laboratory and began to work on more specific ideas in the lounge next to him. Writing, drawing, writing, drawing. Time passed quickly, and the laboratory was still busy, with all kinds of new ideas and new achievements emerging one after another. At this time, the executive government was busy absorbing 19 tribes. These medium-sized tribes will be relocated from their original sites. The specific process will follow the old rules, that is, pregnant women and trolls under sub-adulthood will be taken back to the headquarters, and sub-adult and middle-aged trolls will be dispersed to various garrisons after reorganization. The original sites of the tribes will be abandoned, or built into new bases depending on the specific situation. Among them, the arrangement of the former has not changed much, but the placement of sub-adult and middle-aged trolls has been somewhat different. These trolls will not be sent directly to the various garrisons, but will be temporarily placed at the headquarters first. As for the original sites of the tribes, since the headquarters does not intend to add bases in the eastern Black Forest, they will all be directly abandoned. There are simple wooden buildings there. Perhaps after decades, there will be no trace of their existence in the Black Forest. For the strong laborers temporarily placed in the headquarters, the training class will be built around the giant trees, where there is nothing but the monument forest. Their respective residences will also be temporarily placed here. During the 3-month intensive training, tracks and sleepers will be delivered from the 4 western sub-bases, which are too many to fit in the warehouse. After that, they will form a new engineering team with some trolls in the eastern station, and start a new track construction project along the parallel line running east-west to the White River, in the central south line, where the waterway is not as abundant as that in the White River Basin. This is the second track line planned by the executive government. Its starting point is the headquarters, and it passes through the southern foot of the Holy Mountain to the east. After passing the large station of the headquarters, to monitor the 3 tribes of the Holy Mountain. It will approach the Atta tribe and the Scha tribe further east, and finally arrive at another large station of the tribe there. Of course, this plan is still controversial at this time. A considerable number of deacons believe that the track towards the northeast should be built first to give priority to the control of the gap in the northeastern mountains. Another part of the deacons insisted on the first central south line plan, believing that the existing waterways in the northeast are sufficient, and there is no need to rush to start the planning of the headquarters northeast gap line. But in any case, this time the track project will be completely handed over to the executive government for planning and construction, and the witch doctors will only be responsible for some necessary work, such as building bridges on large and medium-sized rivers. In the busy atmosphere of all parties in the headquarters, Connor's actions finally came to the day when they should officially come to the stage. In the eastern Black Forest and the Norman Station, the original gladiatorial arena was temporarily expanded several times. Below it, more than 100 trolls were sitting on the ground, watching a unique and first ever stage play performance. The background of the stage was a huge curtain with a rough brushstroke depicting the forest and the vaguely visible station. In front of the curtain, 10 trolls were playing the role of a patrol team. Sarah Kinster, Kalinaths, who had regained her spirits after finding the target, and the scriptwriter Arlinkaths, as well as several other volunteers, were speaking their lines awkwardly on the stage. Their movements were artificial and stiff, and their lines were awkward and straightforward. It was obvious that they were just a temporary makeshift group. Of course, if you put them in the Black Forest, a group of trolls were the real original drama. Oh, look. What is that? Sarah Kinster's twisted voice sounded at this time. It's a mountain giant bear. Kalinaths put one hand on her brow and pretended to look into the distance. Just as the trolls in the audience were amused by this funny action and laughed for the umpteenth time, a troll wearing a furry and bloated coat walked onto the stage from behind the scenes imitating the walking posture of a giant bear. Ha ha ha. Saracen. Giant bears are not like this. Ha ha ha. There was another round of laughter from the audience, which made Saracen so embarrassed that he forgot the lines he was about to say. She has 3 children with her. Dangerous. Let's run away. Thanks to Alinka for filling in the gap in the conversation in time. She approached Saracen and whispered, "Don't forget our purpose. This is just the first experiment. Don't be discouraged. We can't run away. The base is behind us. We must stop it here." Saracen heard this and did not answer Alinka's words, but directly continued the dialogue that was originally supposed to be said by Alinka. "But we will die. It doesn't matter. For the safety of the station, I, Toka Kinster, am not afraid of any sacrifice." The plot is slowly moving forward as the heroic sacrifices of the 4 trolls including Toka Kinster and the manager's indifference are performed one after another. The laughter of the trolls gradually ceases to sound. Next, the forced dismantling during the track construction and the embarrassment when there is no way to complain make the audience's emotions gradually drop to a freezing point. And when the actor who plays the deacon said that sentence before the gorgeous curtain was replaced, "Can you stop causing us trouble? It won't be a big deal to bury them like before," the suppressed emotions suddenly broke out, and a heavy steel and wood axe was thrown out from the audience and hit the actor who said this. "Damn idiots. I'm going to kill them." More than 500,000 words. Although it's a flop, I'm also very happy. Give some votes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, A Corner of History. Although the performances of the Sierra Kinsters were extremely immature, they still touched the emotions of these inexperienced trolls, especially those who had similar experiences like the axe thrower, who had a sense of empathy, and then, driven by a direct brain circuit, launched a heavy and powerful sudden attack on the stage. Fortunately, the trolls on the stage, except for Alinka and a few new generations from the headquarters, were all old school warriors who had experienced hundreds of battles. Therefore, there were no tragic casualties. It was nothing more than the actor who played the bad guy being hit on the arm by the flying axe and then stuck in the bone. At this time, the axe thrower was also blocked by the rest of the audience who were still sober. He finally woke up and looked blankly at the blue blood flowing on the ring, with shallow tears and mumbling something. "It's okay, my friend. I didn't expect that there would be such a risk when performing on stage. Alinka, this is not what we agreed." The injured troll stood up, took out the giant axe from the gap of his arm bone with a bitter face, and returned it to the axe thrower, half jokingly and half complaining. "Fortunately he didn't rush up to chop me, otherwise I couldn't keep this half arm. How much vitality would I have to consume to regenerate it? Eat meat. You must take me to eat meat." Okay, I'll take you to eat 10 meals later. Hurry up and bend your arms so that the injured parts touch each other. Don't you understand how to heal quickly? Look at you. You've bled all over the floor and dirty the stage. Oh. Damn Serokin, you actually said my blood is dirty? You should go to the executive office to work. That's the most suitable place for a shameless guy like you. Ha ha ha. Okay, stop it. This is also a kind of success, isn't it? Look at their expressions. Although there was a little accident, the actors were still very excited because they really mobilized the emotions of the audience. And this seems to be the starting point for the next step. The specific process will not be repeated. In short, when it was learned that this method was indeed effective, several different scripts were sent to volunteers in various regions, and performances were started in multiple places at the same time. The scripts were carefully selected by Cunner and several other volunteers who stayed in the headquarters and adapted according to real stories, because the actors, whether they were volunteers from the past of the headquarters or the masses temporarily found in the local area, their own performance level was basically equal to zero. Therefore, only by mobilizing their own emotions during the performance through scripts similar to their experiences, can we infect the audience as much as possible and achieve the subsequent purpose. In addition, the specific conditions of each station are different, and the stories that can be empathized are also slightly different, so the scripts sent over are naturally targeted accordingly. In this way, in just 1 or 2 months, various stations, including the headquarters, have appeared one after another theater troupe in a short period of time. They performed in the streets, in the square, and on the arena, and immediately attracted a large number of audiences. In today's troll society, although the material resources have been abundant to a certain extent, the speed of development is too fast, resulting in many soft cultures not keeping up with the progress of such hard conditions. Therefore, apart from mating, fighting, and the vino drinks that are popular in the dark, the trolls do not actually have much spiritual relaxation soil. Therefore, when the new performance form of drama appeared, it quickly set off a wave of enthusiasm due to its infectiousness and stimulating content. Have you watched the play? Of course I have. That deacon is damned. Yes, how can he be so hateful? Doesn't he have any comrades? Such similar conversations appear in almost every encounter on the streets, causing dissatisfaction to ferment rapidly and violently. The managers of various garrisons are not all as deaf to the outside world as the Norman garrison. After all, the garrison is so small and the number of people is so small. They have been exposed to this wave of craze one after another, more or less, directly or indirectly. Those who realized the problem quickly sent a message to the headquarters executive government and reported this strange situation. As the headquarters had already gotten used to its own ecological niche and had basically put all its thoughts into the arrangement of incorporating the people, it was not able to give the corresponding degree of attention to this matter at the first time. In addition, the witch doctors also fell into silence at this time for the reasons described later and did not give warnings in the early stage. Therefore, because of experience and various other subjective and objective reasons, the elites of the headquarters showed unusual slowness in this matter. When more and more similar information came together, and they finally began to gradually understand the seriousness of the situation, Cunner, Alinka and other trolls had already completed the first step of the plan and were steadily advancing the implementation of the subsequent second and third steps. The series of conversations, complaints, and frequent exchanges were like a lake that was constantly stirred by a huge rock, brewing waves and gathering waves until the agreed day finally arrived. Just before that, Nestor had gathered all the witch doctors on the crown of the giant tree and started the formal research on elfization. By the way, most of the soldiers were also concentrated in the new city area, and they were firmly nailed to the military camp under the giant tree in the name of protecting the most important research in history. At this moment, in the large conference room at the top of the tree canopy, the faces of the witch doctors were extremely complicated. They looked at Nestor, who was standing in the center of the conference room and talking about his experimental ideas, and absent-mindedly thought about its deeper meaning. The new ideas and concepts that used to make them intoxicated now sounded like chewing wax and could not mobilize the full concentration of the witch doctors. The witch doctors are not stupid. They can use monitoring spells anytime and anywhere to receive information from multiple parties without distinction. During this period, they have keenly discovered the abnormal movements in various garrisons. What is brewing this time is definitely an event that can directly affect the composition of the upper structure and have a major impact. But the speaker, Nestor, had already resigned as the dictator and resumed his position as the speaker, gathered all of them here at this critical juncture. What does this mean? It seems obvious. But in any case, the witch doctors with complicated feelings really did not leave the tree canopy for more than half a year. All of them have mastered the ability of deep meditation. They quickly adjusted their forms by meditation and other means, and under the leadership of Nestor and other 3 advanced witch doctors, they started closed-door research. And those newly incorporated 19 witch doctors who know almost nothing, although they cannot receive specific information from the outside world through magic, they also realized that something big is about to happen in the strange atmosphere of the first few days. Since they were here, they made the best of it. They did not think of using this time to stir up trouble or seek unrealistic goals. Instead, even if they could not participate in the research, they honestly locked themselves in the tree canopy. After finding a branch without trolls to disturb them, they began to change their own path. This was also for their own future, because strictly speaking, they did not actually have any rights at this time. The various promises made by the YA department before the merger would only take effect when they became new witch doctors. Therefore, under the influence of these factors, half a year later, after many compromises and conflicts, in addition to the traditional executive government, the Tribune institution directly controlled by the grassroots hunting teams and production teams, the positions of tribunes at all levels, and the independent law court with clear powers and responsibilities appeared in the superstructure of the tribe. In addition, the militia troops who were not combat soldiers and died in patrols and other tasks were also officially classified as heroes, reburied in the tombs of heroes, and had their names on the monument. In addition, a large number of absent-minded deacons and resident managers were cleared out of the consulate. It is hard to say who is happy and who is sad. Most of those who were cleared out, including the 2 managers of the Norman resident, actually packed up and left at the first opportunity with a happy face. They will return to their headquarters and devote themselves to the careers they are really interested in. The deacons and managers in the future will be born in the new selection system and will start working in shackles under the supervision of the Rune Academy, the checks and balances of the Tribune, and the sanctions of the law court. Historically, this frenzy has a very far-reaching impact. Many historians or other experts in later generations have explained it from different angles. The waves raised by the primitive people such as Quinatis, or Incatis, and Sarakinsta have left a deep impact on our souls in the early rune calendar and even in the thousands of years since then, and even to this day. Will Costa, a brief study on the history of folk movements in the early rune calendar according to research. The performance form of stage plays sprouted in the early movements of the rune calendar. The primitive people used it to mobilize the emotions of the people, thus setting off a subsequent frenzy. Since then, satire has become one of the enduring dramas in the Elven society. Today, with the advancement of technology, satire is no longer confined to the original stage. It has extended its tentacles to all forms of performance platforms, and there are obvious traces of its existence in the fields of books and consciousness paintings. Sandrath's, A Brief History of Drama. The 6 consecutive evacuation movements in just 100 years really made the original executive government realize who is the people, and it relying on each other to exist. During the first evacuation movement, more than 12,000 primitive people left the city they had built with their own hands. They survived in the wilderness and forests by hunting for more than 3 months, and they were obviously able to continue to persevere. The number of 12,000 may seem insignificant today, and is even less than the number of people in one of our blocks, but at the time, when we had not completely walked out of the Black Forest, it accounted for nearly 2/3 of the primitive people. Therefore, during the evacuation movement, the city was shut down, the factory was shut down, and there were no workers in the farmland. What we can imagine is how the so-called elites of the executive government felt when they looked at the empty city blankly and found that, if they did not give in, they could only manage the air and soil. Patricia Tess, History of the Struggle of the Ancestors. It is worth our reflection that the Rune Council, the predecessor of the Glory Council, showed an indifferent attitude towards the evacuation movement during that century. According to historical records, the early executive government was completely an extension of the will of the Rune Parliament. Logically, the Parliament, which was composed entirely of witch doctors, note, the early name of wizards, no longer elaborated in the following text, should have strongly supported the executive government. But in fact, the witch doctors hardly took any action during this period. They just firmly controlled the control of the army, and even withdrew the army completely from the city during the conflict caused by the frenzy. This directly led to the executive government's powerlessness in the face of the grassroots, and in disguise, or even in fact, it directly supported the people. Therefore, we have reason to believe that the great pioneer actually stood on the side of the people in the original struggle, and relied on his strong control over the Rune Parliament to limit the witch doctors' unnecessary actions, and choose to believe in the people's choice and determination. Although there is no direct historical evidence, and the great pioneer himself is also very secretive about the whole incident, there are 2 circumstantial evidences. First, there were the explosive breakthroughs in magic that appeared after that, including population sublimation. After all, considering the technological environment and the strength of researchers at the time, all of these breakthroughs required the direct participation of a large number of witch doctors, and when the tribe was still in the late stage and the republic was still in its infancy, there were no more than 50 witch doctors in the society. It is hard to imagine how the primitive witch doctors at that time could be distracted by politics and devote themselves to research at the same time. This is an irrefutable truth even today. Many early brilliant wizards became the national budget robbers that disappointed us because they plunged into the dirty and treacherous. Second, General Quinitus the Wanderer also implicitly expressed the guidance of the great pioneers to her in her memoirs. In the 8th chapter of the memoir, The Difficulties and Support My Husbands and I Faced, in the 6th section on page 128, the 7th edition of Wingio Press, Her Excellency the General wrote in her not so brilliant writing style, "It was the brightest ray of light. It took me to appreciate a completely different landscape, and made me understand what kind of obstacle I was facing, and how to carve a gap in it for light to pass through." And in the 10th chapter, Spiritual Leader, she directly praised the great pioneer as the brightest light. Therefore, according to the reasonable calculation of the timeline, we have reason to suspect that what she metaphorically implied in chapter 8 was the enlightenment of the great pioneer to Her Excellency the General. Bert Lemstead, the beginning and end of the first evacuation movement and the early Rune Council. I made some attempts in the last 1,000 words. Would it feel better this way? Or is it considered water? If you think it's okay, please give me some monthly tickets. There should be another chapter later. Chapter 171, Ending and Destination. Amidst the turmoil, the waves of the so-called first evacuation movement also temporarily came to an end. With the concession of the executive government, the trolls returned to the city from the wilderness with the rights they had fought for, and continued their original work. This victory made them high-spirited. The various peripheral garrisons that had been slightly decadent before were like a shot of cardio tonic, and they regained their initial vitality. Soon after, Kanatsas took the initiative to give up the reputation she had gained during the struggle, and joined the far traveler corps as she wished when the members were added. Although due to her qualifications, experience, and knowledge level, she did not become an officer directly. After completing the initial training for 3 months at the training department of the headquarters, Kana mastered the necessary knowledge such as elementary cryptography and temporarily became an apprentice far traveler. After that, she will usher in a 6-month apprenticeship period before she can become a regular, obtain a totem, and become a real far traveler. As for the officer dream, it is estimated that she will have to work hard for a while. But Kana was not frustrated by this. In the fierce exercise, she reluctantly said goodbye to 3 close friends who had passed the reclamation group inspection and would soon lead their own team members to embark on the road of reclamation in the northeast. Then she plunged into learning and tasks. The trolls such as Alinkatisi, Karinets, and Sarakinster also had different experiences. Among them, Karina gave up the Novi drink and joined the Tribune with Sarakin, becoming the first batch of Tribunes. All of them were part-time citizens, with no internal supreme leader, and worked under the supervision of the Rune Academy, and began her new troll life. Alinka maintained her freedom. Since then, she has been moving around in various garrisons, using her pen to record touching or ironic stories. The previous stage play gave her a lot of inspiration. Alinka was ready to dig deeper on this basis and establish a complete narrative mode of story, novel, script and stage play. Of course, she would not stop meditation training. The new institution Tribune was also built by various production teams and hunting teams in the months after the end of the movement. From then on, the Tribunes at all levels went deep into the departments of the executive government to find faults, and the process of finding faults for hundreds and thousands of years began. There may be betrayal or corruption, but there will always be a new generation who are unwilling to join in, maintaining the overall vitality of this semi-civilian and semi-official institution. In addition, the construction of the new institution Independent Law Court has also been put on the agenda. In this institution, that is completely out of track with the executive government, there will be law research department, public law department and litigation department. Among them, the litigation department is responsible for the acceptance of public and private lawsuits, and it is necessary to gradually establish its branches in all resident places to facilitate the work. Due to the lack of written laws and the temporary absence of conditions for the establishment of written laws, the litigation department will work with the tribunal for a long period of time to adopt the jury system to hear cases. In the process of jury opinions and case law accumulation, the legal research department will be responsible for summarizing the ethics and social bottom line shown in them, and then start drafting written laws according to the situation. In addition, the Rune Parliament plenary session will become the final review body for written laws, and a final review committee will be set up to conduct final reviews of controversial cases. As the name suggests, the public law department will take on the mission of promoting legal knowledge. After that, several months passed. When the Tribune gradually got on the right track, the impeachment of the inefficiency of the executive government, the complexity of the departmental establishment and the disadvantages of the people was soon launched, becoming the first impeachment in the history of the department. Under the acceptance of the Rune Council, the various complex offices in the executive government were successfully integrated, and a series of specialized departments such as the track planning department and the civil affairs department were established. In addition, the post-assessment system, the regular advisory report system, the impeachment and dismissal system, etc. were also successively proposed, allowing the upper structure of the tribe to be formalized little by little in the tug-of-war. Correspondingly, the Rune Council also took the opportunity to remove the various messy committees that existed in the early stage and truly delegated most of the government affairs to the executive government. In addition to the military council, it only retained or newly established a few important departments such as the final review committee, impeachment acceptance committee, budget committee, and written law promotion law committee. At this point, the reform of the superstructure has finally come to a temporary end. After removing many government responsibilities, the witch doctors began to accelerate the advancement of the field of magic. The executive government, under the constraints of many shackles, began to adapt to its new ecological niche, and because there was no inertia of thinking that was difficult to change, they adapted quickly as a whole, and it didn't take long for them to get back on track, using the various powers delegated by the Rune Academy to open a new era. In the following 6 months, the vino beverage trade first attracted the attention of the executive government and began to prepare for sanctions against the horn-hoofed smugglers, and took this as an opportunity to establish an anti-smuggling department with armed forces. The new manager of the Norman station is not a witch doctor apprentice, but just an ordinary member of the new generation production team. He stood out in the first male W8 examination held not long ago, and was finally assigned to the Norman station, responsible for the task of preparing and leading the local executive government branch, ultra small. On this day, a hidden figure found him, and after showing his work permit, he had a secret talk in a dark room. Understood, I will cooperate. With the promise of the new manager, the sneaky figure gradually began to feel a strange disturbance, and gradually disappeared from the manager's eyes. The door opened and closed, indicating that he did not really disappear, but just could not be seen by the naked eye. That night, 10 trolls without armor, and with complicated patterns on their bodies, took advantage of the night to approach the Norman settlement by boat. When there were only 2 kilometers left, they abandoned the boat and approached on foot and activated the special totem near the settlement and then disappeared on the spot. At 1900 hours in the evening, except for the sentry posts, all the lights in the settlement had been extinguished and most of the trolls fell into a deep sleep. At this time, a medium-sized ship that was different from the tribal regulations slowly approached the settlement. 500 meters away from the dock, the ship stopped temporarily, and a torch was raised on the bow, which turned 3 times in place before being extinguished. 20 minutes later, a similar, but not identical, fire was heard from near the pier. Chapter 172 Smuggling Control and Armed Punishment. After receiving the signal from the dock, the medium-sized ship slowly approached under the cover of night and finally arrived at the dock. Why should we be so careful? These barbarians didn't explicitly prohibit our trade. A strong man with 2 horns on his head, while muttering, carried 2 large wooden boxes from the bottom warehouse and unloaded the goods from the ship to the dock with other companions. Don't talk nonsense. The original contract was an official trade. All materials must be verified and nodded by both parties before they can be transported, and vino is not on the exchange list. On the side, the Horned Hoof tribe who looked like a leader was also loading and unloading goods. Although he said so, it can be seen from the action of not leaving a warning force that he actually seemed to be somewhat indifferent in his heart. In the first half of the year, they exchanged food, fish, meat pies, and tools through vino, but they reaped great benefits. The entire tribe made full use of the extra materials obtained from this side to open up the Cheyenne Sea Plateau. But more than half a year ago, due to the sudden change in the situation in the Ya tribe, the vino trade in many areas had to be stopped. It was not until recently that it was gradually restored. They had to take advantage of this opportunity to ship more goods and help the tribe transport some supplies back again. Thinking of the heroic treatment he would receive in the newly established settlement after returning along the river with a large amount of food and tools, the leader of the caravan couldn't help but grin and laugh. The goods were gradually unloaded, and more than 30 horned hoofs were preparing to transport these things from the dock to the secret warehouse here. Attack. Suddenly, an inexplicable language came from an empty place not far away. The leader of the Horned Hoof caravan could understand some troll language to some extent, and it was easy to understand the meaning of his words. He immediately raised his head alertly and looked towards the source of the sound with a little tension. A strange wave came from the empty space, and in every corner of all directions, a troll appeared from the air and strode towards the caravan. Beware! Beware! It's the troll army. The leader of the caravan did not relax because of the difference in numbers between the enemy and us. He knew very well that there was a physical difference between himself and these barbarians with fangs. A ratio of 3 to 1 was not a ratio that could make him feel at ease. The fact was just as he thought. 10 trolls charged and knocked down the 30 caravan members who were already on guard. Of course, there were neither people nor horses here. The only ones knocked over were the horned hooves. The 10 members of the troll anti-smuggling team, one with each hand and a horned hoof under their knees, quickly controlled the situation in the dock area with lightning speed. At this time, a troll wearing black fiber blended clothes and pants, a canvas hard brimmed hat, and hard leather rubber soled boots appeared. His powerful chest muscles stretched open the collar of his shirt, and he held a long rope in his hand, and the other end of the rope was connected to a big giant wind wolf with complex patterns on its body. It was shaved. When the totem was carved, the troll walked out slowly from the back, holding the giant wind wolf in his hand, and approached step by step with a grin. The caravan leader, whose neck was pressed hard by a knee, and had to lie down in the mud, looked up nervously at all this. Hey? Half a bottle of fighting spirit, 1 bottle to forget troubles? Isn't this a friendly merchant who sells vino banned products? Why don't you drink half a bottle yourself, raise your fighting spirit, and overthrow us later? He was obviously speaking the language of the horned-hoofed people, because this is one of the conditions for taking up the post of a senior commander on the front line of the anti-smuggling department. But the leader of the horned-hoofed tribe did not feel the slightest bit of intimacy when hearing this familiar language. Instead, he struggled hard, choking with muddy water in his mouth, and yelled incoherently, "No, you can't do this. I'm a legal trader. The Ministry of Justice has never issued a list of banned goods. Haha. It was issued 3 days ago, and the relevant note has been sent to your tribe. You horned-hoofed tribe, you know the law and break it. You, despicable." In just 3 days, it was obviously impossible for the so-called note to really reach his tribe. These trolls are obviously taking advantage of the situation. Heh, take them away. The commander smiled disdainfully and waved his hand to order. Yes. Soon, all the horned-hoofed tribes were wearing steel and wooden hand and foot shackles. They were tied in a line and left in embarrassment under the escort of 5 anti-smuggling team members. Okay, the warehouse should have already started. Let's go and take a look. In the next half-month concentrated rectification, a large number of smuggling ships were seized. Nearly 300 horned hoofs were detained, and hundreds of tons of vino drinks they transported were also confiscated. During this period, the wind wolves and giant wind wolves assigned to the frontline anti-smuggling forces made great contributions. With their sensitive sense of smell, not only the warehouses in the strongholds were wiped out, but also those in more hidden locations in the forest. There were almost no fish that slipped through the net. In this way, boxes and boxes of seized vino were transported to the headquarters and sent to relevant offices along the waterway by paddle boats, and several bottles of samples were sent to the treetops by the army and into the hands of witch doctors. Sniff the alcoholic beverage is not low in alcohol. The familiar smell of alcohol rushed into his nose, and Nestor immediately made such a judgment. Licking his lips, he said, "I didn't expect that these seemingly simple guys who were brewed by Guanme would have such a mind." In addition to the bottle of wine in his hand, he also had a report, which recorded the rough transaction report of the people and other information. From the content, it can be concluded that these guys use this alcoholic beverage to secretly take away a large amount of meat and high-strength tools from the tribe, and even a small number of weapons. Because the trolls' tolerance to alcohol is too strong, if they really want to experience the effect they advertise, their intake must be at least 10 times higher than the estimated amount of the horned-hoofed species. Some trolls are more stubborn, and they are willing to try it, and then they really experience the dizzy forgetfulness feeling after a large amount of application. They not only became the first wave of customers, but also took the initiative to recommend it to their friends, and even those trolls who had not tried it, or tried a few bottles, and saw no effect, and then turned to treat the vendors as liars, and beat them up. Also started drinking it. More than half a year ago, on the eve of the evacuation movement, the transaction volume of vino trade reached its peak. Almost all the Yabu garrisons in the upper reaches of the Black River and the entire White River Basin, and even in other independent tribes, began to see this kind of thing. The start of its trade can be further traced back to when the Yabu included the high-yield one-round sterilized crown wheat in the exchange material list. I wanted to use this method to slowly monopolize the supply of food and even seeds, but I didn't expect to be slapped in the face. There are capable people in the horned-hoofed tribe. Obviously, the rulers of the horned-hoofed tribe did not trust the food provided by the Yabu. They seemed to regard all the crown wheat as raw materials for brewing, and sent them to the Black Forest and quietly began to exchange for other materials. He simply turned to the last few pages of the report and prepared to take a look at the executive government's handling plan opinions first. We have thoroughly evaluated the efficacy of the drink and believe that this unknown drink called vino has a certain resistance to pain and mental excitement. But based on observations of long-term drinking, we believe that it will have a negative impact on work enthusiasm, mentality, concentration, muscle strength, and so on. Although the side effects have been minimized due to the troll's constitution, there is still the possibility of mental dependence. For the above reasons, the executive government recommends that it be completely banned and that the horned hoof tribe be severely punished by force. Nestor rubbed his chin, thinking about the executive government's suggestions. The first thing that comes to mind is to use force. Moreover, they can't wait to start on the third day after the notice was issued. Such an ugly eating. Obviously, the executive government's covetousness for the land outside the gap has become an obsession. In addition, a complete ban seems unrealistic. That will only give the share to smugglers, and the same will be true for limited supply. The precedent of the US and Soviet prohibition is in Nestor's mind. Although the size gap between the tribe and the US and the Soviet Union in the previous life is huge, the difficulty of management will be reduced accordingly, but this risk still exists. This made Nestor unable to make up his mind. So, what do you think? The discussion took place in the interval of research, just as a kind of mental adjustment, so at this moment, there were more than 20 witch doctors sitting in the lounge. Let's write an overall opinion first. As for how to do it specifically, let the executive government come up with a specific charter, and then we will just decide on a yes or no. Coarse Teeth pondered for a moment, and then said, since the ruling power has been decentralized, we don't have to directly participate in the planning of such details. Let the executive government and the tribune check and balance each other, and pull out a plan. That's right. Let's do it this way. Nestor thought about it, and found that it was indeed his mother spirit that was at work again, always wanting to take care of everything. So, the witch doctor spent another lamp hour to give an overall opinion, and then handed it to the duty soldiers, and asked them to deliver it to the executive government. The opinion was quickly delivered to the executive directors meeting. They looked at the various opinions in it. When they saw the line, the Rune Council does not deny the possibility of using force in principle, but the officials must submit more specific plans and obtain the permission of the tribunal. All the directors breathed a sigh of relief. After all, issues related to war never need to consider the public's unwillingness. They are eager for a large-scale conscription and a big war. As for the witch doctor's opinion that instead of considering a direct ban, it is better to obtain the manufacturing technology, control the supply of goods in the hands of the headquarters, and make good negative effect reminders when selling, they did not have any other opinions, and felt that it seemed to be quite good to do so. I propose to stop all material exchanges with the Hornhoof tribes, block the river upstream of the Black River, and cut off the smugglers' entry route at the source. In addition, it is proposed to temporarily list the militia as the main force of the combat force, and strive for the support of the tribune for the armed crusade. The interrogation of the Hornhoof merchants cannot be stopped either, and Vino's manufacturing technology must be obtained as soon as possible. In this way, under the discussion of the directors, new plans were come up with one after another. Chapter 173, Militia Recruitment and the Progressive Elves. The Philantinon tribe is a large tribe established close to the White River. Since the water volume of the White River is not as abundant as that of the Black River, and there are more shallow water areas in the upper reaches, therefore, the Philantinon trolls who have lived here since ancient times have not become landlubbers like the Ya tribe trolls who have never thought of hunting in the water. They have developed a unique water hunting technology based on local conditions and on the premise of making full use of natural resources. The Philantinon trolls will tie a thick rope made of tanned plant fibers or some thick and long natural vines around their waists and use the characteristics of trolls that sink in water to walk directly on the bottom of the river. At the bottom of the river, they will use primitive spears to hunt fish in the water, as well as some aquatic monsters that swim from nowhere and specifically come here to lay eggs. The extra food also made the Philantinon tribe the best developed among all the tribes. If the 3 tribes of the Holy Mountain had not always been the same, the Philantinon tribe would have been the leading force in the eastern Black Forest with its extra number of people. Of course, this is all in the past. Now the Ya tribe is undoubtedly extraordinarily powerful. Therefore, what I want to talk about next is not the origin of the technology, Philantinon. When the Ya tribe established its large-scale station for surveillance and trade here, the skill of the Philantinon trolls was naturally learned, and the Ya tribe, which was better than the master, used the hollow magic wooden pole that extended out of the water to extend its underwater stay time. On this day, several hunting teams were hunting in the water as usual. Their target was not the freshwater fish that the Ya tribe was not used to eating, but the aquatic monsters, or the eggs they laid. These monsters have almost no fishy smell, and their eggs are also very delicious. Due to the strange egg-laying habits of the target monsters, only a few areas in the many waterways controlled by the Ya department can obtain these 2 foods in large quantities. Today's harvest is already a lot. The hunting captains climbed ashore with satisfaction, and after untying the safety rope, they began to deal with the preservation of the monster eggs. After these things are transported to the headquarters, they can be exchanged for a large amount of meal coins, so they can't help but pay attention to them. Have you heard? We might be drafted into the war. What's going on? How could such a good thing happen to us? Would those soldiers be willing? I'm not too sure. It was Sylvie who told us the news from the Tribune. I heard that the soldiers had to protect the progress of some important research, so they couldn't be dispatched in large numbers. She asked us whether we should agree. So let us take over? This is a good thing. Let her agree quickly. Okay, then your hunting team's opinion will be considered agree. I still have to ask other hunting teams. Wait, so there's going to be a war? The hunting team leader rubbed his hands and said excitedly, well, they said they wanted to fight those long-hoofed dwarfs in the north. Okay. I'm tired of catching fish every day. But why do we want to fight them? Aren't we on good terms? They said it's because of that vino. It seems that thing is bad for the body and will reduce our combat effectiveness. These liars. I knew they had no good intentions. Thinking of those useless bottles that he had exchanged for a saw, the hunting captain snorted unhappily. The cowards of the consulate finally did something that a troll should do. It seems that we didn't send Sylvie to be a tribune in vain. That's what I mean. Next time it's my turn, I have to keep a close eye on them. Similar conversations took place in various garrisons. Just as the directors thought, since the militia was also included in the conscription sequence, the Tribune representatives from all over the place responded very positively. Not long after, the new war plan approved by the Tribune was sent to the witch doctors again, and passed the decision of the Rune Council. In this campaign, a total of 500 soldiers from different military branches will be dispatched. They will become officers at all levels, responsible for commanding the 3,000 militia troops recruited, and after a certain period of intensive training, they will form a temporary expeditionary force to go to the front line. In addition, 100 witch doctor apprentices were recruited, temporarily engraved with corresponding totems, and formed a medium and long distance communication group to accompany the army, becoming a supplementary communication force for the flag officers responsible for short distance transmission in the army. And 7 witch doctors will temporarily put down their research and join the army as representatives of magic power and the military council. As the forces of all parties gradually gather towards the headquarters, the concentrated training that will last for a month will soon be officially launched. During this period, the executive government will begin to coordinate other matters such as food and grass consumption, new city district, canopy research laboratory. Except for the 7 witch doctors who joined the army, the rest of the witch doctors are still concentrated here, and they are pushing forward the research progress of tree life intensively. With a large amount of experimental data accumulated, the preliminary work has basically been completed, and now the experimental progress is about to turn a page and enter the next more critical stage. First of all, the artificial insemination technology needs to be broken through. The witch doctors are ready to change the previous practice of using fertilized eggs as the starting point for transplantation, and further allow the combination of sperm and eggs to be carried out directly in the tree eggs. so that the artificial placenta can play a better role. In this regard, the existing in vitro preservation of cells technology of this department has basically matured, especially in terms of preserving the cells of the trolls themselves. Due to the high life intensity of the population, it is possible to keep them active for a long time at the appropriate temperature. And what needs to be done next is to extend this technology to sperm and eggs, and transplant the environment suitable for the survival of sperm and eggs to a part of the giant tree, to make the eggs automatically sit eggs in the fruit growth position, and let the sperm directly connect to the fruit through the pipeline, so that the two can be combined in the fruit. In the later stage, the low temperature dormancy preservation technology and the temperature raising and revitalizing technology of sperm and eggs will also be integrated into the giant tree, so that it has a series of functions such as being able to store the two for a long time. In addition, the relevant research on the topic of what kind of impact will the high energy liquid environment have on sperm and eggs before the combination has also been started in advance, and the changes caused by it have begun to be observed on the sperm and eggs of monsters. If it is confirmed that it will have a benign effect, then this step will also be planned into the subsequent preliminary measures. Corresponding to the above series of steps, the relevant means of quickly and conveniently extracting sperm and eggs from the body must also be broken through. Otherwise, every time the corresponding material supply is needed, how bad the scene will be is simply unimaginable. In addition to the projects related to sperm and eggs, the shell of the tree-born eggs must also be optimized. The witch doctors will make it as close to transparent as possible, which will not only be more convenient for observation during research, but also related to the subsequent pursuit of light energy utilization. As mentioned before, the high energy environment only changes the embryo's hardware at the energy conversion end. In this case, the organism being studied will become a high output, high energy consumption form, just like the products obtained by the headquarters so far after the tree growing experiment. These products have gained strength and become more gluttonous than their original forms. At most, there has been a quantitative change in conversion efficiency, so that the same amount of food can be converted into more energy in their digestive system. But compared with the energy consumption generated by their own advancement, this improvement in conversion efficiency is actually not enough to allow them to obtain the same high life-sustaining ability on the basis of maintaining their original appetite. In other words, the experimental subjects have never experienced a qualitative change in energy supply. This situation, combined with the other purposes of troll sublimation itself besides pursuing unified appearance of the population, is actually not suitable for direct application. The only feasible idea now is to let the newborn troll babies also acquire the light energy conversion ability like the advanced witch doctors, or to make this ability become some kind of innate potential that is easier to tap, rather than creating it from scratch like the witch doctors. After determining this series of steps and ideas, the witch doctors began to work together and collectively charged towards the finish line. While the headquarters was busy preparing for external conquests and the war that followed, the witch doctors focused on overcoming all the difficulties and problems mentioned above and gradually achieved success. Of course, there must be failure before success. These studies are based on continuous trial and error, but the specific failure process is not seen in most of the relevant records of later generations except for science-related books. In short, after a series of preconditions were solved, the first troll body experiment finally came to the time to be launched. The sperm and eggs used as research targets must come from ordinary trolls, and whether they are in the active period or the dormant storage period, they are stored in the diluted high-energy culture medium extracted from the cave wolf. Afterwards, an egg departs from the giant tree's egg bank, and after being heated and activated, it goes to the egg-sitting area along the artificial fallopian tube. The egg-sitting area is a transparent tumor growing at the end of the vine, which contains the prototype of the plant placenta. When the egg arrives in it, this placenta will begin to grow autonomously and gradually become a material exchange space between the giant tree and the egg. After the egg stabilizes, the sperm and the sperm bank also ends its dormancy, goes to the tumor, where the egg is located along an independent pipeline, and is put into it, and combines with the egg. After this step, the tumor will grow together with the fertilized egg. If it is allowed to grow freely like this, the witch doctors will only get a higher troll that is stronger, more agile, and more gluttonous, and it is impossible to harvest an elf-like troll. Therefore, more subtle changes are taking place in areas invisible to the naked eye. The plant placenta mentioned earlier is actually not composed of pure plant tissue, but contains some special substances. It is these substances that are the main inducement for the fertilized egg to change step by step in the process of self-division in the direction desired by the witch doctors. Probably, the first natural elf will be born tomorrow. Chapter 174, Natural Elves in the Brewing War. These substances that act as induction sources can only be extracted from the special meatballs in the body of the advanced witch doctor. The meatball itself is a product of a series of cells such as bone growth cells, epidermal cells, muscle cells, etc., and it was initially formed into an artificial placenta together with plant tissues. The special feature of each component in the meatball is that before they are separated from the body, they will be given a kind of long-term self-division, independent survival under limited conditions under high energy, inducing fetal deformation and other commands in advance. Therefore, after leaving the original body, under the influence of this series of suggestions, it will indirectly combine with the fertilized egg through the placenta at the very beginning, playing the role played by the first purple cell when Nesta was undergoing body transformation, to influence the direction of the adaptive changes produced by the fertilized egg during the growth and division process. In this process, the embryos gradually grown from the fertilized eggs not only gradually acquired the ability to convert light under its influence, but also began to transform in the direction of elves in terms of bone growth, body shape, etc. Of course, since there is actually no genetic level communication in this process, the meatball did not really grow into the embryo, it only played an inductive role. Therefore, these fertilized eggs will not have the problem of elder belonging, and what they continue is strictly speaking still the combination of the sperm and egg providers. So, when the war between the headquarters and the Hornhoof tribe began, and ended for a long time, the first product of the tribe's troll body experiment finally broke out of the egg. In addition to the vampire-like fangs that were completely hidden in the mouth after shrinking, whether it is the purple skin of varying shades, hair, eyes, or the long pointed ears, these characteristics will indicate that he is a natural elf. So far, the population sublimation phase 3 project has been completed, and the next phase 4 will study the transformation method of existing trolls. Let's go back a little. No, it should be a big one. Let's switch our perspective to the prelude of the war with the Horned Hoof tribe. After several months of intensive training, the expeditionary force has been integrated, a total of 3,500 soldiers, with soldiers from various branches of the military serving as officers at all levels, plus 100 witch doctor apprentices and 7 witch doctors, all boarded large paddle boats, and sailed northward along the river. From the known information, it can be concluded that the Black River is a supergiant river originating from outside the mountains. The part flowing in the vast Black Forest is strictly speaking only its downstream area. But even if it is only the downstream, due to the difference in the surrounding terrain, the hydrological environment of the Black River here has many different changes. Especially in the section flowing among the mountains, the river in the deep ravines of the mountains is narrow and turbulent. The power provided by the sails and oars alone cannot support the tribe's ships and offset the pushing force of the river water to the south. Therefore, in many sections of the deep ravines, the trolls must go ashore and rely on the pulling of the tow ropes to drive the boats to continue to move northward. The trackers were not only trolls, but also moose. With the joint efforts of both sides, a total of more than 70 ships carrying soldiers and food finally passed through the deep ravine area in the mountains within a month. They successfully arrived at the trumpet-shaped gap area outside the mountain under the watchful eyes of the monsters on both sides, who were eager to try, but still restrained their desire to attack. And more than 200 kilometers ahead from here is the new main city built by the Horned Hoofs. The main city of the Horned Hoofs is called New Towland City, which is larger than the old city of the Ya headquarters. Inside it, almost the entire population of the Horned Hoof tribe is stuffed in. About 32,000 people live here. Outside the main city, in all directions, the Horned Hoofs also built more than 10 independent outposts, on which there are warning towers that can be used to light beacon smoke. Between these outposts, there are large tracts of farmland, where strong laborers and occasionally young horned hoof tribesmen work hard. Unlike the mechanized work of the Ya tribe, horned hoof tribesmen really rely on animal power and brute force to work hard, so during the busy farming season, the work in the fields alone can occupy nearly 80% of the strong laborers in the tribe. During lunch break, the peasant women will bring meals from the city and call their husbands to come and eat quickly to ensure their physical strength for the next 12 hours. At this time, the males working in the adjacent fields always get together, secretly comparing the food prepared by their wives, while chatting about all sorts of things. Recently, the Fang barbarians in the southern forest are just one of the most popular topics. For example, now, two horned hoof tribesmen, one strong and one young, after seeing off their wives who are going back to the city together, meet as usual on the ridge of the field. "Let's eat, yes, brother, come with me." "Okay, let's go." As they talked, the two of them had already walked out of the cultivated area along the ridge of the field and came to a lonely tree on the side. They put down the wooden tools similar to nail head plows in their hands against the tree and sat down cross-legged under the shade of the tree. "I don't know when we can find iron ore. I don't know. I heard that the shamans are busy with this. This wooden tool is not smooth at all when working. I really don't know how those barbarians in the south do it. What do you say, brother? Those barbarians who don't even know how to wear clothes. Have they made a joke again? Oh, didn't my husband's younger brother join that caravan? He just went to the south some time ago and came back. Ahem. No, I heard that this is a secret of the top leaders." The older horned hoof man swallowed the words back at the tip of his tongue and shook his head to indicate that he had to stop. Although the younger horned hoof man was itching to listen to what he said, he did not urge him directly. Instead, he took out a bottle from the wooden dining frame, handed it over, and then said, "Come on, have a couple of sips first. This is the homemade good vino made by my wife. Would you like to try it?" Dazuang took it as he was told, pulled out the cork, and took a big gulp. Swish. Good vino. As expected of a female from the Adler clan, the craftsmanship is really good. Haha. Right. Take this bottle back and drink it slowly, okay? Then I'll send you some barbarian meat patties later. Didn't I just say that my wife's younger brother just brought them back from the south? He said that they can be preserved for a long time. Okay. Then thank you, brother. Tell me more about it. What happened in the south? Hey, you were too busy drinking. Then I'll tell you. Don't tell the other guys? Of course. Dazuan looked around carefully. Even though he knew that there was no one else here, he pretended to be mysterious and lowered his voice. "I heard that those guys with fangs in the south are not real barbarians. They can use such a big wooden thing to cultivate hundreds of acres of land in a few days." As he said that, Dazuan drew a big circle with his hand, trying to show how big the big thing he was talking about was. "Ah, is it true? How is that possible? How can it be impossible? This was seen by my husband's younger brother. He was even received by the chieftain because of it. It's a pity that our boat is not big enough to transport the things back, otherwise we wouldn't have to work so hard in the future." Ziozuan couldn't imagine what the so-called big thing that can plow the fields was, so he didn't believe it at all at this moment, and just thought that the senior was deceived by his relatives. But he didn't think of exposing them. He just cooperated and made a few exclamations, so that the lunch ended in a relaxed atmosphere. After finishing the meal, the horned hoofs leaned against a tree for a nap, ready to continue the afternoon work after getting enough energy. But not long after they closed their eyes, there was a whistling sound in their ears. The horned hoofs opened their eyes in surprise, and then they saw 5 Fang barbarians, who appeared in front of them alive. "Take them away." Understood. As the two strange languages rang out, a huge force directly acted on their arms. Their arms were tightly buckled upside down, and their whole bodies were pressed to the ground. The struggle seemed unnecessary. The Fang barbarians almost didn't spend much effort to completely control the horned hoofs, tied them up with vines, and took them away in the opposite direction of the main city. New Towland City has 2 central points, the chief's official residence in the north and the ancestral altar in the south. The chief and the shaman exercise their respective powers and obligations at these 2 central points. Although the Horned Hoof tribe is a race where all the people are soldiers, all adults can be said to have the strength to fight on the battlefield. But even so, in order to fight against the old enemy and to ensure the authority of the chief and the shaman, the tribe still maintains the existence of two elite legions with special numbers all year round. One is the Earthshaker Legion that visited the Ya tribe with the chief's 3 sons. The Earthshaker Legion is a chief's direct guard force, with a total of 500 members, all of whom are the most elite young Horned Hoof tribe. The main weapon of the warrior is a thick special wooden stake, and the secondary weapon is a metal giant axe. The second is the Legion of the Spirits of the Ancestors, directly controlled by the shamans. Due to its special requirements for qualifications, the members of this legion are extremely scarce. Although it is named Legion, in fact, the total number of its soldiers rarely exceeds double digits. Before the Horned Hoof tribe migrated here, and was still at its peak population of over 100,000, the Legion of the Spirits of the Ancestors had reached its peak size and once had nearly 200 members. But now, with the total population of the tribe shrinking to 1/3 of its original size, the size of this legion has also shrunk sharply, and now it only barely maintains a level of 33 members. This change, while making the shaman priests feel distressed, also made the chiefs and clan leaders feel both pain and joy. Chapter 175, The Developing War. On the dozens of meters high ancestral altar, 33 members of the ancestral spirit army formed a circle, guarding the 13 shaman priests in the center. The oldest shaman priest murmured a mysterious prayer, and danced with the other 12 shaman priests around him, and they were performing the daily sacrificial activities together. On the second level of the altar, the chief and the clan leaders were waiting silently in silence. Suddenly, the chief priest frowned tightly. Not only him, but the other priests who could communicate with the ancestral spirits also changed their faces at the same time. But the shamans did not stop the ongoing ceremony immediately. Instead, they finished it completely. Then the chief priest came to the chiefs and clan leaders and announced solemnly, "The spirits of the ancestors have issued a new warning. Our people were attacked in the south." Attack? Was it a monster? No, it was a small-scale elite army. The spirits of the ancestors warned that the danger came from the south. The south? Could it be the Fang barbarians? That should be right. It may be a revenge for the we know trade. Today, when no suitable metal mines have been found, only the steel and wood tools produced by the Fang tribe can serve as a supplement to the little metal left during the migration, thereby speeding up their construction. The previous we know trade was actually a tribal behavior that emerged because of this. Yes, you also saw the note some time ago, and almost none of our caravans could come back. They seem to be really angry. The old shaman said so. The unreasonable barbarian Vino is not as bad as they say. It's useless to say more now. We must start to think of ways to deal with it. Perhaps you should send envoys to the south to explain and ease their anger. What to explain? Thank them for the insidious seeds that can't be planted a second time for the tribe. Damn these cunning barbarians. The chief priest wanted to say something else, but a glimpse of black in the corner of his eye attracted all his attention at this time. "Perhaps we don't have time to remedy it," he murmured. The chief and the clan leaders also looked back to the south along the old shaman's line of sight, and the rising black smoke columns immediately caught their eyes. "This is not a small-scale elite," the priests murmured absent-mindedly. The chief's face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted loudly, "War. It's war. All clan leaders, immediately, go and recruit the people inside and outside the city to return." Before he finished speaking, the 17 clan leaders present had already rushed away from the altar and quickly headed towards the settlements of their own clans in the city. "You two go and summon the Earthshaker Legion and quickly prepare for war. You go and recruit civilians and have them receive weapons immediately." The great chief instructed his 3 sons, and then he turned to the shamans and said, "The combat readiness of the Legion of the Spirits of the Ancestors will be left to you. We will." After the great chief left in a hurry, the 13 shamans stayed on the altar and looked at each other in silence for a while before the old shaman spoke. "Bless the Legion with the spirits of the ancestors. Alas, why is it so difficult to survive in peace?" At the southern mountain pass, the Troll expeditionary force that arrived has built a huge and solid forward base here with the assistance of 7 witch doctors. The mutant bridge trees were rapidly grown, and they formed a circle on land and in rivers, forming the outer wall of the joint land and water camp. In the water part of the joint camp, more than 70 large and small ships have disappeared. Shortly after unloading the cargo on the night of arrival, they have set out on their way back, preparing to increase troops or transport the next batch of food and grass according to the situation. In the land camp, several huge granaries were built, and all the crown wheat was stored in them, and the ice storage transport vehicle was also rebuilt and restored to the posture of a refrigerator tree, starting to better preserve the rich meat reserves. In addition, the traveler camp, cavalry camp, and array infantry camp are also located in various areas within the wall. Among them, the traveler troops, as one of the most professional arms, were not mixed with the militia sequence this time. They still maintained their own complete organization, and at this time they had dispersed far to the north, carrying out the task of reconnaissance and capturing scattered prisoners. The moose cavalry and array infantry were different. Among the 500 off-duty soldiers, except for the part of the traveler, the rest were basically dispersed into the expeditionary army and became middle and senior officers. At this time, the moose cavalry, a mixed group of soldiers and civilians, was patrolling around the forward base, always alert to possible raids, and the infantry soldiers had already begun to build catapults and giant crossbows under the guidance of apprentices. In the center of the camp, there were two other large tents. One was the command tent, where the witch doctor and senior commanders held military meetings, and the other was the tent, where the communication team members were located. In the communication tent, messages from the travelers ahead were constantly received and sent to the command tent next door after being translated. Travelers Group 17, enemy gathering spotted, suspected to have spotted the expeditionary force. Travelers Group 11, horned hooves in area 03 to 1, evacuate. Travelers 05 to 7, evacuate. It's time to act. Although there has been no formal contact yet, the news sent by the travelers has proved the current situation. We were too careless. We didn't even realize the purpose of that black smoke. No problem. It's just a matter of crushing the enemy with ease. Let the army begin to assemble. Understood. The command is left to you, and we witch doctors will be responsible for assisting. You can tell us if you have any needs. Thank you for your support. In the north-facing wilderness, 30 self-propelled catapults and 50 self-propelled crossbow carts were slowly moving forward with a creaking sound under the influence of the giant magic power, and around them, more than 2,500 expeditionary forces were divided into 625 brigades. Guarding the many engineering vehicles in the center, as well as non-combat units such as apprentices. There was another full infantry corps, which was responsible for staying behind at the camp and guarding the expeditionary army's food and other supplies. During the advance, a senior officer complained, "We should have left some boats behind. These big guys are still too slow to move in the wild." Another officer said, "There are more mistakes than this. The location of the camp is too far back. We actually have to walk for 2 days and 1 night to reach Towlin. Oh. Pay attention next time. Wait, I have to write all this down, so as not to forget it later. Yes, I have to remember it too." The two officers took out a small notebook, held the ink bottle stopper in their mouths, and started writing and drawing while walking. The two sides had a tacit understanding. Or rather, they didn't realize that they had to have any exchange of opinions before the battle, and they were just doing their own things. According to intelligence from the front, the enemy's army showed no signs of leaving the city for a field battle and had been preparing for war in the city. Time passed by little during the boring march, and the environment in which the expeditionary army was now located could no longer be called a wilderness. Large tracts of uninhabited farmland had already come into their sight, and the horned-hoofed species that were supposed to work here had all returned to the city. There were simple dirt roads between the fields for passage, and although the trolls could walk on them, the engineering vehicles, which were one big after another, could not pass through here, and between the cultivated fields under the dirt roads, there were also sections of ridges blocking the road, which greatly hindered the progress of the catapults and crossbow carts. Almost every time they walked a certain distance, the trolls had to carry the vehicles up and down, and while crushing a large area of young crops, they could not continue to speed up. Remember, the bigger these guys are, the better. They have to be built according to the terrain. After recording the new knowledge, the studious officer looked up at the spirit of the militiaman under his command. Then he pondered for a moment and instructed the flag officer beside him, send a message to the witch doctor and ask if they can temporarily set up camp and rush to make a few simple large ships. The militiamen are already getting anxious. If this continues, we can only leave these big guys here and move forward lightly. Understood. At the officer's suggestion, the army immediately stopped advancing and temporarily set up camp here. Immediately, the witch doctors used the various spare seeds on their bodies to start building a new forward base. By the way, they used magic to make simple ships. The altar of the new town city, the shamans gathered at the top. In the center of them was a huge metal basin, which was almost overflowing with water or some other special liquid. The surface of the liquid in the basin was reflecting the distant scene. They had missed the construction process of the water and land camp before. The shamans had not figured out how the Fang barbarians had suddenly built such a huge camp under the warning of the ancestral altar almost immediately. At that time, the only possibility they thought of was that the magic power blocked the perception of the ancestral spirits, thinking that the warning appeared too late. But now, they no longer think so. The shamans clearly saw how these barbarians built a new camp overnight, which was not much inferior to the previous one. The walls that grew out of thin air, the strange trees that rose from the ground, and the large sampans that appeared one after another. This completely different spellcasting system made them confused, and once again deeply realized the fact that the barbarians are not barbarians. Their anti-reconnaissance magic is very weak. They haven't discovered our spying until now. So what? We can only watch and can't do anything. Their scouts are everywhere outside the city. Are you really not going to do anything? No, just wait patiently. We have to rely on the city walls to defend the city. The fanged barbarians and trolls are too strong in field combat. Look at the water curtain. Ha, damn it. They are burning the fields. Change the perspective quickly to see how much they have burned. I hope it's an accident. I hope it's an accident. The shamans cast spells together, and the water curtain was pulled away little by little, and a split screen appeared. But soon, they no longer had to observe through the water curtain, because in the distant sky, thick black smoke rose from almost the entire horizon. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.